Check, check. Alright. So, let's get out the Arctis. Steel Series. Engine. Check. Okay, medium. Check. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, we're turning it up a little bit. Go to sound. Anyway, what's up, guys?
Ratio than Bert usually gets to enjoy, and the moment was even clipped and re-uploaded to YouTube in the form of shorts. Of course, this didn't really affect much in the grand scheme of things, but what it did do is highlight something about Bert that many have never even noticed: his inflated sense of ego. Although only a small thing at first, this train of thought that saw Bert as a bit of a narcissist began to slowly gain steam as the year wore on. In September, Bert made a guest appearance on This Past Weekend, where he spoke opposite of Theo Von, as it's not uncommon for Theo to discuss addiction, and he asked Bert if he's an alcoholic, to which Bert emphatically says he's not an alcoholic, despite getting severely drunk almost daily, and giving himself such life goals as not drinking while on a private plane. Given that there would have been fewer Bert fans watching this episode, it's perhaps unsurprising that most of the comments under this clip speak quite negatively of him, pitying Bert about his obvious state of denial, while others mock him for it wholesale. The call-outs would continue throughout the year, as Joe would stage yet another intervention of poor old Bert, who at this point hardly seemed to understand that the whole reason Sober October even started was to help him with his drinking problem, and would instead receive it as just another fun thing to do with the boys. These October streams would lead to perhaps the first time Joe ever actually called out Bert for much of anything, and it's not that difficult to see why. During the Sober October 4 stream, where they announced the beginning of the challenge, Bert kept making some truly baffling claims. For example, he insisted he believed himself to look a lot more in shape, despite clearly being borderline obese. He also made a wild claim that as a 50-year-old man with the flexibility of a plane of glass, he could probably do the splits. Whether due to wounded pride for actually being in shape and being capable of doing a split, or just being generally annoyed at Bert for constantly claiming to be better at things than he ever realistically could be, Joe called him out, giving him a bit of a reality check about both his health, his physical look, and the likelihood he could ever do a split in his life.
Yeah, like and this is like when you go. Like, I have legit the best shoulders.
I do. Hold on, I do. I have legit great shoulders. Like, great shoulders.
Yeah. No, you don't.
Joe, they're ripping through this shirt right now.
Yeah, but you say things and you don't really mean it, right? Like, when you say things you know they're not true.
I totally
does mean it.
He's kind of mean it.
Which means he means it. But you say things you know aren't true. Like, you remember that one time you said he could do the splits? You really
he thought he could. I actually thought I might be able to pull one out.
This wasn't much, mind you, but it was the start of something larger, something that went even beyond the Joe Rogan experience and into the larger YouTube space. Joe would call him out slightly on a later podcast during a segment where they discussed Garth Brooks, and the topic of discussion switched to if Tom Segura would be willing to stop trolling him if Garth went on a podcast with him. Perplexingly, Bert went on a bit of a tirade, trying to make it as clear as possible that Garth Brooks would never go on a podcast with Tom, even interrupting him and Joe to get that point across. Joe tells him to to shut the flip up for a second, and while Bert is temporarily convinced to shush, he still barges in to comment that Garth would probably benefit more from going on his Bertcast, which, personally, I dare say is almost guaranteed to be untrue, given the sheer disparity in viewership between YMH and Bertcast at the time. The callouts would continue all the way up until the end of Sober October, when the quartet got together for a recap. The episode starts with all of them taking a supposedly well-deserved drink of a 20-year-old scotch, and of all the people sitting there, it's pretty clear who takes the most pleasure in having a sip of alcohol.
All right, here it is.
I
Cheers.
haven't had any.
Cheers. No alcohol to now.
31 days.
Gentlemen, we did it. Yes. To all you out there, too, did it with us. Salud.
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh, baby, let's see what you like.
Ooh, that's good scotch. That's 21-year-old Glenlivet.
Very nice.
Downing his drink in one gulp, Bert finds himself asking for another
That
shot
wasn't
almost
one gulp.
immediately
Don't tell
afterwards,
lies.
to the chagrin of everyone else sitting
Don't
around
tell
the table.
fucking
Tom is
lies,
the first to
bro.
call him out here, pointing out that Bert takes a lot more
Don't
pleasure
tell
in drinking
fucking
alcohol than anyone else
lies,
in the
bro.
room. He goes on to say that, in his view, drinking copious amounts of alcohol
Yeah,
has become
well.
part of Bert's whole identity. Bert gets
Yeah.
immediately defensive about this, going on to say
Yep.
things like, "My identity is drinking the same way as an identity for any other guy," or "My identity is living life." Both of these statements lead to jeers from the host and the rest of the guests, who don't really seem to be taking these statements with even a modicum of respect. Notably, Bert gets quite snappy after this, randomly throwing in insults and just not looking like he's having a good time. In the end, it seems Bert is rather content to have this be the last episode of Sober October on record, and as of today, long after the end of October 2023, it appears that this truly was the end of the multi-year tradition. The tail end of 2022 going into 2023 would not treat Bert any better. For the first time, perhaps, since his appearance in the world of show business, there's grown a large population of people who genuinely just don't like Bert. This wasn't necessarily due to one big thing, one massive blunder that caused everyone to turn against him. Instead, it's been a slow, steady decline with mounting podcast appearances where he's called out for something minor, his comedian friends commenting negatively about him, and just people growing tired of his arguably quite samey style of content. It's now gotten to the point where even his Reddit page is mostly full of people actively rallying against him, either pointing out how annoying he was during his podcast appearances, sharing negative videos about him, or alleging that his so-called mystery bag is a scam. And on the note of those videos, 2023 was the year when they really began to hit their stride. Channels like Comedy Enforcement and Too Lazy to Try, both commentary channels focused mainly on news in the world of comedy and podcasting, started pushing out a lot of videos talking about Bert, consistently keeping him in the cycle. With these videos and many others like them, Bert's standing in the community grew even worse, and it seemed there was no end to things people could theoretically make videos of. In late 2022, Comedy Enforcement discussed Bert's infamous high-pitched laugh, focusing on an instance of it during an episode of Something's Burning, where Bert started laughing so hard and so ear-piercingly upon being called out for cooking some terrible food that he couldn't even stand on his feet. This was perhaps one of the first instances that the claims of Bert faking his laugh were first brought to the public consciousness, even if such claims had likely been made in videos prior. Indeed, the laugh probably sounds at least a bit exaggerated, if not fake, to most of the people who hear it, with most of the comments calling Bert out on it. This rather minor point would go on to spawn multiple videos questioning just how real this laugh was. By the beginning of 2023, a lot of people really began questioning it, trying to find a reason why he would so often supposedly exaggerate these clips. It was during this time when clips like this started circulating. This excerpt from Bert's podcast shows him laughing uncontrollably at another comedian falling off the stage during stand-up. He barely stops to take a breath, and he continues to laugh incessantly for 2 minutes straight.
I've watched it 10 times. It's never not funny.
It is worth noting that a lot of Bert's most viral clips over the years, including the now legendary Kool-Aid moment, were largely popular due to Bert's laugh, with the moments not having a ton of substance outside of that. While it can't be 100% confirmed that he fakes his laughs, or that this is the reason why he would, it's something worth thinking about, I guess. In fact, this perspective is perhaps even more worth entertaining than you may think. When Bert goes on the Fighter and the Kid podcast, he makes an offhanded comment that paints a somewhat interesting picture, saying he's always fishing for laughs and waiting for the right moment to let out a hearty one. Perhaps more damning is his admission on Joe Rogan, effectively confirming that all of his viral clips are basically just him laughing. This whole affair, while not exactly groundbreaking, did serve as one of the many points of contention that people would keep bringing up against Bert. However, it's not something people focused on for very long, as many other things would come to replace it in public consciousness. In March 2023, Netflix would release a new Bert comedy special called Razzle Dazzle, which Bert performed at a massive sold-out arena. The brunt of the comedy for most of the special was jokes about his family, with the latter half focusing on appeasing his podcast audience, which he seems to believe makes up a majority of his IRL audience nowadays. For what it was, the Netflix special was clearly very popular, getting a 7 out of 10 on IMDb, but in general just being well viewed and very successful, and it made him a lot of money. However, as the show became more tailored towards a general audience, there were now more people looking in from the outside, and some of them would go on to comment about how they didn't like it. People like the aforementioned Comedy Enforcement came out to say he found the special quite lacking, and the comment section flooded with people showing general disdain for both Bert and the comedy special in question. The waves of tepid criticism only continued as YouTube became more and more inundated with people who find Bert insufferable. In April this year, Ghost Gum released a takedown of Bert, in which he explored Bert's very slow but gradual fall from grace, the way some of his own fans are slowly turning against him, as well as his less than savory antics, from his obvious alcoholism to his tendency to lie and exaggerate for no obvious reason besides clout. The video ended up being pretty successful, accruing almost 2 million views, as well as a very warm reception from practically everyone. While it didn't deal a major blow to Bert, it was yet another example of the slow but steady loss of reputation that Bert's been undergoing this past year. But all of that arguably paled in comparison to the potential prospects of what he might have achieved this year, as 2023 would see the release of Bert's biggest production yet, a big budget movie called The Machine. Back in 2019, a media company by the name of Legendary Entertainment bought the rights to Bert's famous story, The Machine. By then, the story had remained by far the most popular in Bert's arsenal, and he would recount it during every single stand-up, accompanied by cheers from his adoring fans, so making a movie out of it seemed fairly sensible. He, along with Judy Marmel, would begin producing the movie, and Bert would play himself. Besides the fact they got the director of Key and Peele, perhaps the most insane thing about the whole movie is that they somehow managed to get Mark Hamill to star as Bert's father.
I am flying today on that plane to Serbia to start production on my major motion picture, The Machine. I got a bottle of champagne and 2 glasses to have a toast with the man playing my father. Just pulled up. What's up?
Wheels up in 5, big boy.
Oh, I thought we could do the I am your
Get on the plane.
It's not clear what kind of strings he pulled to get him on, but whatever the answer is, one thing we can say for sure is that he's got one hell of a knack for networking. The movie began shooting in 2021 in Serbia and has spent 2 years in production. Once principal photography was finished, Sony began a massive advertising campaign with billboards, TV spots, etc. Bert himself will go on to promote the movie on more than one occasion, putting it in front of Joe Rogan's massive audience. In fact, Bert would go on to show a teaser of it to the JRE fans, well before the teaser was even supposed to be released, to which Joe brings up quite a good point when asking if he's even legally allowed to show this. In the end, though, Bert manages to convince everyone it's above board, and they show the teaser, which is received well by everyone there. Joe Rogan would continue to be used as a platform to promote the movie well up until the movie's release in May of 2023. In the episode, Joe does a lot to compliment the movie, puffing it up, calling it funny, as you would expect. Bert, meanwhile, spends his time talking about his experiences making it, from discussing the kissing scenes, the way the premise was received, and perhaps most amusingly, he also says he ended up crying when he first watched it.
I was like, hey Mark, secret time. I'm gonna cry watching myself. I'm gonna cry and I'm gonna mouth my lines. I did that when we did the first testing of the movie. They sat me in the front row. I had 2 bottles of wine. I sat with Leanne. I had a notebook. I was supposed to write things in for notes. The movie starts and I start bawling, crying, and I start mouthing my lines. I'm laughing hysterically. I'm like, I love watching me more than a narcissist would ever like. It was like the craziest thing. So we go to the next screening. Kale, our producer, pulls me aside. He goes, I'm going to ask you to sit in the back. I said, what? And he goes, it kind of affect the way people watch the movie. So what do you mean? He goes, I don't know. You're up there fucking crying like it's Cape Fear but gay. He goes, you can sit in the back. So
the movie opened in cinemas on the 26th of May to around 2,000 theaters. For the first time, we would finally get to see what unadulterated brilliance had been conjured up by these filmmaking juggernauts. The story, perplexingly, is not actually straight a retelling of The Machine, as one might have expected. Instead, the plot centers around Bert in the current year having to return to Russia, where the original story of The Machine, which had happened in 1999 in this timeline, had caused quite a bit of stir in the Russian underground. He and his father are kidnapped by a vengeful Russian crime boss. The plot only gets more complicated as Bert and his father are roped into a power struggle over the control of a crime syndicate. And in the end, it all culminates in Bert ostensibly becoming John Wick, taking down bad guys while drunk off a bottle of vodka, which frankly I'm not even sure would get him buzzed at this point. The story is mostly just a vehicle to tell jokes, but perhaps the most interesting thing about it are the moments of introspection on Bert and the kind of person he is. The movie provides a critique of his frat boy persona, and the character of Bert comes to acknowledge that he has to become a better person for the sake of his family. I don't think I need to explain explain why I find this highly amusing given the kind of person Burt has shown himself to be, even well after this movie was done shooting. But yeah, he did not really change at all. The movie, beating the expectation of pretty much everyone involved, ended up being a massive flop. Despite being backed by Sony and heavily shilled for by Burt and Joe Rogan, it ended up making only about $5 million on its Memorial Day opening and would only go on to gross over $10 million over its time in theaters. Compare that with its budget of $20 million, that means the movie only made back about half of its budget. Factor in the advertising budget, which we can assume is probably more or less than half the movie's budget, and Sony might have lost upwards of $30 million on this production. It ended up being such a failure that Sony pulled it out of theaters within 2 weeks, striking an emergency deal with Netflix in hopes they could recoup their losses there. How successful that was is anybody's guess, although with Netflix's track record with Burt's works, it might actually end up eking out a slight profit. But without solid numbers, which neither Netflix or Sony are going to share, it's really anyone's guess. But maybe if Burt gets drunk at some point on a podcast, he'll tell us. It's hard to attribute the failure of this movie to just one thing, although perhaps the largest problem the movie had to face was that there just wasn't much excitement for it. Legendary had bought the rights to this movie back when the Machine story was still in the mainstream, so it made sense to secure a deal back then. But internet fame has a short half-life, and with the story being proliferated across the web, it couldn't stay relevant for that long. And it certainly couldn't stay relevant enough for people who liked the story to then buy a movie ticket to see it. Of course, there were quite a few more problems worth pointing out. For one, it seems Sony, Burt, and even Joe severely overestimated the willingness of their audiences to seek this movie out. While Joe Rogan definitely would have the numbers to make this movie a hit, the truth is that Burt hasn't been very popular on JRE for a long time, with a lot of longtime fans finding him so annoying they'll outright skip a JRE episode to avoid him. That said, you could argue all of these things would have been irrelevant if the movie had actually been anything exceptional. However, the impression you'll get is that it's anything from terribly middling to actually terrible. Put simply, it's exactly the kind of movie you'll forget half an hour after you walked out of the theater, with nothing about it that would hold your attention for any longer than the actual movie's runtime. And even at that, some people complain that it's somewhat of a drag to watch. Overall, this film was a total failure, and there are no two ways about it. The most it achieved is to bring even more attention to all of Burt's shortcomings, which only continued to mount in the eyes of the general public. More and more videos began being posted on YouTube documenting every supposed slight he's ever committed, every drama he's been involved in, etc. And indeed, his involvement in drama only got worse. In June 2023, on an episode of Two Bears, One Cave, where Burt was once again not present, his spot was filled in by Ari Shaffir. And Ari breaks down a story about a bachelor party for Mark Norman, which he had gone to with Burt and Joe List. According to Ari, Burt had started off doing what he did best by being the life of the party, ordering food for everyone there. Joe List, though, didn't really want someone else ordering him food. Burt decided that he would order everyone Thai, and he walked over to the nearby Thai place 5 minutes away, apparently going to a bar while he waited for the food to be made. In the meantime, Joe ordered some pizzas. Burt would then call Joe, asking him to pick them up, which Joe accepted, albeit he wouldn't drive out until the pizzas arrived. A bit later, Joe received another call from Burt, during which he started screaming bloody murder at Joe for making him wait 2 hours, despite him only being gone for about an hour. Eventually, Burt and company were driven back to the party, where they found out Joe had ordered some pizzas. Once again, Burt went into an uncontrollable fit of rage, screaming and shouting at Joe as if he'd just skinned his childhood pet and served it to the guests, all the while the other guests just stared in shock at the ridiculous scene unfolding before them. During the podcast, Tom Segura would actually call Burt to personally confirm details of the story. To give Burt some credit, he did largely confirm Ari's story without really trying to redress it, but he did try to deny that it was a meltdown, but after Ari's insistence, Burt gave in very quickly.
I'm Ari Shaffir here. He's telling a story about you, and I go, I gotta confirm this. It's about a super aggressive meltdown you had at Mark Norman's bachelor party in Tampa about Thai food and pizza. Does this sound familiar? Yeah. So here's the story he told, that when you went to get Thai food with DeRosa, Liz showed up, but you flipped out that he was late, and then you walked back.
That's not how it worked. That's not how it worked.
Okay, yeah. And then you got back, you found out he ordered pizza, and you're like, what the you ordered Thai food, and that when Ari jumped in about it, you told him like to not, you screamed at him. That
No, I did not scream at him. I said, no, I did what I do when I go, I do it to Leanne too.
Yeah.
When I'm a little bit out of control and someone tries to help me,
Yeah.
I go, I need to get out of this hole myself. I didn't melt down, and by the way, I was blackout.
Yeah, you did. You melted, bro.
I melted down. Okay, I definitely melted down.
Hold on.
Frankly, perhaps the most shocking moment in the whole episode was when Ari pointed out that Burt had spent 2 hours at a bar getting drunk, and Burt actually full-on admitted to being an alcoholic. At first glance, it seemed this would be the end of the drama, but as it turns out, nothing's ever that simple critical of Bert Kreischer. Shortly after the release of Two Bears, One Cave, Theo Von released an episode of This Past Weekend with Mark Normand, the man who had been in the middle of this drama when it originally happened. Early on in the episode, he mentioned how he was currently in a drama between two of his friends who kept coming to him to explain about one another. Even though Mark had been very deliberate in not naming anyone, Theo, once again proving he's much sharper than many give him credit for, susses out almost immediately that the two friends in question are Bert Kreischer and Joe List. Mark, seemingly both surprised and perturbed to have the two actually be named, changes the subject pretty quickly, seemingly unwilling to reveal any more about the situation than he's uttered. Eventually, Joe would go on the YMH podcast where he would talk to Tom Segura about his own perspective on what happened during that party. He mostly recounted the same as told by Ari, although he went out of his way to correct the misconception that he made Bert wait. Apparently, he had gone to pick him up immediately and only decided to order pizza while waiting for Bert to get the Thai food. Joe also says that Bert's claim about Joe saying no one wanted Thai food was false, which is why he ordered pizza quietly in the car while waiting, just as a second option in case anyone wanted it. Fundamentally, the two seem to have made up about the whole story by then, and Bert never came to counter Joe's version, somewhat vindicating it in the eyes of everyone. The situation itself was never really that big, other than in showing just how much of a Bert can be when he's drunk. But what is quite remarkable about it is that there wasn't a single person, not his closest friends and not a single neutral party, that actually came to Bert's defense. Everyone sided with Joe List, which just goes to show how fractured, if not entirely non-existent, his support group has really become. Perhaps the most obvious switch is seen with Tom Segura, as well as the entire Two Bears, One Cave podcast. If you look through the list of the last few episodes, you'll notice that they really don't do a lot of podcasts anymore, with the large majority of the new Two Bears, One Cave episodes having only one of the two hosts. In fact, they wouldn't share a single episode throughout October and most of November, meaning there hadn't been an episode in almost 2 months.
Oh, can I just say this real quick?
Yeah.
Every time we talk about like a watch or a car, I'll get a bunch of messages from losers that try to tell me that I'm making them feel bad about their situation. You're in control of your own situation and your own feelings. So don't put it on me that you feel bad, that I have something that, but I'm struggling with rent this month. Figure it the f out, okay? Like, don't make my life be a problem for your life.
Today, while the viewership for the show remains very strong by most standards, you can definitely see the viewership slipping in real time. Perhaps more worryingly, a cursory look at the most recent episodes where both Tom and Bert are present will quickly show that people kind of don't like these episodes. The reception is actually rather hostile. Frankly, it doesn't seem like Tom can even stand Bert anymore. In the second to last episode of Two Bears, One Cave, Tom ends up making some pretty damning comments about Bert. For example, he admits they basically never talk outside of their podcast anymore, and that despite Bert's insistence, Tom has refused to go with Bert on any of his stand-up tours, flatly rejecting any opportunity to spend more time with him. He also mocks him quite openly, calling him retarded, and just seems to really not like Bert at all. With even his close acquaintances being tired of him, it's hard to see an upside for Bert in the immediate moment. And I kind of feel bad for him, honestly. Like, he's just kind of been left out to dry, and even if it is his fault, I don't know. You can't help but feel a little bad for someone in that position. It's not all bad, though, as the last podcast with Tom and Bert do show that Bert's seemingly trying to overturn his alcohol habit, mentioning in the sober episode how he'd stayed sober for 23 days. In light of all the controversy surrounding him these past few months, him trying to get his health back in order is at least a kernel of positivity. It's hard to find a success story quite like Bert's. A man destined to be a college dropout with zero prospects, a horrendous work ethic, and a reputation for being a degenerate frat boy, he managed to turn seemingly all these negative qualities into one of the most successful comic careers around, all built on the foundation of this one story, this one dubious legend from his past. There should never have been any room for a man like Bert Kreischer to succeed. He doesn't really fit into the picture, but in the end he did, and no matter how much he goes out of his way to sabotage his own reputation, that much will never change. Of course, despite all the things I've said about him, one thing worth acknowledging is that, despite his steadily declining reputation, Bert really isn't that bad. Foolhardy and annoying as he may be, his controversies pale in comparison to other people in the industry, be it Chris D'Elia or Brendan Schaub. In the same vein, while his reputation has taken a beating, Bert remains a pretty successful comedian today. Lest we forget, his latest tours have been selling out entire arenas, which has him knocking at the door of bona fide comedy legends. It remains to be seen whether the damage to his reputation will eventually stabilize, or whether it's only a precursor to his eventual downfall. For now, though, let's just hope he sticks to his promise of exercising some temperance, and maybe he won't have quite so many people buying for his failure. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
I have to pick a side.
Bad movies are far too common. The industry is rife with untalented people who allow terrible projects to be developed and unleashed onto the unsuspecting public. Normally, these movies flop and the public leaves them behind. Their creators then either are forced to improve or leave the film world entirely. But there are rare cases when this doesn't happen. Sometimes, movies are so riddled with flaws that they actually loop back around to being enjoyable. And in the years following the advent of the internet, an entire subculture has emerged to discuss them. These films then gain a cult following, and the people behind them are encouraged to continue their careers in hopes that they'll repeat their mistakes and make equally terrible movies for their new audience to enjoy. Although this doesn't always work out. Filmmakers typically don't like seeing their movie mocked, even if the viewers still enjoy it on some level. Tommy Wiseau, the creator of the most well-known So Bad It's Good movie, The Room, is one such case. After its release, he struggled to cope with the idea that something he created was ridiculed, but eventually came to accept and even enjoy the recognition it got. But by that point, he'd gained enough self-awareness that the ability to make another similarly bad film had been lost. What made The Room so unique was the complete ineptitude of its creation, which can't easily be repeated if the person behind it actually listens to criticism. Other filmmakers, however, remain completely oblivious to how their films are regarded and can continue onward, generally unaffected by the criticism they face, and consistently produce cult classic films, such as Neil Breen. As a result, he's garnered a loyal audience who will support each new project he releases to ensure he can continue to produce these terrible films. But there is one person who's managed to tread the line between these two paths, taking arguably the worst approach for well over 7 years. A man who's lashed out at criticism and forced audience support away, but through sheer lack of self-awareness has never improved, let alone been able to come to terms with how his movies are truly perceived. That man is the creator of Cool Cat Saves the Kids, Derek Savage. The name is infamous in the world of film. His movies are terrible for a number of reasons, but as time has gone on, Derek Savage himself has become the subject of ridicule rather than just his work. From sleazy business practices to flat-out awful treatment of those around him, Derek has carved out a more infamous reputation for himself as a person than Cool Cat Saves the Kids or any bad movie ever could, even to the point where those who love his work refuse to support him when creating new films because of his actions over the years. Derek's descent was a long one, and few know exactly how he became the way he is today. Derek Savage was born on May 3rd, 1962, in Virginia. There is very little information surrounding his early life, but he stated numerous times that he was bullied a lot at a young age and created an imaginary friend to support him through everything he endured. Its name was Cool Cat. At the age of 10, Derek also got his first gun, and possibly as a result of the bullying, he became very passionate about self-defense training, and it eventually led him to getting a concealed carrying permit and being armed during almost any situation. Sometime during his teenage years, he spent time living in Raleigh, North Carolina, and began forming high hopes for the future. Derek has never been overtly clear about this period of his life, but many have guessed that his original aspirations were to be a movie star in the action genre, since most of his early interests pivoted on those types of roles. By 1986, he moved to Los Angeles and began trying his hand at acting. Most of the roles he managed to land were as an extra. That year, he appeared in Rodney Dangerfield's movie Back to School, and the year following, he had bit parts in the movie Fatal Beauty and a TV show called Hotel. Derek immediately learned how competitive the Hollywood scene was, and for one reason or another, he took other kinds of opportunities that came his way. He appeared as a model in Playgirl magazine, as well as on the cover of Singles magazine at the same time. Presumably, after this point, he took a break from the spotlight in favor of steadier jobs, since little else was public about Derek's career history for the next several years. He himself claims to have worked in the machine gun industry.
Not even used to be in the machine gun industry. So I guess you could say I know a little bit about this topic.
It was around this time Derek was charged and convicted for a felony, possession of an unregistered firearm. This firearm was a modified M11 pistol with a firing pin bolt assembly labeled M11 SMG. As a result of the alterations, this particular gun had the ability to shoot multiple rounds in succession with one trigger press, which legally classed it as a machine gun. In his legal defense, Derek argued that the general definition of a trigger is a curved metal trigger, and that because his gun didn't use this standard firing mechanism, it didn't fall under the machine gun umbrella and was acceptable. This was pointed out as untrue in the courtroom, since by that logic, anyone could get around NFA guidelines and create machine guns just by instead using buttons and switches to fire. He also pleaded ignorance of the law that required such guns to have specialized registration. This defense was rejected as well.
Always remember that. You can't go into court and say, well, Judge, I didn't know it. I thought it was this. I thought it was that. No. It's not. Good. Ignorant of the law is not an excuse.
Interestingly, the name listed on the court documents was Daryl Ray Evans, which is presumably Derek's real name. This was unearthed when internet users looked into Derek's companies. They found that his publishing firm, Blue Thunder Books, was legally owned by this name, and that its birthday and other information matched perfectly with what is known of Derek. From here, public records surrounding the court case were discovered. He never confirmed this was actually him, but has blocked people on Twitter who ask him about it. At the time, it seemed as if this conviction marked a change in Derek's life. Possibly to avoid the stigma of being known as a felon, it was around this time he began donning the name Derek Savage and pivoted away from both the gun industry and acting in favor of a more creative outlet. He founded Derek Savage Productions and gave it an accompanying website. And what's more, he switched from appearing in movies to writing them when he began creating his own screenplays with hopes of having them developed into films someday. The first of his self-published work included Hell's Nightmare, a love story set during Christianity's Armageddon, The Dancer, a male stripper story, which had been referenced as being vaguely based on his own experiences, and Sweet Revenge, a book about a man seeking revenge against a gang that killed his family. Derek ends its description by saying, "The story has little to no profanity with a message that white and black can live in friendship and overcome evil together." Of the three, Hell's Nightmare was the only full length to see any form of release when it was sold as a novel. It's unclear exactly why Derek started this venture, but his last known acting appearance was as an extra in a movie called Ricochet in 1991, a year prior to the court case. Despite the fact that Derek had withdrawn from acting, he continued to involve himself with the Hollywood sphere, stating he worked as an agent around this time. His free hours were spent writing, and over time his focus would shift quite a lot.
I started writing kids' books about 20 years ago. First I started out writing screenplays, then novel manuscripts. I said, hey, I want to start writing some kids' books.
Derek would first make the jump to writing stories for kids in 1999 when he created a book called Trolley the Trout Makes Friends, following a character of the same name. The goal behind it was to teach children basic lessons about friendship, which seemed to become Derek's calling going forward. In that same year, he followed it up with 2 more installments, hoping to instruct kids on other topics, like what to do if you find a gun in Trolley the Trout Finds a Gun, and why stealing is wrong in Trolley and the Stolen Necklace. Shortly after, he followed this up with a second series called Donnie the Dinosaur, whose stories were similar in tone. These books were printed with both English and Spanish text in order to be bilingual and be able to be read by as many kids as possible. It's quite possible that his childhood of bullying made him particularly sympathetic to the struggles kids face, and wanted to be able to help them using the media he created. Derek most likely felt creating books with useful messages for kids was a positive contribution to the world, which built a strong sense of purpose for him. That's why the very next project would focus on a character he'd conceived long ago for that very reason. Cool Cat. His imaginary childhood friend was now reimagined and put into a storybook, setting out to become a children's icon and help them with their struggles, as he had helped Derek during his childhood. By August of 2000, Derek had released 3 Cool Cat books on his website. Cool Cat, He's a Cool Cat, Cool Cat Goes to Hollywood, and Cool Cat Goes to Texas, none of which are available today. Most of them seem to be Derek's attempt at using Cool Cat to talk about things he liked. This same theme would be adhered to in a later series called Baby Cat, aimed at an even younger audience. On the page hosting the books, characters of the series introduce themselves, including Cool Cat's mother, Blue Birdie, and Cool Cat himself. The Blue Birdie character would also later be repurposed for his own book called Bible Birdie. The site also links to a short Cool Cat cartoon, which was the first known video adaptation of the character. Derek adds that its music was sung by the Tony Award-winning musician Linda Hopkins, who he had likely connected with during his acting days.
He likes to read and his mom is happy because he plays around. Cool Cat, cool.
Over the next several years, Derek began to expand his catalog of books. He created 2 stories for a new series called Barnyard Buddies, and an animated short for his Trolley the Trout books, also featuring vocals by Linda Hopkins. But most of his energy had shifted to Cool Cat. By 2004, he'd written 9 books around him, with no sign of stopping anytime soon. Although he continued to work a day job alongside his creative efforts, at some point in the next several years, he received employment at a trade school as a recruiter, which paid decently to the point of being able to fund some of his artistic ventures. For one reason or another, Derek shelved his previous collection of books at this point and hired a new illustrator to produce installments of the Cool Cat series going forward. This could have been for any number of reasons, such as an increased budget, a falling out with the original artist, or or simply being dissatisfied with the older style. It's not overtly clear what happened, but Derek would revamp his literary work going forward, and even created his own publishing company called Blue Thunder Books as a means of being able to better distribute his bibliography. Starting in September 2010, he began publishing the first of new Cool Cat books: Cool Cat Loves Wrestling, Cool Cat Loves Baseball, and Cool Cat Loves the Beach. Several more, such as Cool Cat Loves Horses, Cool Cat Saves the World, Cool Cat Loves Karate, and Cool Cat Loves Military Kids, are revealed to have existed and contains the likenesses of various celebrities. But this batch of stories was soon lost entirely and is yet to be re-released. Cool Cat Loves Karate stood out due to a promotional poster Derek made with 24 celebrity martial artists, claiming they liked it, making the story the most endorsed karate book in history. Derek also incorporated both English and Spanish translations onto the pages, making the new Cool Cat books another bilingual series. Included with a bunch were other installments that attempted to give positive messages for kids about the importance of being environmentally friendly, which was a topic that was becoming especially relevant at the time. Derek addressed this subject in Cool Cat Goes Ethanol, later changed to Cool Cat Loves Going Green, and Cool Cat Loves Biodiesel. As a result of these two stories, Derek got his first bit of mainstream attention when he appeared on Fox News in Las Vegas to advertise the Cool Cat collection of books. It's unclear exactly how successful the books were after this promotion, but Derek continued to put forward effort developing Cool Cat into a popular franchise. He decided that the best way to do so was to pursue being picked up by a network for an official TV series surrounding the character. He was evidently told that the best means to do so would be to produce a pilot episode to pitch to investors. Derek then began laying the groundwork for the project using his connections in the industry, and in March of 2012 put out a casting call for actors to be featured in the short. His casting director, Alden McCrillis, managed to get in touch with two minor celebrities, Vivica A. Fox, who is known for her roles in Kill Bill and Independence Day, as well as Eric Estrada, who had a lead role in the 1970s show Chips. It's unclear exactly why these two in particular were chosen, but it's possible that Derek was simply trying to get the most well-known actors he could find to play minor roles as a means of cheaply giving the short more appeal. Derek had originally intended Eric's part to be played by John Schneider, known for his leading role in The Dukes of Hazzard, but he pulled out at the last minute. In terms of the main cast, an actor known as Jason Johnson applied for the role of Cool Cat and was chosen by Derek the very next month. To play the part, Jason donned a Cool Cat costume that Derek paid a website called AlexInWonderland.com to custom design for the character. Jason would later reveal that the suit was exceptionally hot to be in during the sunny weather of the shoot, and that the gloves were so bulky that he was unable to grip most objects, especially because one hand was also equipped with a mechanism that operated the mouth. The antagonist of the short was selected to be a boy named Connor Dean, who had been picked out of a group of 30 applicants to play the role of Butch the Bully, who would become a fan favorite later on. The short was to be titled Cool Cat Stops Bullying, which acted as an adaptation of Derek's book by the same name. The plot is that Cool Cat and his friend Maria are at Vivica and Eric's house and get pushed around by Butch the Bully before being taught how to stand up to him. Apparently, the set used for this short was actually the backyard of Hulk Hogan's body double, if you can believe that. The first day on set was in fact Derek's first time as a director in any context. Despite this, the setting was described as very professional by those involved. He had a large crew and even an assistant director to aid in the filming, although this was in large part to keep up appearances in front of Vivica and Eric, which didn't last since the two were paid $1,000 each for only that one day of shooting. But even on the first day when Derek was attempting to keep the production as professional as possible, there were still moments that stuck out as strange to others involved.
He made a very big deal about the only editor that he ever worked with, how he won an Emmy. Well, he actually had this editor come down to the set and bring his Emmy, and he had the actors pose with his Emmy.
That's where that picture came from.
Despite Derek crediting the editor, Art Anthony, as an Emmy Award-winning editor, he wasn't. He was a nominee. Although, aside from an odd photo, the rest of the production was relatively normal. But after the first day of filming was completed, and the remaining work consisted primarily of reshoots, the atmosphere of the set became much more laid back and less like an official production. Jason would later reveal that Derek had intended to use his own voice for the Cool Cat character, which would be added in post. But Jason did his best to use his voice instead, as to not be left unrecognized in a project with celebrity names attached. Derek later agreed to this, and even gave him a lot of freedom to develop Cool Cat's mannerisms and character details. Jason would even improv some lines, but admitted he rarely strayed from Derek's scripts other than to get around the numerous spelling and grammatical errors Derek had left in them. Following the end of filming, the project was edited down into a 12-minute short. Derek had planned to send it to film festivals, but was caught off guard by the cost for submissions. He opted instead to sell it on DVD through his website, among other distributors like Amazon. Oddly enough, Cool Cat is listed in the credits twice. Once in the top spot crediting him as playing himself, and another time in 5th spot, which credited him as being played by Jason, who later stated he was rubbed the wrong way by not officially receiving top billing. Similar to Derek's written work, it isn't easy to gauge exactly how successful the project was upon its release, but it is safe to say that it didn't inherently pave the road for a Cool Cat series by getting the attention of investors, so Derek decided to make another attempt to do so by creating a new short with a longer runtime in order to pitch it as a 30-minute TV show as opposed to 15.
We started off with Cool Cat Stops Bullying. It was an anti-bullying film that I made. It was the first project that I actually directed in, you know, the whole 9 yards. Produced, directed, wrote, and so it was a crowning achievement for me. But what I quickly learned is that it's extremely difficult to promote a short film, even when they got good actors. I mean, the lovely Vivica A. Fox and Erica Strider are starring in this project. But by getting it out there, it was really difficult. So I said, oh, I need to produce another project. And this time, I want to make it right at 24 minutes to get a 30-minute show.
The Cool Cat Finds a Gun short was the next project Derek would take on in order to give gun safety tips as a result of the Sandy Hook shooting. The story was once again lifted from one of Derek's previous books. This time, Trolley Finds a Gun. The short featured a return of Butch the Bully as the antagonist, as well as introduced Derek himself as Cool Cat's father, who's referred to by him as Daddy Derek, which Jason himself was off-put by.
You just, a grown man, just can't ask somebody to call him daddy unless it's your own child. Otherwise, you're doing it behind the door, a closed door of the bedroom. That's okay. It's just,
It was during the filming of this short that a lot of Derek's questionable business tactics were made apparent, such as the fact he had filmed a scene wherein Butch the Bully brings the gun to a school, but did so while it was closed to avoid having to get a proper permit or consult the staff before recording the footage. The cop that then arrests in the following scene is also a well-known male porn star named Steve Crest, who Derek hired because he had access to a police car. Jason recommended another actor he'd met through previous work that owned one as well, but Derek rejected the idea because he had a Scottish accent that Derek was worried kids wouldn't be able to understand.
Johnny Thomas was an actor that I worked with. I recommended him for the policeman role several times. They don't use him because he has a Scottish accent. So he was a porn star.
The project was completed with a 22-minute runtime, with Jason directly credited on Fox, but it too sold quite poorly. Derek then decided to create another project of the same length to add to the Cool Cat Finds a Gun DVD in hopes that having double the total runtime would increase the odds of the franchise being picked up for a full TV show.
Once again, Miranda, it's really difficult to get a TV show when you just have one product to sell. I mean, if you got a full-on show with, you know, an episodic show, maybe a little bit easier, but it was really tough. But then I just can't put this on a DVD and have a product to sell. So I came up with, bam! Cool Cat and the Hollywood Christmas Parade. Of course, Cool Cat and I were in the Christmas Parade a couple times.
This was the third and final of the Cool Cat shorts, and was produced featuring Derek and Cool Cat participating in the annual Hollywood Christmas Parade in November of 2012 while driving a Cool Cat-themed car. Derek has implied that he and Jason were invited to the events, but this was not the case. He paid thousands of dollars for the two to both drive in the parade and be allowed into his after-party. The money apparently came from Derek's trade school recruiter job, which he was still apparently working at this point. Interestingly, they were driving what Derek called the Cool Cat convertible.
What we got right here? Derek, this is Cool Cat car? I'll tell you, the Cool Cat convertible, baby. You're kidding. Boy.
Among all the Cool Cat branding, it oddly enough also advertises a website called NawlsAviation.com as the home of the Cool Cat Harrier. This was because Derek was friends with Art L. Knowles Jr., who possessed the only civilian-owned Harrier jet and had allowed Derek to attach Cool Cat decals to it for his projects. This arrangement had come about when Derek was writing the now unavailable Cool Cat book, Cool Cat Loves Military Children, and used the jet's appearance as an advertising point. Funnily enough, Art's website has since been changed to artnalls.com, so by going to the web address shown on the Cool Cat car today, you'll be redirected to a porn website. Yeah. The car used for this was also a rental, and at one point it needed to be washed with all of the Cool Cat decals removed, so Derek made Jason help out before he would pay him. In fact, Derek also had Jason help him put together sets, including a green screen for footage that went on to be cut from the short. And the issues with Derek continued into the event itself when he consulted Jason on how he could sneak someone in a witch costume into the audience for an upcoming Cool Cat project he'd thought of, Cool Cat versus the Wicked Witch, in order to film 2 projects at once. Jason talked him out of the idea. After the parade itself, the two showed up to the after party, with Derek insisting Jason arrive in costume to record segments with the celebrity guests for upcoming Cool Cat movies. Throughout the night, Derek recorded several segments in which the celebrities look especially uncomfortable, with Jason trying his best to make polite conversation. However, upon wanting to talk to Lou Ferrigno, who he'd grown up watching, Derek held him back since he didn't like him personally. This shoot was when it was becoming clear to Jason exactly how unprofessional Derek could be. But for the moment, he still largely enjoyed the work and put up with a lot of the troubling aspects. Around the same time as the parade, Derek began expanding the Cool Cat brand by making a Twitter account and YouTube channel called Cool Cat Funhouse, the name of which was most likely based on the title for the live-action Cool Cat TV show he'd been hoping to have picked up, which was mentioned in a 2013 press kit for the franchise. This same press kit also teases at the release of 4 more Cool Cat books that aren't known to have ever come out. All of this made it clear that Derek still had high hopes for the brand, but with the release of Cool Cat in the Hollywood Parade failing to attract the attention of networks and producers, just like its predecessors had, he tried to think of a more effective way to garner publicity. Derek hoped that creating a feature-length Cool Cat property would attract a much wider crowd than a short or even a series of shorts, so a movie seemed like the next logical step. Rather than create a whole new film, he instead decided to simply edit together his previous 3 shorts and record new footage to stitch them into one plot somehow and reach a greater runtime. Whether or not Derek did this to simply save money or to be able to link celebrity names to the project by reusing the footage of Vivica Fox and Eric Estrada isn't certain, but most have assumed it was likely for both reasons. But it should be noted that Derek was able to get Vivica back once again when he gathered several celebrities to film PSA segments on the subject of gun safety. These segments would go on to be used as special features of the Cool Cat movie disc, but some of which were made earlier, most likely for Cool Cat Finds a Gun. One of them featured Vivica, but it's been said she was coerced into being involved. Another was recorded with Chief Scott LaChase of the Burbank Police Department, when Derek had brought Jason, while in costume, to the 2013 Burbank Police and Fireman Safety Day events, although Derek took the opportunity to get rid of unsold Cool Cat merchandise. Most likely, Derek's attempts to sell merchandise and cut corners by reusing footage for this movie was in part because around this time the trade school Derek was employed at closed down, leading to a significant drop in budget for his projects. As a result, Derek decided to seek out money from crowdfunding sites instead. On June 26, 2013, Derek created his first fundraiser simply titled Cool Cat Saves the Kids. The project stated that Derek was raising money for the feature film, and that 50 minutes of the intended 75 were already complete, which was just 6 minutes shy of being the entire cumulative runtime of all 3 Cool Cat shorts. Most likely this meant Derek had yet to film any new material. He also mentioned that the trailer for Cool Cat Finds a Gun had acquired over 18,000 views on YouTube, which was possibly the first time the franchise had received any publicity online, but exact metrics had been lost today. Although what Derek was not aware of is that these views had originated from an article written about Cool Cat on the site Something Awful, which went in depth about the franchise to make fun of it. The page went over the character itself, as well as the questionable celebrity endorsements, and Derek's library of adult work being advertised alongside kids' content. Despite this, Derek himself appeared to not take notice and simply continued on with the fundraiser. The reward tiers included a thank you email at $1, a PDF of a Cool Cat poster for you to print yourself at $10, your name in the credits at $100, a t-shirt at $250, and a trip to visit the set and have a small role in the movie at $1,000. With this, Derek also offered to credit the backer on an IMDb page, among other things. The project had a funding goal of $25,000, but only managed to raise $300 $360 before Derek canceled the project 2 weeks after launch, claiming he'd found an investor to back it. However, much later on, Jason Johnson would state that Derek had never gotten investor backing for any of his films, and that even the producers he credited were just friends who'd done him favors. These included Art Knowles, as well as Jason himself for all 3 original Cool Cat shorts. Most likely, Derek simply canceled the Kickstarter campaign due to a lack of funding and made up the excuse of having found an investor to keep up appearances. This is substantiated by the fact that around the same time, he also tried creating a fundraiser for the same project on Indiegogo, which he later canceled for the same reason. The movie would seemingly be shelved, but would slowly enter development in the coming years, and it's unclear even to this day where its budget even came from. But Derek wasn't done with Kickstarter by a long shot. Over the next few months, he released several more unsuccessful campaigns for a variety of ventures. The first was in October of 2013, when he made a fundraiser for his book, Cool Cat Loves the Soldiers, which he claimed to have invested $2,000 into and needed $2,750 more for the remaining illustrations and cost printing the first round of physical copies. The book also features an appearance of Art Knowles' Harrier Jet, so it's entirely possible that this book is actually a modified version of Cool Cat Loves Military Children.
Here's another one for you. Hey, I think you're pretty cool. And something else that's really cool, with the Cool Cat Loves the Soldiers book, I teamed with Lieutenant Colonel Art Knowles, who owns the world's only civilian-owned Harrier jet.
The project only managed to reach 345 of its goal before closing, but the book would end up being finished later on since Derek has showcased copies to be sold in later videos. In May of the following year, he then put out an unexpected project called I Have Cancer, a medical marijuana story. The plot synopsis Derek provided on his website read, I Have Cancer, a medical marijuana story is about a lady who gets breast cancer and, as the chemo medicine destroys her physically, her best friend convinces her to try marijuana to help combat her pain. As reality sets in, and the cancer deathbed looms in her future, Lisa meets a nice man and finds happiness, and the marijuana is helping her illness. But can it keep her stay alive? This heart-gripping project is very inspiring, yet there's also a lot of humor in the story. This movie is extremely positive for the medical marijuana and cancer awareness movement. The story presumably existed in the form of a screenplay, and Derek's intention in creating the Kickstarter project was to raise $70,000 to develop it into a feature film. Despite the fact that Derek had now made 4 unsuccessful fundraisers by this point, and was now asking for triple of what he'd previously been unable to raise, he had enough faith in the idea to create an entirely new website for the project and even give it an IMDb page. The cast was planned to include Derek himself, Vivica Fox, Art Knowles, his Harrier jet, and Judge Jim Gray, who was the 2012 vice presidential candidate for the Libertarian Party. It's unknown if any of the people Derek mentioned had yet agreed to be in this project. After around 3 weeks with only $601 raised, Derek canceled this project as well and claimed he'd found an investor to back it. After 8 years, nothing new has developed regarding this screenplay, and in that time, he had tried to sell the web domains he'd apparently set aside in preparation for his release, some of which were for a documentary he also planned to release on the same subject at that time. Derek updated the page in 2020, so he may still plan to develop it. This was made more evident in an email from a fan that had possibly been in contact with Derek in 2019, who was told by him that he was currently working on the project. Although, in the time immediately following the fundraiser, it seemed his focus returned to Cool Cat. Only 2 weeks before launching his medical marijuana Kickstarter project, the Cool Cat Funhouse YouTube channel released the official trailer for Cool Cat Saves the Kids, the feature film. This trailer would slowly gain traction online as other videos from the channel had before, with the online world beginning to anticipate the release. Derek had begun filming the additional scenes necessary to piece the movie together and added several more positive lessons for kids on a variety of topics, such as exercising and graffiti. Unfortunately, this caused several issues. Many of the child actors from the original shorts had drastically changed in appearance with age, and because of Derek's tendency to avoid reshooting footage, the additions were highly noticeable. And of course, without many retakes, there are a lot of poor line readings that would have been cut or reshot had anyone else been at the helm of production.
He's about to graffiti our neighbor's wall. And it's not cool to
paint on someone's wall.
This, of course, was only made worse by all of the other general issues, such as bad acting, writing, editing, and nearly every type of flaw a film can possess. Unfortunately, there were just as many issues going on behind the scenes. For one thing, Derek and Jason continued to disagree on certain decisions for the movie. This didn't tend to cause issues between them, but Derek's comments were often strange. Like how he told Jason that kids were asking Cool Cat to shake his butt more. It only added to the creepiness of the character being an adult man in a cat suit. It also didn't help that Derek had written a girl to swoon over him in one scene.
Cool Cat's so brave. Yeah, he's a little crime fighter.
Cool Cat also scratched his stomach several times and waved his leg, which was intended to give his character a cat-like trait, but many thought it looked more like masturbation. This particular idea was actually Jason's rather than Derek's, so there was at least one mocked aspect of the movie that Derek wasn't to blame for. It didn't help that Derek's odd decisions for Cool Cat were often quite difficult, since the suit wasn't easy for Jason to maneuver in. There were a lot of scenes that required him to run quickly downstairs, or do things that would cause issues. The Cool Cat tail even got stuck on a shrub in a scene that they left in the film. And a lot of the new footage made it especially clear how little grip Jason had with the gloves on. This is why Derek is constantly getting the door for him.
You must be hungry, huh?
Here, I help you get in the car here.
Let's take this to get out of here.
Was it locked? Yes, it was, Daddy Derek. Well, that's for safety purposes.
And of course, the California heat made a lot of the outdoor segments difficult to bear in a giant cat costume. Because of Derek's limited budget, there was only one suit that had to be shared between Cool Cat and his mom, which led to editing issues when Derek had to show both of them on screen at once. Jason also later stated that there were points when the actress couldn't make it, and he himself would have to be in the costume cuddled up with Derek, specifically with a scene of them on the couch. This was also the film that gave Cool Cat's mom more screen time, and given the fact that she's a cat as well, it made a lot of her and Derek's interactions quite awkward.
Vivica said anytime is great for the kids, and I'll be ready in a couple minutes.
Hey, I bet you will, you fine-looking kitty cat, you.
The woman who voiced the Mama Cat character actually experienced a lot of issues with Derek, since he apparently had asked her out, with her having to repeatedly tell him no. She lived across the street from the house they were recording in, and on the very last day of filming the movie, she'd invited Jason over to let him shower after a hot day in the suit before heading home. Derek apparently stormed into the house and accused the two of having an affair, for lack of a better word. The issues just seemed to be piling up even towards the end of production. The house they used to film in didn't actually belong to Derek either. It was owned by his former agent, who he was renting a room from. Derek set about piecing the movie together himself, since by this time he decided he could fill that role single-handedly. The Emmy-nominated editor, Art Anthony, hadn't worked for Derek since the Cool Cat short. Throughout post-production, Derek apparently kept calling Jason back to record additional filler footage in order to reach the 75-minute goal. This consisted of music videos set up in front of a green screen, and one that Derek would write to give himself the opportunity to show off his valuable Van Halen signed guitar. Throughout the process stitching the film together, he would also make a variety of editing mistakes, including spelling errors within very amateurish looking titles. As the months passed, the movie drew closer to completion. Derek juggled it with other Cool Cat related endeavors, and in November he published yet another book called Cool Cat Loves Hollywood. It was clear Derek was investing himself fully into the franchise and had a lot of faith in it. With high hopes for the future following the release of his first feature-length film, it was clear that despite all of the glaring flaws, Derek was blind to how his work came off to others. Even with the input of others throughout production, he was still caught in a bubble. In reality, no one saw Cool Cat as highly as Derek himself did, even the others involved in his creation. The praise given to the Cool Cat character by celebrities that Derek quotes on his website has been stated as fake or made by his friends, such as Linda Hopkins, who had made the music for the original Cool Cat cartoon that Derek later repurposed for the film's credits. Even the quote on the movie's box art reading, "Cool Cat is cooler than Barney the dinosaur," was later revealed to have been a sentence uttered by Derek's former roommate. The Dove Award he showcased as well was actually not an accolade, but in fact a rating intended to show that the film was appropriate for kids rather than a measure of quality. However, the company itself lists one of the adult themes as bestiality, since Derek had chosen to portray himself married to an anthropomorphic cat. Even at this point in the film's development, Derek had yet to receive any outsider's opinion. So, in the end, if he truly got the attention he so desperately wanted, it could only lead to disappointment. On February 1st, 2015, Derek officially released Cool Cat Saves the Kids. Unsurprisingly, the movie's first few weeks of release didn't grab the audience Derek was hoping for. But, thanks to the watchful eyes from the online world, it did, however, get the attention of one unexpected person, who would go on to bring Derek an equally unexpected audience.
It was last year that my good friends at Everything is Terrible shared a link to the film's trailer on their Facebook page, and as soon as I watched it, all I could think was, oh god, I haven't seen this movie. So I quickly bought the Cool Cat movie and book package, and I even bought a t-shirt.
Let me tell you, if you're looking to pick up girls, this shirt is quite the pussy magnet.
On February 28th, 2015, a popular film reviewer by the name of Adam posted part 1 of a review of Cool Cat Saves the Kids on YouTube. The video talks in depth about most every laughable trait of the Cool Cat movie, as well as Derek himself. It was highly critical, but lighthearted. He discussed poorly written lines, editing mistakes, creepy overtones, and the outlandishness of almost every decision made throughout the production, but did so subtly without direct insults.
I'll get it. Thanks. My hands are full.
No, they're not. Remember, kids, Cool Cat says it's okay to be a lying little shit. I guess whoever broke into the house was polite enough to close the door behind them.
Hi, Maria.
The video not only showcased the flaws of the production in a comedic way, it also pointed out how the movie managed to mess up the lessons it was trying to teach, or even taught the wrong lessons altogether.
Hey, Cool Cat, I just got a text, but I don't know who it is.
Well, there's only one way to find out. So, see what it says.
Are you sure that encouraging kids to open unsolicited texts from strangers is the best idea? You know, some creep might have sent them something really inappropriate.
This video balanced the comedy and legitimate criticism quite well, and while onlookers were laughing at Derek, most of the remarks at his expense didn't come off too negatively. An example would be clips addressing the pedophilic overtones, which Adam did by editing Cool Cat into To Catch a Predator.
What kind of a guy has a screen name, Can I Rape You Anally?
Oh, no, you got it wrong. That's not the truth.
But remember, we have his chat log, where he writes to someone who says she's a 13-year-old female, I like rape.
Several of the segments within this review created highly recognizable in-jokes, such as Eric Estrada's "There He Is" line, and Derek's mispronunciation of certain words, which would go on to be referred to as savageisms.
And this is Cool Cat Stops Bullying. Cool Cat loves baseball. Here's another one, and this is Cool Cat Loves Wrestling. Hey, here's Cool Cat Loves Alternative Fuels. And this one right here is Cool Cat Loves the Soldiers.
Adam's review would funnel a lot of traction toward Derek in the Cool Cat franchise, which only increased after he put out a part 2 for the video on March 8th. Derek was quick to notice this huge uptick in his following, and a week later went to Twitter thanking Adam for the review. As time passed, the video grew ever more popular, with Derek's following growing right alongside it. He thanked Adam continuously, and the two struck up a cordial friendship at this time. Derek also acknowledged a lot of Adam's criticism as valid, and made changes in response, such as removing his appearance from Playgirl magazine from DerekSavage.com. Although these changes didn't end with the website, he also sought to remedy some of the flaws within his film regarding the lessons he improperly taught that could make the movie harmful to its intended child audience, and took many of Adam's words to heart. He decided to re-edit the movie and remove some of the issues, while keeping the original available on eBay for those wanting to watch the version from the review.
As some of you have noticed, the Cool Cat DVD that some of you have purchased off of Amazon isn't the exact same as what I reviewed. It turns out that Daddy Derek more or less George Lucas his Cool Cat movie.
This new version also unfortunately cut out several of the uniquely funny moments, like when a man walks out of his house, sees Cool Cat, and walks back inside, as well as one of the first shots where Derek's shadow is invisible while entering the doorway. Most every change was done in direct response to Adam's critiques. However, upon editing the film again, he made several new mistakes, such as changing the aspect ratio for a scene and cutting bits of audio off in some areas. Despite it not coming up in Adam's review, he also decided to censor Cool Cat's utterance of the cop's name in one scene, since Derek had used the actor's real name. With his connection to the porn industry, it may have not been the best choice to leave in a kid's film. These choices did detract a lot from the movie's enjoyability, and Derek didn't directly announce having done this. But since the original was still for sale on eBay, it seemed as though this didn't unfold into a controversy. Adam and his audience expressed annoyance for the lack of transparency, but didn't take issue with the tweaks. He and Derek would remain on good terms, so much so that upon conceiving the idea for his next feature film to be a gun safety movie called Gun Self-Defense for Women and Men Too, Derek actually offered Adam a small role in the project.
I would also like to add we have some very cool people involved with this project. From talk radio celebrities to movie reviewers. You know, that's Adam at YMS. His review really helped out my Cool Cat movie, so hey, I even gave him a cameo in this.
Upon watching this unfold, viewers had grown to respect Derek quite a lot. It came off as quite mature of him to be able to go with a joke, even at his own expense, since ultimately it still helped his movie. Several more reviews came out around this time, including one by a man known as Josiah Clark, that Derek responded quite favorably to on Twitter upon seeing it. More would follow when in September, a YouTuber named Bob Shucks made his own video on the movie as well. With the newfound attention and respect from the wider community, Derek's Indiegogo project saw more traffic than it ever would have upon launch that November, with pledgers willing to support him in his future endeavors, especially with Adam's appearance and public support of the project. Exact metrics as to how much he earned in this time have unfortunately been lost. Meanwhile, another movie reviewer by the name of Alex of the channel I Hate Everything was kicking around ideas for the next entry in his Search for the Worst series, and tweeted out a poll asking what his next project should be. The options included several particularly infamous films, with Cool Cat Saves the Kids listed among them. Adam then retweeted the list, hoping for his followers to sway the poll and make Cool Cat the winner. This ended up working, and just a few days into November, Alex released his review.
Cool Cat Saves the Kids is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Notice how I called it a thing, though, instead of a movie, because I really don't know if this can be officially classed as one.
Upon release, the review did quite well. While admittedly being more negative than Adam, Alex ultimately loved the Cool Cat movie and strongly recommended it to his audience. Even more publicity for Derek. And just a few days later, he posted his initial reaction to the movie as a part of his Trying to Watch series. Alex was now the second large channel to bring attention to Derek, and right at the early stage of the Indiegogo project. To many, this looks like the beginning of a fruitful career, with Derek being able to produce movies and having an audience big enough to sustain his goals, finally bringing the viewership he'd wanted all along. It was then that things would take a truly drastic turn.
Oh, what's this? Cool! Copyright strike, not cool!
Yeah.
Here we go again. I'll give these wretches not a minute.
The video's down, everybody.
On November 9th, 2015, Derek filed a copyright strike against Alex on his Cool Cat Saves the Kids Search for the Worst episode, and on Josiah Clark and Bob Shucks' reviews as well. Something which was especially odd given how he'd seemed to be fine with these reviews for the past few months, and had even supported Josiah's, who actually reached out to Derek the day that the strike was filed, trying to figure out what was going on, only to be ignored. And at the same time, Adam's videos had been left unaffected. In response to the strike, Alex put up a video showcasing the details, revealing it was a manual takedown by Derek himself. Upon breaking the story, Alex's fans reached out to Derek on Twitter, attempting to discover what had prompted this sudden attack. Derek then became angry and started a flame war, lashing out at both Alex and his fans while trying to defend his actions.
It is funny, I took some screenshots because he deleted them after I called him out because I made this picture. Because punks like that hurting the film, which hurts a part 2 film, and no, it's not for use. Don't let them lie to you. This is Cool Cat Loves You, Cool Cat. If that troll punk ever does anything Cool Cat related again, then I can legally have his entire YouTube channel deleted.
This only further pointed out Derek's double standards and ignorance surrounding copyright law. If Derek genuinely believed Alex's review infringed on his intellectual property, by his own logic, Adams would have too. But neither of them did. Copyrighted footage is allowed to be used in context where the work being produced serves a different purpose than the original, and with alterations substantial enough to create a change in meaning for the finished work, this principle is called fair use. Reviews are a textbook example of an instance where the use of other people's footage is legal, because delivering commentary on a movie has a completely different purpose to exist and in no way undermines the need to see the movie itself. The following day, Derek sent Alex a threatening email, saying he was going to have his channel deleted after believing that all the backlash he was getting for striking down the videos was a coordinated attack that Alex had personally incited.
I've been receiving a lot of extremely harassing emails and YouTube comments. Some have even been death threats, and several of them state that you sent them to harass me, which legally makes liable and a co-conspirator of these illegal actions, and YouTube hates harassers. My attorneys told me to forward every harassing and offensive comment to YouTube, which I've been doing. so we can build the case to have you completely shut down. I also see that you have copyright infringed numerous other films, and I know a lot of producers in Hollywood, so I'll be sharing with them on how to file a copyright claim against you on your YouTube channel. I'm advising that you better delete anything and everything that references me and or Cool Cat, and tell your hateful followers that they better never contact me again. By the way, these people were playing the same illegal games as you, and I filed against them, and their channel is now deleted. Your second and third strike is about to come on you real quickly. I'll also make sure that the fourth and fifth hit you too. Derek Savage.
Alex replied politely, apologizing for the actions of his fans, trying to rationally explain the situation. He stated that he never sent anyone to harass him, and clarified the legality of his review series, and cited other examples of individuals who produce similar content. He also pointed out that Adam falls under this umbrella as well, and the double standard of his equally negative Cool Cat review staying online. Alex urged Derek to talk the matter over, and stated he's willing to come to a compromise. Derek responded by calling him a liar, and doubled down on his accusation that Alex had personally arranged for his fans to send death threats, rather than believing people on the outside, had naturally gotten upset by his own actions, and acted on their own.
It's because you are continually instigating this hate, and several comments state that you have sent them to harass me, which legally makes you liable and the co-conspirator of these illegal actions, and I plan to file charges against you for this.
Derek made reference to two specific portions of Alex's previous update video as proof of him being the one in the wrong and escalating the situation, when in actuality the context of these clips paint Derek himself as the one in the wrong.
Your words have no meaning, and that's because you are a liar. You stated in your email that you didn't want it to escalate to this level, but yet in your recent YouTube video at the 4:45 mark, you stated that you're going to milk this for everything you can. Might as well milk this for all it is worth, because this is embarrassing, and it does nothing but highlight how hilariously broken the YouTube copyright system is. Then at 6:28 you stated that you're not going to shut up about it. If nothing else, this is just evidence of how ridiculous this whole situation is, how it's an abuse of the system, and how I'm not going to shut up about it. I'm really not, because this is insane. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a liar. The quotes from the videos just reinforce how ridiculous this entire scenario is. I'm not going to be quiet about this situation because it is bullying. You have still not told me why you filed the strike in the first place, so it is leading to everyone making assumptions about you. A lot of people are very upset about this. It's a misuse of power. I never sent anyone to attack you. I simply told them what was happening, and they did as they pleased.
Derek then closed his email by threatening to reach out to other filmmakers Alex had reviewed the movies of in order to have more copyright strikes sent to him if he didn't delete every Cool Cat related video, apologize to him publicly, and beg his followers to never contact him again. Alex privated his Cool Cat videos in fear of more illegitimate strikes, and responded again rationally, restating that he wasn't behind any threats, and by simply discussing the matter, people had decided to do things on their own. Derek did not reply back, so Alex sent him another email trying to show him how his actions were making him look, and attempting to come to an agreement to settle the situation. By this point, Derek had begun CCing the emails to Adam in an attempt at transparency, even going as far as to tell Alex he could go public with their email conversations, still believing he was in the full legal right and that his actions were fair. Adam then stepped in to mediate the situation. He sent several emails to Derek explaining both fair use law and the Streisand effect, pointing out that by trying to censor negative opinions of his work, he was only giving the public reasons to hate him. Despite Adam's best efforts, Derek refused to listen and continued his attack on Alex. As a result, Alex created a video called "With Apologies to Derek Savage," where he shed some light on the situation. Alex then displayed every email that had been exchanged with Derek up until that point, and ended the video simply by saying what he'd previously told Derek in his response email: "I never wanted this." Although the situation would unfortunately only get worse from here, as Derek decided to take actions that dug himself into an even deeper hole than he'd already been in. On the same day as Alex's video was released, an expected email was sent to him with very dark implications behind who wrote it.
Dear I Hear Everything, our law office represents Miss Anne-Marie Friggin, the producer of the Attack of the Jurassic Shark feature film. Mr. Derek Savage contacted us and brought to our attention your two videos that uses our client's copyrighted material. I personally have viewed both videos, which links are provided below, and they are a violation of the US Copyright Code Title 17C, and you are infringing against my client's copyrighted intellectual property. We demand that you remove and delete both videos that contain Miss Friggan's, whatever, copyrighted footage from the Attack of the Jurassic Shark film. If both videos are not removed within a 24-hour period from the timestamp of this email, we are filing charges against you and your channel with YouTube Incorporated, and we will take further actions in the law.
this is your only notice. Sincerely, Joel Shapiro.
This email claims to be from a law firm representing a previous film that Alex had featured in his Search for the Worst series. Not only did it mention Derek by name, but Derek himself had already threatened to do just this in one of his earlier messages. Whether this was a real law firm, a joke by a troll who'd seen Alex's last update, or worse still, a ploy by Derek himself was uncertain. With Adam's help, Alex examined the email and came to some shocking conclusions.
But after showing it to Your Movie Sucks, who's been super amazingly helpful in this situation, by the way, he knows his law stuff, he highlighted a couple of very obvious things that point to this being blatantly fake. 1. There is absolutely nothing legal about this at all. It was sent from a Yahoo email address, for God's sake. I wonder who else is infamous for using Yahoo Mail. I wonder. And why is there no phone number or address anywhere?
Upon responding to the email, very little else was revealed. So instead, Alex and Adam decided to directly approach the filmmakers the email was claiming to represent.
Your Movie Sucks decided to go digging and actually got in contact with the director of Jurassic Shark, Brett Kelly, and asked about the legitimacy of the law firm claiming to represent the film's producer. Kelly's response was, "We don't know any Shapiro law firm and no one is acting on our behalf." And on Facebook even responded to Adam with, "P.S. No idea who Derek Savage is."
Having called Derek's bluff, but still without recourse, Alex went quiet for a while. It was during this time that Derek either realized Alex was not going to concede and accept all of his requests, or had seen through the ruse surrounding the law firm. So Derek attempted to cut his losses.
"Alex, this is what I'll do for you. First of all, I don't want to shut you down. All I want is a simple apology. And the last thing I am in the world is a bully. I'm a businessman who only wants to protect my brand. I'm going to retract the charge filed this morning because I don't want you to have 2 strikes. The first one stands, as I have to protect Cool Cat, but I don't want anything additional to hit you. And I'll even contact the producers who I spoke with and really try to smooth things out there. I'm very good at that, so I'm confident that I can make it where you'll have no problems on that front." Wink, wink. Just make a little 15-second video where you apologize and say that we worked it out and that I'm a cool dude. And then say that Cool Cat loves you. And of course, delete those 3 videos. Do this simple thing and you'll have no more problems from me. And this whole thing can go bye-bye. And this is as nice as anyone can get. And you can email me in the future. I'm not an asshole to any degree. I just fight back when I'm being attacked. I'm CCing Adam at Your Movie Sucks this email so everyone knows I'm reaching out to a peaceful and quick resolution to this. Best, Derek Savage.
It's unclear whether or not Alex directly responded to this particular email or not, but it seemed that this was the end of communication between them, since after 3 days, and with Alex having released the previous emails, Derek decided to go public as well, and clarify what he believed to be the truth in the situation. On November 16th, 2015, Derek posted a video to the Cool Cat Funhouse channel called Cool Cat Copyright Infringement versus Fair Use, where he tries to argue his case for taking down the recent reviews.
Now, there is so many lies and just misinformation on the internet about copyright infringement and fair use. So I want to make this video to show you the difference between the 2 right there.
The video will become infamous, especially for Derek's narcissism and quotable potshots at Alex that would be in-jokes for years to come.
You got pumped up, you got deceived, and you got slapped. And really, you got treated like a little punk bitch.
On top of it all, it was littered with inaccuracies regarding copyright law. By Derek's logic, using footage or material of anyone else's in your own work is illegal if you're monetizing it in any way, and that the only way to do so legally is to get permission ahead of time. He showed a lot of examples of copyright infringement cases to prove his point, but seemingly ignored the context of each and simply tried to say that they were in the wrong because they used some amount of another person's work, didn't get permission ahead of time, and tried to claim fair use. At no point does Derek clarify what the people could have done in order to make their work fall under fair use, nor does he explain how those other situations relate to the current matter. Derek most likely thought that these details were irrelevant, and that copyright infringement is as simple as using some amount of others' work in any way. A statement which in and of itself is ironic, since it was later discovered that the name Cool Cat was shared with a lesser-known Looney Tunes tiger character that Derek owned a coffee mug of. Some claimed he had intentionally lifted the name, but it's unclear if this was actually true. When speaking about fair use law, Derek seemed to regard it strictly as a poor excuse people give to get them out of trouble when they infringe on someone else's copyright, and refrains from describing how it was used legitimately in practice. He had plans to release a part 2 to this video, which could have been him going over the cases where fair use is actually warranted by his own definition, but it's impossible to say since this sequel never came to be. He also addressed Alex without naming him directly. and stated that the reason he made the video was because Alex hadn't responded to accept his earlier demands.
I sent him an email, a nice email, just about three or 4 days ago, saying, you know, let's end this crap. You know, just give me a little apology. Take down those videos. I'm a happy camper. I would not do any further legal actions against you. Plain and simple. And I have proof that I did that because I CC'd Adam at YNS on this. I hate to bring Adam into this, but he is my proof that I tried to end this many days ago.
Derek cited Adam directly, and in doing so, publicly claimed that he'd back him up on the situation. Up until that point, Adam had remained publicly silent on the matter, but once Derek dropped his name, he decided to set the record straight so no one would get the impression he supported Derek's arguments. As a result, Adam released a video 3 days later where he carefully deconstructed Derek's arguments within his copyright infringement video, and spelled out the true nature of fair use law, both as a means of publicly renouncing Derek's actions and as one final attempt at convincing him to back down. He went over specific points Derek makes and highlights how if fair use did work the way Derek claimed, he himself would be violating it in that same video. 2 days following this video's release, Adam hadn't heard back from Derek and messaged him the link on Twitter, urging him to watch it and consider what was said.
Hey, I think you're a great guy, and I hope this is me. And I hope you're doing okay, but I need some sort of confirmation that you've watched this video all the way through. Do you have any kind of response to this? Thanks. And then later, 3 days later after no response, it's obvious that you don't approve of the video I posted, but could you please try to explain what I did wrong? You were literally spreading misinformation about the law in ways that would negatively impact my business, so I was forced to make a public video in order to correct any misinformation that would have spread from you. And that was when he blocked me.
But Derek didn't stop at simply blocking Adam on Twitter. He also took down his Gun Self-Defense for Women Indiegogo pitch video and re-uploaded it, with the only tweak being that he removed any mention of Adam's cameo appearance. What made this decision especially egregious was that Derek didn't publicly acknowledge the change, and many of Adam's fans who had backed the project simply for his appearance would now be spending that money on false pretenses. Despite Derek continuously taking actions that made the situation worse, it seemed that by that point, everyone involved was sick of the ordeal. In the next few days, the strike expired naturally, and the video went back up. Derek seems to not want to bother fighting it any longer. The drama ultimately came to a close when on the 28th, Alex made his last video on the matter, showcasing the emails Derek had sent while masquerading as a law firm and summing up the entirety of what had gone on since the previous updates. Towards the end, he responded directly to the points Derek made against him in his fair use video. It was then that the situation finally died down.
I got several mothers email me said about this boy's crap, and says, Derek, you've got to address this.
What? Mothers told you? Are you really going with a please think of the children argument with this?
I'm always working trying to produce new content to entertain you.
Well, you mean the exact same thing I'm trying to do.
Good will always whoop lies and evil.
Look, I don't really want to rub this in, but look back at what you've done to me, and then decide which side of that statement you fall under.
Derek backed off from sending any more emails or attempting to censor Backlash, and everyone went back to their old routines. Although 5 days later, the creator of the Cool Cat Twitter parody Alex had made reference to in his video came forward with his own story regarding Derek that had been unfolding at this same exact time.
So for a while I had like a parody Cool Cat Facebook page, and it went on for like and like eventually I decided, you know what, Derek Savage is cool about this. I'm gonna send him a link to the page. I checked the next day and it was gone. And I tried messaging him on Facebook. I'm like, please give me my page back, Derek Savage. And he didn't respond, he just blocked me. So after that, I decided to make one on Twitter instead. And it happens all over again, and Derek Savage looks at it and he's like, no parody accounts, it's illegal. That's what he said. And I respond calmly. I was very calm through all this, non-biased. I said no parody accounts are perfectly legal, and I linked in like the whole Twitter policy and everything. And in response he blocked me.
This video received only minor attention from the public, but was just one more nail in the coffin for Derek at that point in time. However, with the situation over, the direct backlash he was getting faded away. But this event had a ripple effect. Derek's reputation as a mature filmmaker willing to accept criticism was gone. Not only was it clear he would stoop to illegal tactics simply to lash out at those who didn't like his movie, but he lost the love the community had for him. Whether Derek could admit it or not, people watched Cool Cat ironically. The film was bad, but he'd happened to find an audience that enjoyed his work and was willing to support him to get more out of it. This incident took that away. People still liked Derek's movies, but his immoral actions pushed a large amount of the audience away from wanting to help fund them in the future. Filmmakers who create bad movies, such as Neil Breen and Tommy Wiseau, have both come to recognize that any publicity is good publicity and remain on good terms with their audiences. By taking down Alex's negative review to protect his image, Derek ironically destroyed it himself. As a result of the change in circumstances with audiences turning on him, Derek would become increasingly hostile during his public interactions, especially on his Twitter account, which was ironically intended to be portrayed in character as Cool Cat. Some of his most infamous interactions going forward were when he lashed out at a person who had edited Cool Cat into Islamic propaganda and threatened to send the personal information of that person to ISIS. And another instance when he got into a flame war with a Huffington Post writer who'd said, "Fuck you, Cool Cat," in a quote retweet.
I'll debate you and your ignorant police at any time. Just set it up on a legit TV show. Now get busy.
Derek later played this off by saying he had used the Cool Cat's account himself in that instance, attempting to keep up the facade that Cool Cat was a real person who actually ran the account. Here, he would also proceed to slowly block Adam's alternate Twitters over the next several years, despite the two never having interacted on them. He also refused to sell him any additional Cool Cat merchandise, refunding his purchases upon seeing the mailing address. Due to this, he would have all future products from Derek delivered to a friend's house. As a result of cutting ties with Adam, he would also cease all sales of the original version of the Cool Cat DVD that had been posted for his fans to purchase. It seems that his Indiegogo project was yet another casualty of this split, since it only managed to reach a fraction of its end goal, with Derek's high funding amount and support for him having faded.
And he asked for some stupid amount that people weren't even gonna donate. I don't remember. It was like, he basically got like 10% of the donations that he would have needed. And then after he realized that the campaign wasn't going anywhere, he canceled it, started the campaign again, lowered the amount to the amount that he had already been donated to but never went through because it was canceled and because it was fixed funding. So he lowered the amount to that amount, and then he didn't even make that much on the second time. And he just like canceled the whole campaign.
God.
Because it's like, you have to have a set plan before you set all this shit up.
Regardless of these events, Derek put up a tweet shortly afterwards claiming a producer had funded the entire venture, thanks to the attention it was receiving from recent events, and that it was now underway. As the months passed and production of Gun Self-Defense for Women began, Derek moved to Las Vegas for its filming. He would later state that this was because Nevada's laws made it easier to receive a concealed carry weapons license, or CCW. After moving to Las Vegas with the aid of Jason Johnson, Derek settled in and began developing the film further. On February 2nd, 2016, Derek released the trailer for Gun Self-Defense for Women, and once viewers got a glimpse into what Derek had in store, many were once again hooked.
Thank you.
Hey, what? Oh my God! No! Back off or I'll shoot! Oh!
It seems like this was yet another cult movie in the making, and the trailer alone began to be widely discussed amongst the community, especially since Adam's involvement prior to the controversy had already gotten people acquainted with the film. Even those who had no knowledge of Derek's past work would go on to discover the trailer and talk about it, including Leafy, who made his own video about the movie.
Hey, bitch, you about to what? Hey, bitch, you about to what?
Hey, bitch, you're about to get raped. I get it. This is just a YouTube video. But who in the actual fuck would say that? That's like going up to someone and being like,
Hey, yo, you! Hi, you! I'm gonna fucking kill you! I'm gonna do it right now! I'm getting in my car, and I'm gonna run you over right now!
Strangely enough, Derek took notice of this. Much later on in 2020, when Leafy returned to YouTube, Derek tweeted about it, still under the impression he had genuinely liked the film. It may have been for this reason that Derek also took down the trailer and re-uploaded it with the word bitch censored in the opening dialogue. However, it's possible that he eventually realized otherwise. Meanwhile, another YouTuber had taken interest in Derek, and this would soon culminate in yet another of Derek's antics.
Do you guys remember the cinematic masterpiece Cool Cat Saves the Kids?
3, 4, Oh, it feels great!
Remember who created that? Derek Savage?
James, otherwise known as the Odd Ones Out, was a small YouTuber at this point in time with under 100,000 subscribers, who had been an avid viewer of Alex when the Cool Cat search for the worst episode had been posted. Because of this, he'd made his own video on the situation that came out even before Alex's final update. The video went over a lot of points the community was making at the time about how Derek had lost his good standing with audiences and could have easily continued to fund his movies if he hadn't ruined his chance to get their support. Since then, James had seen the trailer for Gun Self-Defense for Women, which would lead him to Derek's website where he discovered his written work. He discussed Derek yet again when he reviewed the free chapter of his book, Bad Boy the Dancer, which at the time was called Midnight Stripper, a male dancer story.
I'm going to be reviewing the first chapter of Midnight Stripper, a male dancer story. And I don't think the whole book is out yet either. It might be, but I couldn't find any information on it on the website. But Daddy Derek has posted the first chapter of the book, so we're only going to be reading that, unfortunately.
James then created his own interpretation of the book's first chapter by summarizing the lines, drawing visuals to go along with them. Although, having now been exposed to Derek's books, he decided to make Derek an offer.
Derek Savage, if you're watching this, I doubt it, but if you are, let's make a deal. If you let me talk about one of your books and even read passages from it without shutting me down, which I'm totally legally able to do, I will make you a new cover for Bible Birdie.
Upon releasing this video, James decided to design the cover without asking Derek ahead of time and tweeted it to him that night. Derek responded quite favorably and asked him for a few tweaks, which James gladly did. He sent a preview sketch, and Derek offered him full credit for the art. Upon seeing the finished sketch, Derek asked him to email him, and the conversation continued on privately. James shed some light into this when he posted an update video the next day called Update, Daddy Derek Uses My Bible Birdie Cover.
I email him, "Hi Derek, do you really like my cover? Are you actually going to use it? Is there anything you would like to change?" And he takes a little while to respond, and I thought, oh geez, he's seen the video, he's watched it, deal's over. But then, surprise, surprise, he emails me. "Hi James, good job man. I've worked with a lot of illustrators, and I'm surprised how quickly you drew that and how nice it turned out."
James then gave his personal details and offered to narrate a portion of the audiobook. He linked his Tapastic page to showcase his online presence without directly exposing Derek to his YouTube channel, where he would encounter James's 2 previous videos about him. Derek then replies and mentions being surprised to learn how many college-aged people, like James, know about Cool Cat, making it obvious that he still had very little understanding of why his movie had grown a following. James responded honestly, saying he learned about Cool Cat from the internet, and expressed to Derek how lucky he is for getting attention he has from adults that like the quirky humor. Although, sometime after this, Derek apparently discovered the Midnight Stripper video. James mentioned this, but refrained from showing the email itself.
So then he sends me an email the next day, and I think he wants me to change the old Midnight Stripper video, which, I'm sorry Derek, I'm not going to do that.
Despite this, Derek used the cover even before James could post his own update video. Things were actually looking up, until a little over a week later, when James posted a spur-of-the-moment update revealing a new development with Derek.
Here is the logo that I made him, as well as like a bird flying for the inside of the cover. And he just sent an email today, and ooh, okay. I just finished the DVD for my new film, so now I have a second to focus on you in the cover, and I see you haven't taken down that video. I'm going to be very blunt with you. I can get 1,001 people to draw me my cover any second of any day, and that's because it will their careers. It will be their careers. You're right, Derek. You can pay people more than $10 to get a logo. But what I need are people I can trust. And if I can't trust you, then you are worthless to me.
Once again, it seemed as though Derek ruined a potential connection through his inability to take criticism. What happened beyond this point is unclear, but on the same day, James put up a now lost video called What Am I Doing? With Derek in the thumbnail. It's only 10 seconds long and appeared to be a Star Wars prequel meme, but the surrounding context isn't clear. In the months following the update, James's Midnight Stripper video was deleted for unknown reasons, which viewers reached out to him about but got no answer, and Derek reverted back to the older cover design. However, to the surprise of everyone, 2.5 years later, on July 1st, 2018, Derek posted a tweet revealing he was finally publishing Bible Birdie and using James's bird design for the cover, although he chose to keep the image of Jesus taken from the Mormon painting. Derek credited James and thanked him for the help. and James thanked him back, but clarified he didn't draw the full cover Derek was using. When a fan reached out saying they thought James's cover design was rejected, Derek simply responded by saying, "God works in mysterious ways." Most likely this had to do with the fact that all of James's videos centered on Derek, along with a large chunk of his older video backlog, had been deleted by this time. Even after all the ups and downs, it remains one of Derek's few interactions with an online figure that had a generally positive outcome. Even still, the book would yet to be released physically, and remains only available digitally on Amazon, along with an audiobook narrated by Derek himself. Alongside this, though, he continued work on his movie. Amidst this progress, he and a woman who was creating captions for the film were nearly robbed at a bank.
I saw this big boy coming right toward me. I mean, I just said, no, we got trouble coming. And by the time I said that, boom, right at the ATM right there, I just pulled my gun, boom, and I had it under the door ledge, and I was pointing at his face or nothing, like that. Now say, we don't want nothing.
Derek interpreted this as a reason for why his gun self-defense for women film was necessary to exist, and made his video describing the incident an hour later. A couple months later, he was featured in a radio interview by Heidi Harris, who had appeared in the project herself.
All right, well, the video came out great. When I first met you, I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this, and then you were really sweet about it, and we had a great interview, and as you mentioned, some of it's in this video, and I was honored to be asked. It really was. It was a lot of fun.
As time passed, Derek soon completed the film. Several months after he put up the trailer for Gun Self-Defense for Women, the full movie was released to Derek's site on DVD. Upon seeing it, many were left with mixed feelings. The film was as shoddy as expected, which came off as humorous, but it also ironically contained a lot of dangerous scenes that made many refrain from giving it support. Despite its intention to talk about safe gun handling practices, most safety measures are tossed aside during later scenes. For instance, when one of the women is shooting a gun for the first time, she has a hot shell casing land in her cleavage, causing her to recoil with her finger still on the trigger and inadvertently points towards the cameraman. He panics, knowing full well he could be killed, all after Derek had emphasized the importance of keeping your finger off the trigger while not firing. This only added to what would have otherwise been a dangerous situation, since no one was wearing safety goggles or any form of protection, and some of the details Derek gave were incorrect, such as implying mace and pepper spray were the same thing. As a result, figures like Adam would never review it, but he did tease it one day, at least showing his cameo footage that was originally included to be in the film.
That's the thing.
You know,
Too alluring for you.
I had every intention of covering his gun self-defense for women video. I, bought it. I did a recording, expecting to get some good reactions out of me and my friends as we were watching it. And I wound up abandoning that because it was more sad than funny. It was like kind of concerning in ways.
There were tons of other off-putting elements throughout the film, such as Derek often being touchy with a lot of the women on screen, along with the fact that it was all very heavily politically biased, since Derek only chose to interview like-minded individuals. Strangely enough, he plugged Cool Cat by referencing the Cool Cat Finds a Gun short both in the trailer and the film itself. Much like Cool Cat, the film was largely viewed as Derek trying to teach a good message and failing, attempting to make himself look impressive and showing off things he likes. Interestingly enough, Jason Johnson himself shares the same sentiment.
I know that he was trying to do something good. I do know that. But it just came off comical. And it's just funny to watch.
It's unclear exactly how the film performed, since it was his first movie to be put out after having acquired a following, but Derek has re-released it several times, most likely as a response to accusations of sexism for the title. In early 2018, the title was changed to Gun Self-Defense for Ladies. Then in 2022, it was amended yet again to Guns, Knives, and Mace, Gun Self-Defense for All. Each release made minor tweaks to the film in response to both critiques of his film work and backlash from certain scenes. One of these segments that was later removed involved Derek using a picture of spree killer Dylan Roof as a target while teaching first-time gun owners. Other targets included Osama bin Laden and Justin Bieber. Just after the movie's first release in mid-2016, Derek put up a video on the Cool Cat Funhouse channel that acted as promotion for it, called the Savage Crime Show hosted by Derek Savage.
Now, one difference between our show here, the Savage Crime Show, compared to all those news shows out there, you know, they just like to sit there and complain about everything, the bad that's happening, all that. But over here, we want to give you solutions to help keep you and your family safe.
Derek referred to this video as episode 1. However, he wouldn't continue the series any further. 5 days later, he would put up a Twitter poll teasing 2 potential Cool Cat sequels and letting viewers pick which one will be made next. The first was called Cool Cat Loves You and focused on autism and Down syndrome, while the other was Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch, described as a scary movie. This had been the same film Derek wanted to shoot footage for back in 2012 by sneaking someone in a witch costume into the audience of the Hollywood Christmas Parade. Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch was the winner by less than 1%. Derek revealed very little about it as time passed, except that it was planned to contain zombies as well as a cooking scene, and that he was nearing completion of the script late that year. For unknown reasons, Derek silently shifted his focus over to the other project, Cool Cat Loves You, claiming he was working on both. He was still writing the script as of March of 2017, but little else was heard about it from then on. And later that same month, he began a Kickstarter campaign for Cool Cat Loves You with a $10,000 total funding goal, although this would only be online for about a week before Derek took it down to reformat it. This was most likely to lower the funding goal to a more reasonable amount. The project went back up a day later, this time only asking for $2,700, but viewers were shocked to discover what the actual project was. It was described as an anti-bullying and kids gun safety film featuring Vivica Fox and Eric Estrada. In reality, the film was nothing more than a modified re-release of the original Cool Cat Saves the Kids movie, with the fundraiser paying for the changes. The film was planned to cast 3 additional celebrities as well as 7 new scenes. Derek clarified the decision in his pitch video for the project. Derek hoped that releasing the movie yet again would be his best chance of both marketing it to streaming services and getting the attention of investors to fund future projects. This would be the 4th time Derek would edit the original Cool Cat footage with this goal in mind, since by this point it had already been used for the 3 original shorts, the first version of Cool Cat Saves the Kids, and the cut of the film made in direct response to Adam's review criticisms. Each was made with the intention of somehow getting the franchise more attention to draw in funding for later films. Derek's limited budget seemed to be the main reason why he'd switched from creating a wholly original film to Cool Cat Loves You, especially because Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch is directly mentioned in the Kickstarter project as now being the next film in the Cool Cat franchise, and that the success of Cool Cat Loves You could aid its funding. He also revealed that the appearance of the autistic and Down syndrome children were moved into this new project instead, despite it having been his main selling point behind the Cool Cat Loves You film. Derek stated that he had already completed the screenplay and cast Vivica Fox to have a role. Then he found this project to be an egregious business tactic, since Derek not only went against the fans' wishes by shelving the project they'd voted for, but he was yet again taking shortcuts to attempt to garner publicity. Even still, people were still willing to indulge him. Along the way, Derek released several promotional videos to advertise the endeavor, such as one with Cool Cat in front of a limousine, as well as another video going in depth about the rewards offered in the donation tiers. Sometime into production, Derek decided to change its name to Cool Cat Kids Superhero, after reading an article that said the only successful films in today's world were superhero movies. The amount of celebrities promised also lowered from 3 to 2 on the Kickstarter page. Derek later went into depth about the changes made to Cool Cat Saves the Kids in developing it into Kids Superhero, and what he intended to happen upon release.
Cool Cat Saves the Kids really just started getting the brand going. You know, it helped launch the t-shirts and everything. But once again, there were a few mistakes in here, which were very widely publicized on the internet. And you know, but hey, I learned a lot from it. But to get the project out there with those few mistakes, the cartoonish opening and everything, I just could not take the film to the next level where I wanted to take it. And so that's when I came up with BAM.
In May, the Kickstarter reached the $2,700 goal, and Derek had begun filming the additional scenes with Jason. These consisted of a new opening that featured Cool Cat painting a picture, which led into a song number, and a scene where Cool Cat tells Derek to recycle. There is also a segment where Cool Cat eats a lollipop, and another where he and Derek ride a motorcycle, which seemed to be yet another one of Derek's attempts to look cool. Evidently, Derek cut the promised celebrity appearances down from 2 to 1, and cast Cynthia Rothrock, an actress most well known for her roles in martial arts related films, who he'd claimed to have met during an earlier Cool Cat project, quite possibly during promotion for Cool Cat Loves Karate. However, her involvement in Cool Cat Kid Superhero was voicing over April and Reese's lines, replacing her as the voice of Mama Cat after she had been fired by Derek for the incident with Jason on the final day of shooting Cool Cat Saves the Kids. Evidently, during the filming of this project, Derek also didn't pay Jason adequately while continuing to bring him back for reshoots. Upon completion, the film's success didn't live up to Derek's expectations. He did manage to get it hosted on Prime Video, but this had already been achieved with several of his other prior films, and wasn't the coveted streaming deal he'd really been hoping for. It didn't bring recognition or attract investor backing for future projects, but did receive some acclaim in the form of a Young Entertainer Award nomination for Connor Dean's portrayal of Bush the Bully in the category of Best Supporting Actor, Independent or Film Festival Feature Film. With the project complete and his goals for it unattained, Derek began setting his sights on a true sequel. It was originally intended to be Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch, but on February 14th of 2018, after news of the Parkland shooting had come out, Derek had a new idea. He decided to make his next film about teaching kids what to do during such an event. 2 days later, Derek posted a poll asking what an appropriate title for this film would be. Either Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, Cool Cat, a School Shooting Safety, or School Shooting, a Cool Cat Safety Film. The first of the three titles was the winner.
Oh, I found the three titles.
Yeah.
So the poll says the three titles. It's Cool Cat Stops a School S, Cool Cat, a School Shoot, and then School Shooting, a Cool.
You know what it says on the Indiegogo campaign?
On the
Oh
the
my
description.
fucking God.
The description says, "These school shootings are making me mad." And all I keep hearing is, "What can we do?" Well, I have a solution that can help with this tragic problem, and it's Cool Cat.
Upon being ridiculed by those calling this insensitive since the shooting had only been 2 days prior, Derek rebutted by saying that the amount of shootings happening recently only made the film more necessary. Little was known regarding the process of Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch, despite Derek's intention of having it serve as the next film in the series. At the time, he claimed it would still come out, but when asked about it by a fan much later on, Derek confirmed that the project had been scrapped, and his script was repurposed for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. On March 1st, 2018, Derek dove headfirst into developing the project and posted a video on the Cool Cat Funhouse panel called Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, a School Safety Film, Indiegogo video.
And so what I want to do is with this, Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, a school safety film. We're going to make this film where some active shooters rush a school, and Cool Cat is going to show the kids in it safety tips and different techniques on how to keep themselves safe.
In this video, he stated that he's going to make a Kickstarter project for the film, and if it's successful, he intends for it to be made free for all schools to show to their students. The actual Kickstarter project itself was not available to pledge to at the time of its announcement. Unlike Gun Self-Defense for Women, the project was intended to have no political leaning on the subject of gun control, and was simply to give gun safety tips. But what made this video exceptionally strange is that upon introducing Cool Cat to the audience, he's actually green screened into the shot, and is being played by someone who is notably shorter and heavier than Jason, while reused lines play over top.
Cool Cat!
Hi, kids. My name is Cool Cat. Yay!
All right, buddy. And Cool Cat, who do you love?
And I love you!
You already know it. Cool Cat loves you. But guys, how can you help?
It was very clear that Jason himself was not present. Someone else was in the suit. Derek was forced to wear the Cool Cat suit because by that point in time, his relationship with Jason was unsteady due to the numerous disagreements the two had after Derek refrained from fairly compensating Jason for his time, and by this point, he had a full-time videography job and couldn't make the trek out to film with Derek as often. Although, it seems Derek had not made the decision to officially recast him, so he decided to repurpose old footage rather than wait until Jason would be able to show up personally to film the pitch video. But despite what Derek implied by using Jason's voice, Jason himself had no intention of doing a Cool Cat project centered on the topic of school shootings.
And I mean, I feel, very strongly about the narrative of school shootings, and I would not do a movie like that. I mean, to me, school shootings are extremely heartbreaking reality.
Jason's wife was also friends with one of the Columbine shooting survivors who'd been paralyzed during the attack, so Jason was particularly sympathetic to this topic and wanted nothing to do with Derek's movie, especially given that he saw his timing as simply a means of Derek trying to capitalize on relevant topics like he had done with bullying, which was receiving a lot of attention from the media during the time Derek created the first Cool Cat short. Even though Derek continued to assert that his motive behind Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting was to promote safety tips for kids, Jason knew that even if Derek had the best intentions, his shoddy filmmaking would lead the movie to be seen as a mockery of the issue. Despite losing his lead actor, Derek would encounter another individual who enthusiastically wished to be involved. Upon posting the announcement, Derek revealed there would be a reward tier for a minor speaking role in the movie, and this caught the attention of a YouTuber by the name of Monkey Jones, who left a comment simply saying, "I am going to be in this film." This comment would go on to receive nearly 2,000 likes.
And then Cool Cat makes an announcement that blows my mind. On Twitter, he says, "Yeah, we're gonna crowdfund this one on Indiegogo. And one of the reward tiers, folks, is that if you donate a certain amount of money, you can be in the film. You can fly yourself out to Las Vegas and you can have a speaking role in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting." And when I hear this, I know it's meant to be. I know that my destiny, everything about my life, has been leading up to this converging single moment.
Monkey Jones was a creator who, at the time, was very well known for his content surrounding the infamous incel mass murderer Elliot Rodger, and his inherent association with the topic of shootings made him want to take part in the project. He would then go on to talk with Derek about the details on Twitter, trying to form some kind of estimate as to how much money he'd need to raise in order to take part, since the cost for this tier hadn't been revealed, and the travel expenses were most likely going to be separate. Several days later, Derek would unveil the Kickstarter project, and it was discovered that the movie would have a much higher goal than many had expected. Viewers were shocked to discover that Derek had his eyes set on a whopping $25,000 to fund the movie, which was accentuated by the fact that few people had enough faith in the film to back the project at all, let alone to the tune of $25,000. Though the Indiegogo page has since been taken down, it fortunately has been archived, and we can see that at this point in time, it had a mere $856 pledged by 32 backers. The reward tiers didn't make a lot of sense. For $5, you'd receive the title of Cool Cat Crusader and literally nothing else. For $10, you'd get a Cool Cat poster, but not a physical poster, just a PDF, which you would have to go and print out yourself. Not that you would, considering it looks like this. For $20, you'd get an MP3 file of the song Cool Cat Is Cool, which I don't even know if this song exists in any capacity, but I doubt it's worth $20, considering actual physical album CDs seldom cost more than $17. It's only at $35 that your name shows up in the credits, and at $50, you get a DVD of the movie, when it's finalized, of course. A DVD in 2018. Notwithstanding, you get a shirt for a measly sum of $125. Look out, Kanye West, you have competition, and his name is Cool Cat. Worse still, the cost for a short speaking role in the movie was $2,500, which killed Monkey's ambition of taking part, especially because, even if he had chosen to pledge the full amount, Derek was most likely not going to reach the funding goal to be able to make the film anyway. So, as a result, Monkey released a video on April 7th called An Open Letter to Cool Cat, making Derek a counteroffer that could benefit the both of them.
Cool Cat, Derek Savage, I think we can strike up a deal here that will be mutually beneficial. Currently, I have about 190,000 YouTube subscribers, and I have a feeling the vast majority of them would love to see Monkey Jones appear in a movie called Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
The video resulted in a flood of messages towards Derek asking him to accept the offer, and the very next day, Derek stated that if Monkey's fanbase did, in fact, fund the film, he'd give him a much larger role than the original $2,500 tier had offered. Despite the full funding goal being significantly higher than what it would have been if he'd instead tried to simply raise $2,500 for the speaking part plus travel costs, he hoped that the promise of a main character role would be much more encouragement for his subscribers to take part. Before extending his full endorsement in return, Monkey asked Derek on Twitter what would happen to the film if the Indiegogo project didn't meet its funding goal, and whether or not his fans would be able to get a refund. Derek responded favorably, saying that the movie will get made as long as he can get relatively close to the $25,000 amount, and that, if not, viewers will be able to get a full refund. With Monkey's concerns at ease, he created a video that next day called Cool Cat Said Yes, directly encouraging his fan base to pledge in order to help fund the project.
Now it's up to you to make it happen. #no excuses. And boy, did people actually put their money where their mouth is, because after my video and after those tweets, people started donating to the Kickstarter, to the Indiegogo.
Upon releasing this message, the Indiegogo for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting would begin to rapidly rise, with Derek giving his full support to Mumkey's involvement. Derek also revealed on Twitter that his role would be as the sidekick to the main shooter, who would be none other than Butch the Bully from the previous Cool Cat movies. To further drum up publicity, Derek posted a video titled CC Tech Problems, teasing at Butch joining the project.
Hey, what's that door doing open over there? Look who it is! Get that bully! Get him! Now!
I love being a bully!
However, this brought to light some questionable actions going on behind the scenes. Derek very heavily implied that Connor Dean, the actor behind Butch the Bully, was going to appear in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. Although, much like when Derek made the same claim about Jason, Connor was suspiciously absent from the video, replaced with reused audio. It would later be revealed that also like Jason, Connor had no intention of appearing in the film, and had directly turned the offer down, given that the project was later revealed to have been made using the script for Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch. It's quite possible that Derek had assumed the actors who already committed to that film would continue to be involved as the project changed into something else entirely. This may have also meant that Vivica Fox did not agree to be involved either, despite Derek claiming to have casted her. In the middle of Derek's effort to promote Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, he had also released the official trailer for Cool Cat Kids Superhero, which was simply a modified version of the trailer released for Cool Cat Saves the Kids several years prior. Shortly after, he followed it up with an update video, claiming the DVD was completed and that after talking with distributors, he was now aiming for a theatrical release, which he would be able to get confirmation on in a few weeks' time. Meanwhile, funding for the Indiegogo project continued to build up, reaching nearly $10,000 in just a couple of weeks. However, this was still a far cry from Derek's intended goal, and given his vague terminology on how close he'd need to get to the funding goal, fans started reaching out asking for answers. Upon seeing this, Derek then posted another video updating fans on the status of both of his upcoming films.
And, of course, we have Monkey Jones. Now, his people, you guys have done very well. You've bred some, you just gave some new life to this project. Okay, but we're at a turning stone here. There's, I believe, 12 days left to the Indiegogo campaign, and we have only raised, or we've raised approximately $9,400.
Derek went on to say that he needed the full amount to be funded for the film to get made, since production would require him to rent out a school for at least 2 days, which he hasn't been able to get a firm estimate on. Plus, hiring a classroom of children for the shooting scenes would make the cost just to feed them and their parents add up to over $1,500. On top of mispronouncing Mumkey's name, Derek suggests the idea that, should the project not raise the full amount, he can instead use the money for a backup project called Cool Cats Cooking for Kids and Stranger Danger Tips.
I do have a backup plan, and I want to go in and plant this seed now. Monkey Jones, first of all, you guys must love him. And I both love and respect that right there, because you guys have jumped up the bat for him and you want him to be in a project. That's great. We can still make that happen. Now, another project that I talked about, if you guys have been following Cool Cat for a while, you'll know of another project. It's called Cool Cat's Cooking for Kids and Stranger Danger Tips. There just is no more stranger danger tips out there. And for you younger guys, that's like if someone's attacking you, it shows you what to do to get yourself out of it. Stranger danger tips.
The film concept had been vaguely mentioned on Twitter beforehand, although this was the first time Derek teased at the idea of using the Indiegogo money for something else. Most likely, this was intentional, as using the money given to him for this specific project for another would fly in the face of people who were supporting it so far. He had not mentioned a backup project in the fundraiser itself, or even discussed the idea with Mumkey in advance. It seemed as though this had been a spur-of-the-moment plan to avoid having to pay back pledgers after guaranteeing a full refund if the project didn't come to fruition. Derek seemingly didn't think Mumkey's fans would have any issue with him producing an entirely different film as long as he kept his offer for Mumkey to have a role as the bad guy. This, however, was not the case. The entire reason Mumkey and his followers had given money to the project was to have him appear as a shooter, which was obviously a role exclusive to Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, and why he had originally opted out of having the minor speaking role role at the $2,500 reward tier, much like how Derek had removed Adam's cameo from Gun Self-Defense for Women midway into his fundraising campaign. Altering the project unexpectedly to instead fund an entirely different film was extremely deceptive. Even if Derek had fully intended to honor the original agreement in the beginning, changing it later on was tantamount to false advertising. Derek would only worsen the situation by committing to this idea and changing the Indiegogo project itself to reflect his new intentions. In this film, Cool Cat and his friends are having fun as Butch the Bully constantly tries to punk them, but Cool Cat has the kid's power and outsmarts the bully. Filled with many stranger danger tips, one will be a staged abduction where the bad guys try to get Cool Cat, but Cool Cat fights back and shows children many different safety tips. He also deleted the update video and put another up in its place where he doubles down and stated that unless the $25,000 is somehow raised, the project would officially become Cool Cat Stranger Danger Alert, blatantly scamming everyone who had come from Mumkey's channel.
Well, first of all, on our Indiegogo campaign, hey, we're doing pretty good on it, but we started it out for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. We're going to need $25,000 to produce this in a correct way, because I'm not going to, I'm not going to play games with this project. It's too important.
He claimed this new film would end in a way that naturally leads into Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, as well as, again, saying that the Butch the Bully character will make an appearance in Stranger Danger Alert, despite Connor Dean not having agreed to take part in it or the previous one. After this video came out, public opinion surrounding Derek worsened once again. It came off as a return to old norms and only helped reinforce the belief that Derek would continue to mislead others in his efforts to raise money for his projects, thus pushing away support once again. Several days later, Mumkey posted another video updating viewers on the situation.
My point is, if you donated to this project so that you could see me be in a film called Cool Cat Stops the School Shooting, then now is the time to get a refund.
Following this video announcement, the Indiegogo campaign dropped nearly $3,000 from $9,802 to $6,976, with Derek going on to complain about not being able to collect the remainder on Twitter, complaining about how Indiegogo was unlawfully withholding funds from him, funds that were acquired through his defrauding hundreds of people off their money in the first place. As one final means of getting back at Derek for his actions with the project, Mumkey decided to create his own school shooting safety movie with a $25 budget to prove Derek didn't need to have reached his funding goal to produce the film.
If Cool Cat won't do it, then I will. So today I am very excited to announce my upcoming short film, Monkey Jones Stops a School Shooting.
This movie would end up being released several months later and was filled with references to the original project, mocking Derek for what he had done, and even featured a cameo from Adam at the end. Upon its completion, Mumkey also released the behind-the-scenes footage where he talked about the context surrounding the movie's creation and gave one final message to Derek.
The whole point of making this movie was to prove that you don't need $25,000 to make a 20-minute school shooter short film. And sure, our movie wasn't of the highest caliber and quality, but it was made for literally $5 fucking, Derek Savage. All we did was prove that you are a greedy piece of shit. If you truly cared about protecting the kids by making this movie, like you claimed so many times when you were starting your Kickstarter for the project, if you really cared about making this safety film to keep them safe, and you said you would make it no matter what because it's just so important, if you really truly felt that way and weren't just a greedy piece of shit, then you would have found a way to make the film with the $6,900 that you did earn.
As the months passed, Mumkey and everyone involved with the project would move on to other things, Derek included. He has never formally acknowledged Mumkey's points against him, but after a series of strikes left Mumkey's channel suspended, Derek stated in a YouTube comment that he was happy to hear he'd been deleted off YouTube. His comment reads, "Hey there, I know you, and praise Jesus that Monkey channel was deleted. That boy is a cockroach and made lies about us, so this info makes me so happy. I will be pitching PewDiePie, and we'll check out your other suggestions. And Cool Cat loves you." Derek responded very similarly when Alex's channel was temporarily deleted, as well when people accused him of being involved. Despite the fact that Derek had not raised enough to fund either of his planned films, he eventually managed to acquire the money earned from the project. It was unclear at this time what he intended to do with the funding, but he made it clear that Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting was not completely abandoned. On September 14th, 2018, Derek posted an update to the Indiegogo project's page, announcing a new arch enemy in the Cool Cat movies known as Dirty Dog, which would be played by an adult in an animal animal costume very similar to Cool Cat rather than a kid. It's unknown whether Derek chose to recast Connor Dean after he refused to take part in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, or if he was now simply too old to play the role, but Connor himself was never notified about the change. According to Derek's update, the costume was being developed by the same group who had created the Cool Cat suit, and the Dirty Dog name is most likely based on the insult Cool Cat received in an email from the original Cool Cat Saves the Kids movie. 1 month later, Derek would update the Indiegogo page again, stating that the project was on the back burner while he worked on more Cool Cat books. This was when he published another called Cool Cat Loves Space, which was released to coincide with the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 space mission. Much like several of Derek's other books, Art Knowles took involvement in its creation. Derek claims the concept behind the story was his idea, and that he'd also fully funded the endeavor. Whether or not Art did in fact fund the project is uncertain. As stated before, Art has also been credited as a producer on some of the Cool Cat movies. According to Jason, this was only because he'd allowed Derek to associate his Harrier jet with the Cool Cat brand. Whether Art Knowles did fund Cool Cat Loves Space or not, Derek would return to crowdfunding yet again the following month with his next book, Cool Cat Loves MMA. This also marked his return to Kickstarter, possibly due to difficulties collecting the money raised from his Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting Indiegogo project. Strangely enough, however, this time he was only asking for $500. Derek isn't clear what this amount was for, and even stated in the project description that he'd already completed the book. It's quite possible he was simply using this as a means of advertising the series and distributing merchandise, since the only reward tiers were for the book itself and his pre-existing Cool Cat products. Derek soon canceled this project, most likely for lack of funding. A little over a week later, the book came out regardless, which suggests the money was not necessary in the first place, which seems to be a common theme with Mr. Savage. For the most part, audiences seemed to drift away from Derek at this time, as news surrounding him and his project slowed in the latter half of 2018. The most noteworthy event to develop in this time was Derek attempting to arrange an appearance on the show Shark Tank in order to get the character an official TV show. Despite hopeful tweets about the progress of his endeavor, it ultimately led to nothing. But as the new year began, eyes would be drawn back to him when he posted a very unexpected update.
This is my production channel right here, so I'm here to tell you about our brand new project, and I'm so excited that this is coming together. I've been working on this for quite some time. Now, you know, as far as the movie and music awards, you know, there's the Oscar awards, the Grammys, the Tonys, the Golden Globes. Now here is the coolest awards, and that is the 420 Awards.
To the surprise of everyone, Derek had apparently been spending the last several months assembling an award show that he intended to host every year on April 20th. Ironically, despite the name and branding having a strong association to marijuana, Derek's reasoning for creating his award show was because others were becoming too political.
Because they're all so stinking political. You know, they can just kick that damn politics out of there, baby doll. Because in the 420 Awards, it's all about entertaining the folk.
On top of remarks from commenters about the absurdity of this idea, Derek was criticized for releasing this announcement on the same channel that was intended to host content for young fans of Cool Cat, much like how he had previously displayed his Playgirl magazine appearance on the same website used to sell Cool Cat products. But it didn't stop there. Jason Johnson revealed that, in the early stages of developing this idea, Derek had even wanted Cool Cat himself to host the 420 Awards, and he had to talk him out of it.
And he originally asked me about doing that, about coming down there. He's like, hey, this is not the use was Cool Cat doing this. And I said, Derek, if you have Cool Cat do that, you're opening a whole new door.
Upon learning this, Adam would later state that he had wished Derek had gone through with the original plan. As news of his show spread around the online world, many grew interested in what Derek had in store. He created a new website, Twitter, and YouTube channel for the event, and released more videos as months passed by, talking about various aspects of the show. He revealed the movie categories included favorite movie, favorite kick-ass movie, favorite fun movie, favorite stoner movie, favorite actor and actress, and favorite movie of all time. And similarly, the music categories included favorite song, favorite male and female artist, favorite artist group, all-time favorite song, as well as 2 other awards for Hottest Babe and Hottest Hunk that could go to either a musician or actor. According to Derek, each award could be given for work that's 1 or 2 years old, but that the favorite movie and song of all time can go back as far as possible. Though, wouldn't that result in the same song winning every year? I digress. Evidently, the nominees would be chosen based on fan requests and then placed into Twitter polls, where the highest voted would win, meaning everyone would be able to see who the winners were before the show had begun. Just one of many of Derek's immaculate displays of media literacy.
Now put down on the bottom on the comments now. You start coming to get your suggestions and who we should vote for, and please put it under there like 420 Awards favorite group with a comma, and put your a couple suggestions, either 1 or 2. Put a couple down there, and number them that way, so that way I can see which ones we can, really do a great tally. And once we get more of them, then we'll start voting on our favorite ones.
Derek would later go in depth about the event itself, saying he was planning to rent out a venue at the Eclipse Theaters in Las Vegas and charge $42 for tickets to enter. He also attempted to arrange a Discord server, which is still accessible, though most likely completely inactive, and a live stream of the event, which, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, fell through. He opted instead to release it as a YouTube video after having edited the recorded footage. One of these edits was adding louder applause to potentially make it seem like the event was livelier than it actually was. Then, on June 10th, 2019, Derek posted the first annual 420 Awards event video.
We got to create an award show that is for the people. It's non-political.
Non-political, the 420 Awards.
Yeah,
everybody. Other awards ceremonies are too political, but not the 420 Awards.
I want to make in 4 years the 420 Awards the 4th largest award show in Hollywood.
The 4th largest awards show in Hollywood in 4 years.
So I guess Oscars, Grammys, Emmys, 420. Fuck off, Tonys.
Where he is right now is Nevada. As he is filming this was in Vegas, but he wants to make it the 4th largest in Hollywood, so maybe he's planning on moving it.
Derek later shot even higher and wanted to make the 420 Awards to be the 4th biggest award show in the entire world. Most likely upon realizing he couldn't be the 4th biggest in Hollywood if the event continued to be hosted in Las Vegas. The event itself was rather strange, akin to most of Derek's other creations. After its opening, each award for the winning movie and songs were presented, with some of the oddest being Smash Mouth's All-Star as favorite stoner music video, and Incredibles 2 as favorite stoner movie. To accept these awards for both music and movies, Derek brought seemingly random people on stage with no ties to their creation. Also, during the show, it's revealed that it's being hosted in the Tickle Me Comedy Club, which is only fitting. Derek had attempted to invite others by adding dozens of names during several of his announcements for the event on Twitter, but this was unsuccessful. The only winner to have attended the event and collected their award in person was Derek himself, after Cool Cat Kid Superhero was voted favorite independent film, beating out A Quiet Place, Won't You Be My Neighbor, and Paddington 2. In order to avoid handing the award to himself, Derek had the owner of the theater hand it to him instead. However, this wasn't the original plan, because ironically, one of the guests Derek also couldn't get in the audience was in fact Jason Johnson himself, who Derek had intended to accept the award in costume as Cool Cat. He called and left a message on Jason's phone, but was later turned down.
Hey Jason, what's happening? It's Derek. Hey, just wanted to touch base with you and say hi. Hey, 420 Awards is going on, brother, and it looks like Cool Cat's going to win an award, so hey, love to have you in it. I've also thought of ways where we can have you present an award as Jason Johnson also. We get the FaceTime and everything on there. Okay, wait, buddy, can you call a little bit later? It's still early, about 9 o'clock. Okay, God bless. Bye.
Jason would later clarify that, by this point, he had a full-time job, and the time and money it'd take to travel all the way to Las Vegas simply wasn't worth it, especially since he knew Derek would want to take the opportunity to film other things while he was there. Although, one winner would go on to accept the award later on. Several weeks after the event, Paul Delisle of Smash Mouth tweeted out the group's award for Best Stoner Music Video, thanking Cool Cat for it. This had come about after Derek mailed them their trophy, hoping to have the band perform at the second annual 420 Awards, but this didn't happen. Nevertheless, Derek took this as an endorsement and used the Twitter image on his site to advertise the event. In addition to giving out awards, Derek also had amateur entertainers appear on stage, including a magician, singer, ventriloquist, and a comedian, who was, in fact, the owner of the venue.
I'm gonna get another one across my chest that says Filipino.
because I'm still a peanut.
Between these segments, he showed footage of the film nominees, ironically going against his own stance on fair use. Some of these segments were even recorded from a TV screen and potentially pirated. Several clips also had their audio tracks muted for copyright reasons by YouTube, which Derek replaced with songs from the Cool Cat movie score. Upon the release of the 420 Awards on YouTube, Adam of Your Movie Sucks would react to it for his Adam and Pal series, mocking several aspects of the event, including Derek's blatant mispronunciation of several well-known movie titles and celebrity names. Today, Adam's video sits with nearly 1 million views, and much of that attention would trickle down to the original video, which is actually close to reaching 100,000 hits. Derek himself acknowledged Adam's video, and even stated he was happy for him giving publicity to the event. In the aftermath of the attention, many discussed how Derek had managed to finance the show, with some theorizing it was done partially using the Indiegogo money from Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, but it's uncertain, as most of Derek's real-life dealings are. Honestly, I have no idea how this guy apparently owns a house or manages to make a living traveling from LA to Las Vegas all the time.
I don't know an exact number, but I remember reading somewhere it was like between like 20 and 50,000 on this shit.
Where did he get this money, you ask?
We don't even know. I don't know how this man has the money that he has, and I would only assume that it's from like basically fucking people at a Kickstarter.
The podcast hosting this discussion was in fact the same group who eventually discovered Derek's arrest record and real name, and they would later become most well known for their involvement with Cool Cat topics. However, it still remains unclear as to exactly where the money to fund Derek's endeavors had come from, since even Jason Johnson was in the dark on that matter. For this reason, the general public believed that the show wouldn't continue to be a yearly event, but this turned out not to be true. In early 2020, Derek announced that the voting for the second annual 420 Awards would begin soon. Although, by this time, the pandemic hit, which prevented Derek from being able to rent out a venue for the ceremony. As a result, the event was held in what Derek claimed is a studio he rented out, with plans for audiences to attend via a live stream that he'd charge $4.20 for access to. Much like his previous award show, Derek was unable to get any celebrities to agree to attend, although he did in fact debate extending an invitation to a certain YouTuber he'd had beef with in the past, and put it to a public vote as to who he should choose.
So I want you guys to do in the comment section down below to go on and make a comment on who you would like for me to invite or to possibly invite to be in this year's 420 Awards.
About a week after this, Derek would post another video unveiling that, as he himself had expected, Adam had won the vote. Derek stated that he plans to cover his travel expenses if the live stream reached enough sales, adding that the event would get Adam a lot of publicity and be shown on his IMDb page. However, this arrangement didn't come to fruition. Adam would only acknowledge the request after the event's end in his video discussing it. Even though it was jokingly discussed that he may attend, Adam's apprehension around meeting Derek in person held him back from doing so.
There's no rhyme or reason to what he's going to do next, just flip a coin.
Yeah, that's why I would never meet him in person.
When the second annual 420 Awards show began taking nominations, some of the categories were altered from the prior year. Favorite Stoner Movie and Music Video were cut. Favorite Stoner Song was changed to simply Favorite Song. Favorite Independent Movie was replaced. Favorite Documentary Film and a Favorite TV Show award was added. The event itself was said to have a coronavirus theme, which was why every award was accepted by a man dressed up in a white hazmat suit with a mask and goggles over his sunglasses, who Derek would just pretend was each of these celebrities. He followed the format of the first show by playing footage from each of the films and the nominations with some copyrighted music replaced, but on top of making numerous spelling mistakes in the overlaid text, and even calling the show Mr. Robot Mr. Roberts, Derek also accidentally mixed up the clip for Zendaya and Haley Stanfield for Hottest Actress category. Some of the especially unexpected winners were John Travolta as Hottest Male Actor, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for Favorite TV Show. This time, Derek's own work would win in two categories. His Cool Cat is Cool song, originally produced by Linda Hopkins for Derek's short Cool Cat cartoon, won Favorite Song, and Gun Self-Defense for Women was given the award for Favorite Documentary Film. Upon winning, he once again brings in someone else to hand the award to him by the name of Alistair Cooper, who had worked on several other projects of Derek's at that time after having gotten in contact with him on Twitter. The two evidently got into an argument sometime after the event, and Derek cut ties with him. However, this proved not to be permanent since Alistair would return for next next year's show. In place of the performances he had had at the live venue, Derek instead opted to create skits adhering to the show's theme where he destroys coronavirus balls with a shotgun in the desert. There's also a scene which was introduced by Derek saying he had caught the coronavirus, only to cut to him acting drunk with an empty bottle of Corona Extra beer. The show also featured a mascot character known as Blunt Boy. Once again, the event was not streamed and simply came out as a YouTube video. Interestingly, its credits sequence names Art Knowles as a producer, which hadn't been the case the year prior. It's still not certain whether or not this meant he had actually funded it, or if Derek was rewarding him with a producer role for having done some kind of favor with the Harrier jets. After the video was released, Adam would go on to discuss the show as well, and brought a lot of attention to Derek in the process. The following year, he would host the events again in a very similar fashion, since precautions around COVID would go in effect, preventing him from booking another large venue. The third show was in many ways a combination of the first two. Like before, Derek was limited to a studio and made a plethora of lockdown jokes, but this time he had several entertainers return from the first show to perform in between awards. The categories had been changed very little from the previous year, with the exception of Derek's removal of the Favorite Documentary Film Award. Unlike the previous years, most of the nominees for each award were sensible choices, and the winners were figures with especially large online followings, which was to be expected from a voting system using Twitter polls. The only aspect of the show that stood out was a scripted segment where Derek is shown that the ratings and viewership for Hollywood's biggest award shows have plummeted, which only increases his confidence that the 420 Awards can make it into the top 4 in another 2 years. Once again, the show was not streamed, but Derek attempted to simulate the streaming experience by setting the edited video as a premiere release on May 20th. That way, people could watch it as if they were really tuning into a live event. Just like the prior year, Art Knowles was credited as a producer at the end, and Adam would make a video reacting to it, promoting the event even further. However, despite Derek's consistency, the 4th annual 420 Awards the following year would be shrouded in mystery. Derek claimed multiple times that it would happen, and did happen, but as of August, the only public information about it is the list of categories, revealing that a favorite horror movie and favorite video game award would be included. Derek was taking requests in the forms of replies, but hadn't released the polls. Meanwhile, the website still speaks about the 4th show in future tense, advertising it as an event that will be streamed live and featuring the mascots and comedians from the previous year's show. With no word from social media and no updates being released on either channel, fans began asking Derek about it, who on July 15th revealed in an angry reply that he had technical issues and was still planning to release the footage at some point. As of now, this has not happened. It's unknown what the future holds for the 420 Awards, especially after restrictions lightened following the end of quarantine. Whether Derek will try hosting the 420 Awards at a public venue or continue it at all is anyone's guess. Although, that can also be said about the rest of his projects. Derek has definitely had his hands full, and there was a lot more in the making in 2019 than just the 420 Awards. Earlier that April, as Derek was laying the groundwork for the first show, Jason Johnson appeared quite unexpectedly on the YouTube channel Ryan Osiris for an interview about his role as Cool Cat. The interview touched on many topics and answered pressing questions about the production of the films, Jason himself, and his opinions on Derek and the series. Unlike Derek, Jason took no issue with the reviews made about the Cool Cat films and came off as quite level-headed when touching on many of the events surrounding the brand's history. The tone was generally lighthearted, with both Jason and Ryan being very clearly aware of how Derek and the franchise was perceived, but rarely saying anything negative. Jason did reveal a few behind-the-scenes secrets, but the harshest the interview ever got was when he was asked about the weirdest thing Derek had ever done, and talked about an unintentionally inappropriate comment he had made at one point.
Well, one of the weirdest things he said was, I guess the Salazar who played for the video was saying, like, you know, I can't feature him because he's got he said kittens now.
At the time, it seemed Derek took little notice of this interview, but Ryan made it known that he was quickly blocked by the Cool Cat Twitter account, making it evident that he was at least aware of the interview's existence, especially since Adam himself would acknowledge it on several occasions, such as in his 420 Awards videos, live streams, and installments of the Sardonicast podcast. With increased attention from Cool Cat fans, Ryan would go on to interview Connor Dean as well as Adam himself. Later that month, after wrapping up the first annual 420 Awards, Derek broke his 6 months of silence on the Indiegogo project originally for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. An update was put out stating he'd been delayed by both the writing of the Cool Cat books and the 420 Awards, but that new plans were in the works for the Indiegogo project, and he would release an update video soon. A week later, he posted another update with the link to the Unpromised video, which was an official unveiling of the Dirty Dog character, and featured Derek dressed up in the suit himself. Upon going public, this video would become infamous.
I smell cool cat.
Then, quite suddenly, Derek would have a surge of popularity from a particularly unexpected source.
Cool Cat, Cool Cat, Cool Cat. It's made by Derek Savage. The perfect representation of a kids movie.
On May 20th, PewDiePie himself would post a video reviewing Cool Cat Kid Superhero. Most of his comments throughout were similar to others made about Derek's work in the past, but the video generally focused on Felix's initial reactions rather than thorough criticism of the film.
This is the coolest office I've ever seen.
You're outside. Outside is not an office. Has no one told you this, Cool Cat? You don't know about this, Cool Cat?
Most of the humor was either very tame or sarcastically praising the film, which meant that when Derek was inevitably exposed to the video, many of the jokes may have gone over his head. As a result of this, and PewDiePie's massive popularity, Derek's reaction to the review was completely positive. He would later go on to state that the part he found the funniest was when PewDiePie said he couldn't understand Butch, ironically making fun of the actor, since Derek was well aware Connor Dean had a speech impediment that he was embarrassed about. Derek seems to see this attention from Felix as an opportunity to bring eyes to his work, and put out a tweet directed at him offering a role as a teacher in his upcoming film, Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, without mentioning that the project was still in development since his controversy with Monkey Jones over a year prior. This led to the responses being filled with Monkey fans scolding him, and was later acknowledged by Monkey himself. Felix himself responded by sarcastically saying, "I'm in," which inadvertently fueled Derek's further efforts. Upon seeing all of this, Adam decided to message Felix to let him know about Derek's history with failing to upload fundraiser promises and controversy with YouTubers, to make sure he didn't unknowingly extend support and lose his fans' money as Mumkey had. Adam would later go in depth about the situation, describing not only the chain of events that unfolded from Felix's review, but also Derek's double standard by taking the video well due to him being popular after having been so negative towards others who made similar videos in the past.
He's just thinking in dollar signs, like, how can I capitalize on this? So he wants PewDiePie to be in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, which is a movie that was supposed to have been made before with Monkey Jones.
Upon being emailed by someone claiming Adam's talk with Felix, as mentioned during the Sardonicast episode, was the reason he had stopped responding, Derek didn't believe this was true and dismissed it, continuing to reach out with offers. Interestingly, Derek also mentioned that Connor Dean enjoyed the PewDiePie video as well, which Connor himself later spoke about.
My brother was just like, "Oh, hey, by the way, you're on a PewDiePie video," and I didn't believe him. I like PewDiePie. I like him, and I was shocked to see that he did it. And really, I didn't really care that I was on it. Quite frankly, I was kind of honored.
During the next several days, Derek continued to put out tweets directed at Felix, giving details about the project to make it seem more promising, including one attempting to cast Jake Paul on the project, and another where he says that he had already cast Vivica Fox to play a teacher as well. Whether this is true or not isn't clear, especially since just 2 days prior, Derek had publicly tweeted PewDiePie's review to Vivica and Eric, implying he hadn't talked to them in a while. On the 30th, Derek then put up a video on the Cool Cat Funhouse channel pitching the movie to PewDiePie.
But then right when I saw him, I said, my God, I mean, he would be really good in a project that I really want to get going, and that is Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
In this video, Derek reveals that the movie is now planned as a full-length feature film, and is going to star one kid with autism and another with Down syndrome, as well as having a cooking scene, all of which was previously planned to be in Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch, meaning it could have been around this time that the script had officially been scrapped and repurposed for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, thus increasing its runtime to feature length. They also made it officially known that the dirty dog character he teased would be the shooter in the movie, which was apparently because Derek was afraid of getting into trouble for whatever race of the child he'd choose to cast. For the rest of the movie, Derek tried to sell Felix on participating by talking about the impressive aspects of the film, including that it will star Vivica Fox, and that it would be the second movie ever to feature a live Harrier jet. Derek later implied that the jet will be used by Cool Cat himself to stop the shooting. To make the role as easy to play as possible, Derek also offers the option of having him play an international teacher giving lessons remotely, so he could record these scenes at home home rather than being on sets, but also gave him the alternative of being able to get into the heat of the action and be coached by a martial arts specialist for the parts. He also offered PewDiePie a producer credit and partial ownership of the film, which seemed to further prove Jason's comments about Derek giving out producer roles as favors to friends. Although, despite going to great lengths to make the project be as convenient as possible to encourage Felix's involvement, Derek went on to ask for quite a lot in return.
And, you know, to help to raise funds to finance the project, and I know we can do it with this project right here, is to make 2 videos before, on, you know, while the Kickstarter thing's going to, make a video afterwards or something. I mean, when we do, after we shoot the project, you know, to help promote it, I'm sure you will.
Derek's request for 6 videos made his whole offer seem very one-sided. Had Felix been interested, his involvement alone could have attracted enough attention to fund the project, and he most likely would have made a video about it regardless. But Derek's desire for more may have pushed him away. Adam stated Felix didn't come to a decision about Derek's offer in their conversation about his Kickstarter history. But if this talk wasn't his deterrent in working with Derek, the movie pitch very well could have been. Felix has never engaged with the subject again, and in recent years, Derek would come to accept the reality that he would never take him up on the offer. 2 months later, on the Indiegogo page Mumkey had helped him fund, Derek would announce that he had completed the film and was now putting the names of the pledgers in the credits. However, Derek changed the project yet again to be for a new film called Cool Cat's Crazy Dream.
And now on the other 3,500, I told him that, hey, this campaign's collapsed. I'm not coming out with this, but I'm going to put out another film. I emailed everybody and let them know, and I gave them a chance. If they wanted their money back, gladly give it. And that was Cool Cat's Crazy Dream.
This seems to be a spur-of-the-moment idea since this film concept was never mentioned publicly in the months leading up to the game. It's not clear whether or not he delivered on the merch promised in the reward tiers, but he did deliver on crediting the backers at the $35 tier as promised, so it's likely he mailed out the other products. In a later update, Derek clarified that he switched the project a second time because he was never fully enthused with the Stranger Danger alert idea, and because others stated that they didn't like it either. He wanted to pick out something else. Ironically, the backlash he's gotten was mostly a result of him breaking his promises by changing the project to a different film, rather than the film itself. Then, on July 26, Derek released the film on YouTube for all to see. The plot was that Cool Cat had a dream about getting a call from the VIP Celebrity Convention, and was invited to their party where he meets a bunch of celebrities. It ends with him driving off in the Cool Cat convertible, while Dirty Dog appears on screen to tease at his role in other films. But the biggest surprise was that Cool Cat himself was recast.
Hey kid, it's me, Cool Cat, and I got a great story to tell you. It's about a dream I had, but it was a super cool dream.
When this video came out, viewers were shocked to find that Jason Johnson had been replaced as Cool Cat by Derek himself. But more shocking still, the film was in fact made up almost entirely of reused footage, since the majority of these scenes took place during the after-party of the Hollywood Christmas Parade that Jason and Derek had attended nearly 7 years prior, meaning that Jason himself was still in the Cool Cat costume, with Derek's voice dubbed over the original audio. This had very dark implications about events behind the scenes, and Derek's use of the fundraiser money. This short itself was half of the promised 20-minute runtime Derek had promised for the previous 2 films he'd use the Indiegogo project to fund, and seemingly all of the footage used was made beforehand. Even Dirty Dog's appearance at the end was the same green screen clip Derek had used for the character's reveal video, with new audio dubbed over the original lines. All of this only helped fuel the fire against Derek and reinforce the stance that he was misusing his fundraiser backing. To top it all off, Jason Johnson was not credited in any way at the end, despite the footage obviously having featured him in the suit, which made it clear that something had happened between Jason and Derek. This was further made clear by Derek's comments. Some people have commented that my voice has changed. I got tonsillitis and it made my voice change, but all is great now and I'm ready to boogie. So be cool and have fun. Cool Cat. At Cool Cat Loves You. I was very excited for the upcoming Cool Cat projects until I found out Jason Johnson is no longer playing the titular role of Cool Cat. Why did you decide to do this? Watching the new video, Cool Cat's southern drawl is very off-putting. He is not a part of the brand and is not associated with us in any degree. And I had tonsillitis and my voice changed. So go with and have fun or don't watch the films. But fans wouldn't have to wait long for an explanation. Just 4 days later, Derek filed a copyright strike against Jason's interview to post it to the Ryan Osiris channel. Upon reaching out to ask why, Ryan was told by Derek that it was because he had used an image of Cool Cat in the video's thumbnails as advertising, which Derek claimed was illegal. To many, this seems like history repeating itself and only worsened Derek's reputation by showing that he learned nothing from his past mistakes. In response, Jason Johnson would then decide to strike Derek's Cool Cat's Crazy Dream due to it using footage of himself without any attempts to credit him. Derek would then post it to Vimeo the next day. As a result of this new drama playing out, Jason would appear on Ryan's channel for a follow-up interview where he went in depth about the situation, revealing that he and Derek were already having disagreements beforehand and that the previous interview seemed to be the nail in the coffin. This quite possibly led to Derek creating Cool Cat's Crazy Dream with Jason's voice replaced. In this interview, Jason also confirms once and for all that with the exception of one shot, all of the footage from Cool Cat's Crazy Dream was reused from older projects with him in the costume, and he clarifies how he felt about Derek doing this.
I wouldn't say retaliation is the correct word. I don't know. Let's just say that him copyright striking the interview didn't help.
Jason stated that he didn't take the video down for revenge, and many felt he was justified in doing so. Although, as the news spread across the community surrounding Cool Cat, several people claimed that even though Jason's strike against Derek came across as a fair counter to what Derek did, his grounds for claiming copyright infringement didn't stand either.
And Jason Johnson, I guess, in an act of vengeance or some sort of, I guess, karma, he copyright claimed the new Cool Cat video, which I guess two wrongs make a right. I don't know. I'm kind of I don't feel great about this. Because, I mean, Derek is obviously in the wrong. Jason Johnson, you don't own the rights to that footage, even if you were in it.
However, most took Jason's side in the situation regardless, since Derek's strike was considered to have been even more unjustified, paired with the other far worse actions he had already taken. Public opinion only continued to shift further against him, because after the attack, Jason began to open up about his history with Derek, revealing a lot more of what he had dealt with from him over the years. This was in stark contrast to the first interview, which was much tamer due to Jason being more restrained in what he had made public. He offered an apology for what he had said in the previous video, but the situation would only go further downhill from there. 2 days later, Derek filed a second copyright strike on this new interview as well, despite Ryan choosing not to show Cool Cat in the thumbnail or show any of Derek's content throughout. He claimed this was because Ryan refused to heed his request of never saying his or Cool Cat's name again, and that if he did, a third strike would be filed. As a result, Ryan privated the remainder of his content that mentioned Derek in any manner. This evidently prompted Jason to formally pursue legal action against Derek. He would then email Ryan a message that would act as an update on the situation, which Ryan read out in a video posted to his channel responding to Derek's strikes. Jason closes this statement by saying that he will no longer be playing Cool Cat regardless if Derek reconsiders him for the role, and that he will appear for one final interview that will serve as his tell-all as a way of moving on by closing the door on an earlier chapter of his life. Within the following week, this third interview would be released on the Super Media Bros channel to avoid Ryan's account receiving a third strike. In the video, Jason goes into thorough detail about his history with Derek and behind-the-scenes production of Cool Cat from beginning to end. All mentions of Derek's name were altered to Eric Garbage in an attempt to give him even less grounds for a copyright takedown. Due to the circumstances, Jason is more open than ever and doesn't shy away from discussing Derek's most infamous actions. It was this interview that would serve as the main source of information for those curious about how Cool Cat came to be.
When we had done the shoot for Save the Kids, there had actually got to a point where there was literally no money left. So I had actually, myself and the kids had put in, I think like 1 or 2 days for free.
Jason would let on that Derek's production had no contracts. It was all kept to informal agreements, with payment exchanged through cash or personal checks. He described most of the production behind all of the previous films, and while a lot of the actions described from Derek seemed very in character with his online behavior, it gave onlookers perspective into how deep these issues ran. Jason would also refute claims Derek had begun to make around that time, saying that he had been fired from the Cool Cat role after the production of Kid Superhero, which was disproved by Derek's phone message just a few months prior, asking Jason Jason to come to Las Vegas and play Cool Cat for the 420 Awards. Jason also claims that even to the present day, Derek had never sent him any sort of legal termination notice. This interview would forever change the way fans saw Derek and the Cool Cat brand. To many, it showed that Derek was unable to remain on good terms with even those closest to him, and that his trend of causing problems beyond shoddy filmmaking had started long before he chose to strike a review. As for Ryan, he managed to get the strikes reversed with the help of Bob Schutz, who was, in fact, one of the 3 reviewers Derek had originally struck in 2015. From here, the situation died down, with Derek leaving the ordeal with his outlook largely unaffected. 3 days after Jason's tell-all interview, Derek would appear for an interview of his own on Comedy Central's Trevor Moore Show. No talk of past controversies came up, although Derek mentioned plans to shoot a war scene, taking place when Daddy Derek and Cool Cat first met, implying Derek isn't actually his biological father in the Cool Cat universe. This then naturally led into Derek discussing his upcoming film, Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. He seemingly didn't notice the reactions of the other people in attendance.
In my next Cool Cat feature shoot will be something that's very, very important. It's Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting. Yeah. It's something that would really be put in. I mean, it could help our kids right there.
Following this, Derek would resume work on the Cool Cat franchise. With Jason gone and most of the child actors having grown up and left as well, fans began referring to the movies produced from Crazy Dream and onward as Phase 2, in reference to Marvel's categorization of their movie releases. Despite having just claimed that Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting was Derek's next feature film, there proved to be more in the works than many were aware of. He would begin talking about another side project in the following month called Cool Cat Flips a House, the premise of which would be akin to many other shows centered on buying and repairing homes to increase resale value, but with an emphasis on parent and child bonding.
My new show is Cool Cat Flips a House. I'm editing, it's almost complete in post-production. It's really cool too. I mean, I'm sitting there just laughing at it. And it's got a good morals to it. You know, it's Cool Cat Flips a House, a parent and child bonding show where it teaches children simple business and how to do home repairs.
Derek would shoot footage to be used as a series pilot in hopes of it getting picked up and developed further by a mainstream TV channel or streaming service, similar to Derek's plans with the original 3 Cool Cat shorts. On January 11th, 2020 of the following year, Derek claims to have finished the 25-minute pilot episode. He said it would be streamable on April 20th, 2020, the same day as the 2nd annual 420 Awards, but this was not the case. Although, even with it not coming out when he promised, the episode did get mentioned during Cool Cat's appearance in that year's show.
Hello everybody, I'm Cool Cat and I'm on the set of my brand new show, Cool Cat Flips a House. Yay!
Derek's only reasoning as to why it hadn't been released was that it hadn't been pitched to production companies, and at some point he changed his estimate of the runtime from 25 minutes to 18. At the same time as this project was being developed, Derek also created a Cool Cat DVD box set, containing both versions of the original film and the 3 shorts he had created it from. He would tease at its content by releasing several YouTube videos showcasing some of the never-before-seen footage, as well as making an announcement directly describing it.
Hello everyone. Hi, I'm Derek Savage, and I'm the creator of the Cool Cat Children's brand, and we got something really cool for you today. Now, over the years, I have received so many requests from people asking me to do a Cool Cat box set, and that's exactly what we got for you, and that is the Cool Cat 3 DVD box set. And let me show you what we got going on.
He stated that the first disc would contain the original 3 Cool Cat shorts, as well as Cool Cat Saves the Kids. The second DVD would be Cool Cat Kid Superhero, and the final one would be reserved for never-before-seen content such as bloopers and behind-the-scenes extras. Derek also mentioned he would narrate the movies after being asked for advice on how to make movies from other filmmakers. The box set was also planned to come with a free book and keychain. He put up a poll asking fans what they thought the best price for this package would be, with the majority voting on the lowest option at $40. Derek also created a Kickstarter project for the box set, which, much like his fundraiser for Cool Cat Loves MMA, appeared to be only a means of selling copies of the product since the funding goal was set at $300, and stated in the description that there was no risk involved since the footage was already shot. There were only 2 reward tiers, one for the box set itself with 2 posters at $30, and another for a box set and posters, plus an added t-shirt. This fundraiser didn't manage to surpass its funding goal and was soon abandoned. The box set was sold sold regardless, with Derek reducing the price once again to $25. He also attempted to expand sales by encouraging viewers to advertise the product to their followers, and offered to give them eBay accounts to sell them with a chance of getting a 15% cut, and a free piece of Cool Cat merch for every 50 items sold. It's unclear if anyone took him up on this offer. Also, around the same time, Derek officially announced the completion of his script for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, and contacted several celebrities about having roles in the project, including Tommy Wiseau and Kanye West. Derek also mentioned the character of Dirty Dog would have a slave named Beaver. He followed this up with another update tagging Felix, reasserting his earlier offer.
And what I want to talk to you today about is the script, about parts that I have, and also I want to address PewDiePie. You know, he said he was in and everything. I still get so many tweets on that, so stick around if you're a PewDiePie fan. Okay, hey guys, well, first of all, let's start with the cover. Now, this is just the working cover here. I'm about to change it up, and this is what I'm seeing. Okay, first of all, it's Cool Cat and Dirty Dog's the bad guy. Now, Dirty Dog is, well, I mean, he's mean in this movie. And he is the school shooter that we all fear.
Derek stated the script is fully complete at a length of 110 pages and describes it as one of the funniest scripts he's ever written. Upon showing the cast list, Vivica's name appeared to have been removed.
Got the characters up there right beside me right here so you can go down with me. Of course, we got Cool Cat, Daddy Derek, Mama Cat, Dirty Dog. Got a brand new character I'm introducing to you. Not just Dirty Dog, but also Dirty Dog's got a slave, Beaver. Beaver is cool, man. He was fun to write. And so I think you guys want to really enjoy Beaver. So that's
the aforementioned autistic and Down syndrome kids Derek had previously mentioned, including, were now given the names Joy and Manuel. And Derek revealed that the principal was given the name Mel after he'd written the role intending him to be played by Mel Gibson.
The reason I named it Mel, I originally wrote it for Mel Gibson. That's who I was seeing in my mind. And I one time I had some dealings with one of Mel's right-hand assistants. They were real nice to me, and you know I respect Mel Gibson. I'm a fan of his work, and so that's what I'm thinking. But as I was writing it, John Travolta is who I want for this part. John Travolta would be so cool as a principal, man. And
he claimed he knew how to get John's representatives, and that he has a real chance of casting him since his last two movies didn't perform well. Throughout this video, he also discussed casting Tommy Wiseau, Johnny Depp, Justin Bieber, the Kardashians, and once again, PewDiePie. Derek went on to say that he was in talks with Felix's representatives, but they went silent on him, which he believed was because of people tweeting to him about past Cool Cat controversies, since he himself had received tweets about Felix's controversies.
See, he stated that he wanted to be a part of it. He says, I'm in. I emailed with his management team, and I never heard back. So he went radio silent. And I'm sure I know exactly what happened, because the same thing happened with me. And as I got dozens and dozens of either emails or tweets saying, "Oh, you can't put PewDiePie in your movie because he said this and he did that, he did that." So if I know I got over 4 dozen of those. I got well over 50 of those, and people, throwing, "You can't put him in your movie." So if I got that with my following and his following 100 times, 1,000 times larger than mine, so I can only imagine the crap that he heard about me. So hey.
He ends off the discussion by disregarding Felix's past and hoping Felix would take a similar approach with him, saying that the people criticizing the both of them are just mad and want something to hate. This second offer went unanswered as well. Meanwhile, a YouTuber known as Many Kudos would release a video discussing many of Derek's biggest controversies, spotlighting the recent drama surrounding Jason Johnson and Ryan Osiris. This video would begin to see growth in the final months of 2019, eventually reaching nearly 900,000 views. Later on, his creator would join Ryan on stream, which acted as a reunion between Jason Johnson and Connor Dean, who had both been separately interviewed but were now appearing together in the same video. In it, they reveal they've both never seen any of the Cool Cat feature films all the way through. Little more information came out of this encounter since the focus was largely off of Derek himself, and he never acknowledged it in any way. Once again, despite Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting being his next feature film, he would switch focus to another side project called Cool Cat Fights the Coronavirus, possibly to get involved with another trend, since it was by this point that quarantine had begun following the initial spread. Derek had already thought about selling Cool Cat masks, but on June 24th, he put out a poll asking audiences if they'd want a full-fledged Cool Cat film on the topic, and the vote was overwhelmingly in favor of it. Within 3 weeks, Derek had written the script and put up a second poll to determine the title. When a fan replied asking about Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, Derek stated it was the next project. On the 28th, he put up a video showing viewers the unedited opening scene of the film, stating it would soon have sound provided by his SFX guy, despite the fact that sound mixing was later credited as having been done by Derek himself. The same day, a YouTube poop creator known as Jimmy Davis edited in Cool Cat punching the coronavirus balls previously shown in the recent 420 Awards, offering his services to Derek, and was later accepted. His work did in fact appear in the film, and he received a credit for both his opening title design and visual effects, possibly making this the first mutually beneficial and positive interaction between Derek and a YouTuber. Broken clocks, right?
Do what you will with these, my good chef. All right then. The lounging it's better than nothing. Cerberus, featured house servant. What's up for barter?
Child, your father fell to you as once his father fell to him, although you were substantially more merciful. I know it is a bitter victory at best. Though, tell me, what transpired subsequently?
I did. She was there. She was where you said she'd be, and more than I imagined, but I had so little time with her. I can't survive up there for very long.
Oh, my child.
However, for some reason, Derek was compelled to take down the video and edit out this clip. It's unclear if he removed this because he wished to not discuss the 420 Awards, or if something bad had happened with Jimmy Davis. Shortly after, he put the video back up with this change. In both versions, Derek also stated that he wished to involve someone famous to cameo for the role of a news reporter in the film. He evidently wanted Keemstar for the part.
And but really what I would like to do is maybe get like a YouTuber, someone who's got a nice following, maybe like a reporter or something. And first one who came to me is that Drama Alert guy. I don't know much about him, but I'm sure he could shoot a video real quick, get it over to me.
He also revealed the official poster design, and that the film will act as the introduction of Dirty Dog's character, who in the movie will doubt the pandemic. Because of this, Derek says a selling point of the film is that it will give both sides of public opinion on the issue.
First is Cool Cat, it shows both sides of the issue. Cool Cat is, all good and all that, to wear the mask and follow the CDC guidelines and all that other stuff. But Dirty Dog, now he is the complete opposite. He is...
I'm very grateful, Nix.
Says a scam.
and humans are sheep for wearing a mask. Oh man, it was so fun to write. And I've written 2 brand new songs with it. And once again, I need some music, people. And you know the score of the songs. One is Cool Cat Virus Safety Tips, and the other one is Dirty Dog's rap song is "It's a Scam." And I wrote that song in an hour and a half, man, at work. I was just sitting there just laughing, people looking over at me thinking I'm loco or something.
He also reiterated that the end of this film is intended to set the stage for the next project, Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
This film sets up, the ending scene sets up so beautifully for our next feature film, and that is Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, starring Cool Cat and Dirty Dog is the bad guy. And here's the cover. Bam! Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
Derek finished the video saying he'd begun development and that upon completion, he would make the film free to watch on YouTube, hoping that if word spread about the project, it could be shown in schools. He would later put out a music contest for those looking to score the opening after seeing Jimmy Davis's animation work and realizing fans could help contribute to the film's development. Throughout the next several months, Derek would develop the film further, stating that he'd cast 2 child actors and the filming was underway. He would also reveal the person he cast for the news reporter role was filled by a man known as Mike West, who Derek simply refers to as Obama.
Hey guys, it's Derek here. We're taking a little break from shooting, but hey, I got someone over here in the studio. Come on over here, bro.
Hey Derek, how you doing?
All right, hey, I tell you, you did such a great job last time. We had to bring the big O over here.
Oh, I was glad to be back. I'm just glad to be back.
In the next couple of months, as progress continued, Derek would begin to create a Kickstarter once again, possibly as a means to drive up early sales, since, as before, the funding goal was set shockingly low, with Derek himself stating the project only had 1 day of shooting left at the time of the project's creation.
I only have 1 day left of shooting, and this project, literally, after I finish shooting it, it will be completed within 3 days after that.
Over the years, Derek had also taken notice of the large number of fans looking to be credited in his films, and as a result, put rewards for this at the $20 tier, as well as associate and executive producer credits at $500 and $2,000. Although, upon pledging $300 to the project, a fan would be able to have their picture put in a frame in one of the early scenes in the film that led into the news reporter segment. 2 days before publishing the project, Derek considered the idea of getting online figures directly involved to increase the reach this fundraiser would have. And after his continued support of the Cool Cat brand, as well as the 420 Awards in recent years, Derek decided to finally unblock Adam and approach him with an offer. He messaged him, and upon not hearing back in a timely manner, he made a vague tweet publicly hinting at the event. This led fans to then ask Adam about the situation, and he eventually went in depth about Derek's message on stream, making it clear this offer was a lot more one-sided than he had publicly implied.
The reason I haven't responded about the Cool Cat shit is because I genuinely don't know how to. Because I genuinely don't know how to. Alright, I'm just gonna fucking show you. Fuck everything. Alright, so here's the message he sent. Hi Adam, I truly appreciate the cool words you said about the 420 Awards. I think there's something good and positive about this award show, and I hope to build it to be one of the top 4. My new film, Cool Cat Fights Coronavirus, is now approximately 65% completed, and it's looking very cool. And I have a deal to offer you. With this coronavirus epidemic, people worldwide need some entertainment, so I'm going to post this film on YouTube so folk can watch it for free, and I'm doing it a Kickstarter to help with the production expenses. One of the rewards is having a person's picture featured in a scene. It's limited to 4 pictures, and if you do 2 videos to help promote this campaign, I'll give you one of those picture spots. Have you ever seen the Choosing Beggars subreddit? And to give new content for the second video, I'll email you part of Dirty Dog's Coronavirus is a Scam music video to review, and there's never been a song like this before. If you've ever wanted to have your face in a Cool Cat film, then here's your chance. Let me know if interested, Derek. And then I actually asked him a question. What's the context of the picture scene? Shots opens on a table with the pictures, then pans to wider shots of TV with the news reporter. So that's what he's offering me in exchange for 3 promotional videos advertising his film. How do I respond to that? I'm fucking honest. This is like, I can't deal with this. He finally unblocks me off Twitter. Finally, I'd never done it. Like, literally, it was just from making my Cool Cat Learns Fair Use video. I finally unblocked him. And he's literally like, I've come to make amends. And then tries to get me to promote his film and pretend as though I'm benefiting. And this is like he's doing me a favor.
Much like Derek's offer for PewDiePie, this came off as selfishness disguised as a kind gesture. Adam pointed out that Derek simply offered to give him one of the picture slots with no strings attached. But by attempting to get more out of him, Derek had come off as transparently greedy and made him not want to take part at all while asking Adam to indirectly endorse his fundraiser for the film after his history of issues with past projects.
I'm sorry. I want to be on good terms with you. I really do. But why do you have to put me in these situations where I would literally have to sell out my morals? And the reason why I say this is because what you're asking me to do here, very clearly what you're asking me to do here, is to promote your fucking Kickstarter campaign when I already know that the previous 2 Kickstarters that I'm aware of, you've literally lied to people. You've taken their money for promises that you haven't kept. One of them was that I was supposed to be in your fucking, like...
Adam brought up Derek's handling of the Gun Self-Defense for Women film fundraiser, saying that his quiet removal of the promised cameo made the project misleading to those who had already backed it, and how he later had done the same and misled even more people after raising money from Mumkey Jones fans to create Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, only to never make it and release an unrelated film comprised of reused footage to keep the money.
I couldn't in good faith at all promote your fucking Kickstarter. That would be entirely immoral, because like, I believe, based on how you've organized your other crowdfunding campaigns, I believe that you would not deliver on the promises from your campaign. And to put my name on that and be like, hey, everybody, donate to this, then I'm a part of your scam.
Adam closed the discussion by stating that he tried everything he could to be as nice to Derek as possible in the past, but that over the years it's made very little difference, and that there are some people that simply cannot be reasoned with. In the same stream, Adam publicly mentions that upon reaching out to Felix following his Cool Cat Kid superhero review, he made known Derek's Kickstarter history.
The reason why PewDiePie didn't do it might be because of me, because I literally DM'd him saying, here's the last 2 crowdfunding projects he's made. And here's what he didn't deliver his promises on. You're free to do with this information what you wish. Because I don't want him to like hurt his brand by saying, hey, donate to this thing, and then nobody getting anything from it.
Derek would near immediately leave a comment on this video lashing out at Adam, but deleted it within 20 minutes. Too little, too late. Wow, what a backstabber Adam is. I'm glad he read my letter because it shows just how friendly and professionally I approached him. And he pulls this crap. For years, this person has dreamed of having his face in a Cool Cat project, and I offered just that. And this also would have led into an invitation to appear in the 3rd annual 420 Awards. I truly consider this to be a cockroach move. He is definitely not a cool cat, but a filthy bully. And he blocks the Cool Cat Twitter. How childish. Grow up, boy. Shame on you. Derek Savage. 2 days following this stream, Derek would publicize his Kickstarter project as originally planned, but upon discovering what Adam had said, he felt the need to respond with a video called Derek Addresses 2 Campaigns, PewDiePie, and Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting Movie. In it, he tried to defend himself in hopes of disproving Adam's statements, and once again attempted to reach out to Felix for involvement in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting.
I'm Derek Savage, and I'm here to address some mistruths about a couple campaigns that I did, Kickstarter-style campaigns, and also I'm going to address PewDiePie. Okay, last week, Adam put out a video stating that I screwed people and or cheated people out of money on a couple past campaigns. One was the gun self-defense for women. Now, this film's been out for about 3 or 4 years now.
In this video, Derek claims he picked Adam from Gun Self-Defense for Women after he lied about him in his Cool Cat Learns Fair Use video, and that Adam was emotionally manipulating his audience by bringing up the fact that people had pledged to the project specifically for his involvement. He said people were allowed to have refunds if they wished, neglecting Adam's point of him not making this change known. He also claimed to have been in talks with Felix's manager, and upon interaction going silent, was emailed by someone claiming Adam was the reason for this.
And someone emailed me a few months ago and said that Adam contacted PewDiePie and told lies about me, and that's why PewDiePie backed out, or, you know, went silent on it. And I looked at that email, I said, nah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And then on that video Adam made last week, I heard him with his own lips said that he contacted PewDiePie and told him that the last 2 campaigns I scammed people and I never made the film. Well, you know what? That's a damn lie right there.
Derek seemed to avoid Adam's claim that he hadn't released Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, and acted as if Adam was instead arguing Gun Self-Defense for Women was the film to have never come out. Derek then discussed what he believed to be Adam's motive behind this.
Why in the world would he have purposely and intentionally lied to PewDiePie to cheat PewDiePie out of a part to be in this feature film, in this project? And the only answer I could come up with is pure jealousy. That's it. Maybe you can come up with a better one or a different one. You know, great, but that's the one I come up with. So PewDiePie, from me to you, hey man, I'd love to have you in the project. You know, I don't know much about you. I know that you got the big YouTube channel and all that good stuff, but literally, dude, literally, when you sent that tweet to me, I've got well over 2,000 either emails or tweets or YouTube comments, thousands of them, where they want you in this project. I'm just letting you know. And because of what came down, I was going to give you a part. Now I'll give you a starring role. Okay, now.
He then goes on in depth about the situation Adam had been referring to with Monkey Jones, calling him Ape Boy. Derek says he was not fired or kicked from the project, but had betrayed him and lied by claiming this was the reason.
When I first got the idea for this project right here, and it was just going to be a short project, I did an Indiegogo on it. I believe it was the Indiegogo, and I got an email from somebody, Ape Boy, or something like that. I can help you raise that $25,000 if you make me the school shooter or one of them. And I said, hey, deal, done. I did not kick him out of the project or nothing. And then all of a sudden, I get a bunch of tweets and everything saying that Ape Boy was throwing hate at me, saying that I fired him and I kicked him out, and that's all BS right there.
He then discussed his new project, Cool Cat Fights the Virus, claiming Adam had stated it was all a scam, and showed the film's project file as proof to the contrary.
So guys, I hope that clarifies a lot of things right there. And bottom line, I am telling you, if anyone ever says that Derek Savage cheated them out of money and or did not release a project, know right then and there you are dealing with a liar and someone who is intentionally trying to deceive you. Always remember, Cool Cat loves you.
Upon posting this video, Derek was heavily criticized, and many approached Adam for a response. He stated he didn't originally plan to give one, but upon being invited onto the Drunken Peasants podcast the following day, the situation naturally came up.
Yeah.
And I didn't expect him to make a video about it.
Oh, I didn't know he did. I just
we should probably watch the video.
Okay. I just saw he made you an offer.
Okay, I didn't think I was gonna address this ever, but sure.
Sorry.
I was like literally debating in my head, like, is it worth it to even talk about this?
It's
okay,
really.
I'll yell at you to pause when I have a bunch of things that contradict what he says.
You're welcome to be petty on Drunken Peasants anytime.
Over the course of this stream, Adam replied directly to Derek's points and gave context regarding the situation. He also clarified that despite messaging Felix and talking about Derek's history, Adam did in fact want him to accept the offer, but felt informing him of the past controversies was a professional courtesy. This stream would dredge up most of Derek's older controversies, and echo the feelings of many people who were aware of his antics over the years.
PewDiePie, if he had accepted this film offer, which I wanted him to, and I told him I wanted him to, because I would love to see PewDiePie in a Cool Cat film. I just had to make sure, like, if he was going to associate his brand with it, if I knew information about this that could be potentially damaging to his brand, I was going to be a good fucking person, an ethical person, and tell him this information that, you know, he could decide what he wanted to at that point. I didn't say don't be in the movie. I said, okay, here's what happened to his gun self-defense for women thing and how he was dishonest there. Here's what happened with the Mumkey Jones school shooting thing. You know, another burnt bridge, another YouTuber, another campaign where he lied about it and collected funds anyway. So that's two of them. Here's the third. You can decide whether or not you want to be the third and what you would expect from that.
From here, Derek would stop responding and eventually delete the video altogether. But by having gone over all of his past controversies and giving his outlook on them, it led many to believe Derek had yet to learn from any of his past mistakes, and was doomed to keep repeating them. However, despite the fact that this surge of drama began as a result of Adam having little faith in Derek running his fundraisers properly, the attention Derek brought onto himself by responding may have ironically led to an increase in backers for the new Kickstarter. By the end of the project's run, Derek had raised $7,785, which was more than he had ever managed to acquire for any of his projects without direct endorsement from a popular YouTuber. For some reason, some people's reaction to a trash buyer is to douse it with gasoline. Several months later, on March 21st, 2021, Derek would announce the film was complete and would be premiering soon, despite him stating in the project that it would have been released 4 months prior. He posted the video unlisted 3 days later for backers to get an early viewing before making it public. However, this version would later be replaced when Derek would decide to make adjustments and allow more people to contribute to the credit sequence by paying for one of the tiers. The film would be released once more on May 12th, 2021. However, despite Derek frequently linking people to it on Twitter, the video would remain unlisted for unknown reasons. This was possibly because Derek later decided to release it on DVD as well, which may have been a decision later on since the Kickstarter project never mentions a physical release, even as a reward tier offer. Still, few seem to be dissatisfied with having backed the project, and Derek delivered on his promised rewards. A remarkable feat considering his track record. The film itself was as advertised, being the first wholly original Cool Cat property without reused footage since the Hollywood Christmas Parade short in 2013. Although, due to Derek's fallout with Jason, he himself voiced the role once again, and this time wore the costume as well. This is officially credited to Angel DeHope, who was also credited as the art director in Gun Self-Defense for Women, although Jason had revealed this to be a pseudonym used by Derek to avoid revealing he was forced to get into the outfit himself to save money. The plot of the Cool Cat Fights the Coronavirus short was that Cool Cat is hanging out with 2 kids, showing them proper safety precautions to avoid catching the illness, such as washing their hands thoroughly and the proper way to wear a mask. However, Cool Cat is seen without a mask for the majority of the runtime. During all of this, Dirty Dog is attempting to infect Cool Cat and his friends by throwing coronavirus balls at them, which he has the ability to create due to his magic sauce. I've made so many videos about degenerate furries at this point that, the language being used here is kind of giving me nausea.
Those kids are so scared of coronavirus, and I hope my magic plan works. Now I just need to catch one. Yeah! I caught a coronavirus, and now I need to add my magic sauce. I can't believe it! It actually worked! Thank you, Witch Dog, for the evil magical powers.
Derek would later reveal that Witch Dog was the mother to the Dirty Dog character and the original antagonist from the scrapped movie Cool Cat vs. the Wicked Witch that had later become Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, and that she will still appear in that project. The film also featured the promised songs Derek had teased at, including Dirty Dog's rap number he'd asked Adam to review.
I'm Dirty Dog, and I'm the baddest there is. My coronavirus rhyme are the best there is. Kids are so dumb, and adults are all called in their face just to scare them, yeah.
Its upload would go on to reach over 65,000 views, even while remaining in an unlisted state. Gauging the success of the film to what Derek wanted is difficult, but these metrics were nearly double his previous YouTube project, Cool Cat's Crazy Dream. And unlike that film, Cool Cat Fights the Virus would receive a lot of attention from smaller reviewer channels, one of which being Bob Shucks, who made one of the original Cool Cat Saves the Kids reviews that received a strike on the same day as Alex's. However, larger review channels like Adam avoided discussing the new project, probably due to how depressively radioactive and fruitless interacting with Derek or his content was. From here, things would begin to settle down once again, as Derek went back to developing new projects behind the scenes. Despite having kept his word by ending the Cool Cat Fights the Coronavirus film with a scene implying Dirty Dog was going to get Cool Cat at school to lead up to the next project, and even showing the poster for it, Derek would soon reveal that Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting was once again pushed to the wayside in favor of other side ventures. Several months later, he would announce the creation of Cool Cat and 420 award show NFTs, and even made a dedicated Twitter account for the endeavor, which near immediately went inactive. Among the NFTs listed was Gay Weed. A couple of them even sold, though for 0.008 and 0.009 Ethereum respectively. He also stated that the gun used in Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting would become an NFT as well. In response to being criticized over the environmental damage caused by NFTs, Derek denied this and stated that mining for Bitcoins is very guilty of that. Only 3 people today are known to have bought any of the Cool Cat NFTs released by Derek, and following his attempt at a new form of merchandise, Derek would return to his old ways once again and announced in November of 2021 that he would be releasing yet another re-edit called Cool Cat Saves the Kids Director's Cut, by adding further alterations to Cool Cat Kid Superhero, despite the fact that the previous version was repeatedly referred to as a director's cut as well. Derek had first mentioned the idea of releasing the film again in early 2020, just 2 years after the last cut, and in November of 2021 put up a fundraiser for the project with a goal of $300, again stating that there was no risk involved since the footage was already done.
Hi, I'm Derek Savage of the Cool Cat brand, and hey, we got some spectacular news for you today. If you've ever heard of a movie called Cool Cat Saves the Kids, you know, that's the film that really just helped the Cool Cat brand branch out. But, you know, we're coming out with the director's cut. And got a lot of new footage. Oh, it's just footage you never seen before. And Cool Cat is all this going, oh, Lordy be. So you're going to love it. And plus, this is going to take the runtime up to approximately 100 minutes, which is a perfect runtime for a film.
It would later be revealed that the footage in question was in fact 6 minutes of the unreleased pilot for Cool Cat Builds a House, rather than any original material, which may also be why its pilot episode runtime was shortened from 25 minutes to 18 minutes. The only other major change for the Kid Superhero was Derek dubbing over Jason's lines in order to voice Cool Cat himself, as if his distorted twang would improve the film. He revealed the purpose behind the director's cut was to once again have a newer version that could get picked up for a streaming deal in hopes of attracting publicity for an investor to fund Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting, which Derek later stated would require a $1.2 million budget to produce. That is $1,200,000 being asked by a guy who has failed to muster up original content in almost a decade now. On the Kickstarter page, he offered various Cool Cat merchandise and the chance to be named in the film's credit sequence. The project would be fully funded within the month at $1,483. Who are the absolute madmen who keep giving this lunatic money? By January, he would announce the new cut was fully edited and would be released on DVD that February. It seemed more and more apparent to viewers that Derek's actions would repeat themselves over and over, with him consistently trying similar yet new ways of expanding the brand, only to be met with the same hurdles each time. This film, like all of his others, didn't manage to attract the streaming deal or investor backing Derek had so desperately wanted. In June, he would release an announcement regarding his books that would talk about many of his upcoming plans. Most of his children's stories written over the years would return after having been out of print for the majority of time after their release, other than Cool Cat Stops Bullying through an eBay listing. These included Cool Cat, Baby Cat, Charlie the Trout, Best Buddies, and even Donnie the Dinosaur, which by then hadn't been mentioned on his website for over 9 years. Among them was also Bible Birdie, whose printed version was made using the full cover designed for him by James of the Odd Ones Out over 6 years before.
Bible Birdie loves Jesus, and this is a faith Christian themed book, 5 chapters. This is a chapter book right here. You know, not pictures. This is text right here. Isn't that just absolutely spectacular right there?
Derek doesn't acknowledge what made him change his mind after he stated he wasn't going to use the entirety of James's work, strangely, for this re-release of his Cool Cat series, he opted to remove the Spanish text that made the books bilingual, which had been an aspect of the series he'd been praised for in the past.
Librarian. Spanish text was just, they didn't like it.
We got rid of the Spanish text? Yeah, they used to be bilingual. They used to have English and Spanish.
No longer will we kowtow to big Latinx.
He also stated that he was now working on a book called Cool Cat Loves Vacations, which was a story that appeared to be an altered version of Cool Cat Loves Las Vegas, right down to the cover design. Evidently, he was in the process of adapting it into a short film, and hoped to cast Britney Spears in the project.
This is a book and a short script project. I'm about to talk to a couple of Las Vegas officials, see if we can get it. I need to cast one actress. I know I'm going to be pictured for it. Don't know if we're going to get her or not, but Miss Britney Spears was just in Vegas a couple weeks ago, and she announced publicly that she loves Las Vegas. And now that she's married, congratulations, Britney. We're very, very happy for you. You know, you never know. She may be hoping to do a nice kids project. You know, wouldn't that be so awesome to get Britney Spears? I already have her contact info on how to get to her people and everything. So, hey, the pitch is going out. You can bet your bottom dollar on that one.
To many, it seemed like Derek was continuing to try the same ploys as he always had. This only became more evident when later that same month, he would showcase yet another upcoming project called Cool Cat vs. Dirty Dog Unleashed, with his introduction video opening with nearly a full minute of footage of the Harrier jet owned by his friend Art Knowles, and yet again stating that on top of supposedly producing the project, Art would allow the jet to be featured in the film, making it the second film ever to feature a live Harrier jet, with the first being True Lies starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. What is he, a plane enthusiast? Why does he care about the Harrier jet thing so much? Does he think it gives him credibility? If so, isn't this literally the plot to a Better Call Saul episode where he asks an old guy to do stolen valor so that he can shoot a commercial with a plane in the background? I guess art really does imitate reality. Or art imitates art, or something.
I got some spectacular news coming to you, and that's about our brand new film, and that's Cool Cat vs. Dirty Dog Unleashed. And in this project right here, the coronavirus is going away. It's gone, and that just makes Dirty Dog mean, and it makes him mad. You know, because Dirty Dog, he don't like kids, and he likes to try to punk them, and he wants to pollute everybody with the coronavirus or whatever. So he's making his own, the Dirty Dog virus. And it's up to Cool Cat to save the world. You already know it is, but Cool Cat needs some help, and this is what I'm really, really proud of, or really happy that I was able to put this together. One of our producing partners we've been working together for the past decade is Lieutenant Colonel Art Knowles, and the Colonel owns the world's only civilian Harrier jet, and it gave me full permission. He said, Derek, use any footage you want on the Harrier jet, and so this will be the second movie ever, at least to my knowledge.
Derek had originally planned for Cool Cat Stops a School Shooting to claim the title of second film to feature a Harrier jet, but presumably had made the switch as a means of marketing this next project in hopes of attracting investors in the future. He also stated the movie will include Beaver, who is now being referred to as Dirty Dog's prisoner, in response to backlash for using the word slave.
Hey, Beaver! Say hi, everybody! Hi, Daddy Derek, and thank you for casting me in your movie!
Wow! Is Dirty Dog
Dirty Dog, so mean! I hate being Dirty Dog's listener!
Hey, you better go on now, okay? Bye-bye!
Bye-bye!
Derek went on to state that the movie had 75 to 80% of its runtime already shot, but that this included reused footage taken from the pilot for Cool Cat Flips a House.
On this project, I already have about 75 to 80% of the film already filmed. I was shooting a project where it was about flipping a house, and that was the working title. And I'm going to work that in as the beat story where, you know, Cool Cat and I are working on the house, and then it starts ramping the virus, and Dirty Dog's just making us just viruses trying to feed the shit. Oh my lord. Oh, there's one of them suckers right there. He's already trying to attack me.
Despite Derek's blatant footage recycling, going as far as repurposing its poster for the new film, he still states to this day that the project is still in development and is being pitched to production companies. As of now, Derek continues to focus his efforts on developing Cool Cat vs. Dirty Dog Unleashed, going as far as to repeat past attempts to garner success by offering roles to celebrities like Tommy Wiseau through his tweets. However, as he's grown more willing to hire fans for film work, he would go a step further and open the movie up to audience involvement by having fans submit speaking roles for a chance to be selected for a cameo in the movie. He recently stated that he's writing new scenes for the movie and revealed that the plot would involve Dirty Dog making his own, far deadlier virus. The fan cameo is intended to be a video message sent to Cool Cat in order to warn him of this and save the kids. I'd remark on the absurdity of Dirty Dog going Ted Kaczynski, but at this point, does it even surprise you how tone-deaf these plots are? One of the latest teasers announced yet another Kickstarter campaign for the new movie and opened with reused green screen footage of Jason Johnson's portrayal of Cool Cat, with Derek dubbing new lines over top. It seems that after all this time, very, very little has changed. While Derek's production cycle continues to encounter these same pitfalls time and time again, so too does Derek himself, as controversies continue to follow him. His most recent wave of backlash stemmed from a tweet posted after the results of the Johnny Depp vs. Amber Heard trial, in which Derek once again attempts to get him involved in Cool Cat Stops a School shooting, leading to commenters berating him for trying to leverage the attention of the event for personal gain. At nearly the same time, he made a similar tweet in the wake of the Texas shooting, believing that releasing the film would help remedy the spree killer trend. A thought so insensitive it's hard to even reproduce it. To this day, Derek continues to assert that Cool Cat Stops a School shooting will come out, with ever-growing expectations for its success. The same is also true with his other unreleased work, such as Cool Cat Flips a House, Cool Cat vs. Dirty Dog Unleashed, Cool Cat Loves Vacations, and a new box set for the Cool Cat films he's since talked about creating in order to add the DVDs for Cool Cat Fights the Coronavirus and the 2022 Director's Cut. Even with all of these ongoing plans, Derek continues to sit in a very similar position today as he had many years before any eyes were on him at all. Still repurposing the same Cool Cat footage, still looking for investors and TV deals, and still filled with an undying sense of enthusiasm that he's doing the right thing, both morally and business-wise. With success looming just around the corner, in probably the strangest and most well-documented, even if indirectly, case of someone suffering from severe gambler's fallacy, truly believing that if he continues to double down, it might work out. Despite his occasional bouts of blatant scamming and defrauding, there's no way he doesn't, on some level, feel attached to the Cool Cat project. He's been working at it for so long, it's impossible it's not his life's work, however absurd that may sound. It doesn't seem to profit him much of anything beyond universal mockery, and the man is now in his 60s, yet he just keeps going. Derek's life, in many ways, appears to be a cycle of compromises towards reaching his goals, which may have been the same way since the very beginning. Originally hoping to be an action star, he was forced to write his stories such that he would have a main role, but once again, he had no other option but to adapt them into film himself since no one else would. He would then reuse footage again and again, hoping to get the attention of the right people, and achieve the goal of having his work become famous, like he'd always wanted. By seeing his online following grow, Derek clings to the notion that each new project he releases inches him closer to his objectives, but he lacks the self-awareness necessary to realize how people truly feel about his work, even after all these years. The same incompetence that attracted his following in the first place is unfortunately the reason why he's never been able to accept the help it's offered him. Other directors in his position were able to utilize the attention they attracted and successfully built loyal fan bases who will support them in ways that the mainstream film world would never have with the quality of their work. Or rather, lack of quality. Derek could have been one of them, but he refuses to learn from his past mistakes. He simply cannot resist the grift. While this means he will most likely continue to produce films that his audience, however limited, will enjoy, it also means that his business practices may never change, and that each online figure who tries to aid him will just be another burnt bridge, leaving him unable to truly take a step forward. Derek's story may in fact never have an ending, and like Cool Cats, will continue on with only slight changes, incompetent mistakes, and recycled material ever so slightly altered.
Someone should do a Daddy Derek documentary. 100 fucking. There's got to be some sort of conclusion. The narrative is ongoing. You could make it. How about you make a documentary and keep it open for a sequel?
I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching this stupidly long video, and until next time, leave me alone. I think I need the time to heal.
just not that funny anymore.
Business.
Attract widespread loathing. Sooner or later, it's bound to happen, but luckily, in most cases, it doesn't take long for people to forget why they hated you in the first place and give you a chance to redeem yourself. But in the case of Amy Schumer, she will probably... It's not rare for public figures to attract widespread loathing. Sooner or later, it's bound to happen, but luckily, in most cases, it doesn't take long for people to forget why they hated you in the first place and give you a chance to redeem yourself. But in the case of Amy Schumer, she will probably always be known as the unfunny female comic that only jokes about sex. Amy Beth Schumer was born to a Jewish family in New York City, and according to her, her religious background caused her to be ostracized as a child, being nicknamed things such as Amy Schumer. While that certainly had a negative effect on her, as it would any kid, the other parts of her early life were positive. Her father owned a successful baby furniture company, and because of it, she grew up in a wealthy household. In her memoir book, The Girl with the Lower Back Tattoo, Amy describes taking private jets to the Bahamas during her childhood. However, this grace period came to an end when she was 9 years old, and her father's company went bankrupt. To make matters worse, the bankruptcy of the company was followed by her father being diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Her father's disease compounded their dire financial straits, and they lost everything, even the house they were living in. This series of unfortunate events was punctuated by her parents' divorce. Amy then moved with her mom to Long Island, where she claims, though not explicitly, to have become a kleptomaniac. According to an interview she gave to GQ, from age 14 to 21, she stole an estimated $100,000 worth of stuff, only stopping after she got arrested and charged with grand larceny. Despite how catastrophic her personal life had been up until this point, it's around this time she begins showing inclinations toward being a comic. Her reputation as someone dedicated to being an entertainer shows, and that she was voted class clown when she graduated in 1999. Her interest in being a performer of sorts led her to go to college for theater, and in 2003 she got her degree and moved back to New York City to study at the William Esper Studio, while working as a waitress and bartender part-time for a total of 2 years. This was a sacrifice she was willing to make if it meant she could pursue her dream of being a professional comedian. She began accruing parts in plays and regularly performing as a stand-up comedian in 2004. Just 3 years later, in 2007, she appeared on Last Comic Standing, an NBC talent competition for aspiring comedians. While she didn't win, being eliminated in the 11th episode, she successfully put herself out there as a working comic. At this point, people were already already noticing that her routine was unusual, with Amy focusing a lot on the details of her life in between the sheets. When asked about her participation in Last Comic Standing and whether being a female was an advantage or a hindrance when it came to working the crowd, she said, "Last Comic was totally fun. I had a great time because there was no pressure on me. I had been doing stand-up for around 2 years. I wasn't supposed to do well, so every time I advanced, it was a happy surprise. I kept it honest on the show, and it served me well. Sometimes being a female comic gives you an edge, but most of the time it's a pain in the ass. And who says I'm dirty? I don't think of myself as a dirty comic, but I do talk about sex honestly, and I don't think people are used to a chick talking about her. But hey, you write what you know, right?" She also recorded a Live at Gotham episode for the Comedy Central network, which had been hosted by many established comedians such as Gabriel Iglesias, Joe Rogan, and Bill Burr. Within a year, she became a recurring guest on a Fox late night program, followed by her co-starring in a reality show. Though not ideal, since her objective was to work for herself as a comedian, this was an astronomical rise, especially for someone who had just started doing comedy 4 years prior. Soon enough, she got her own special on Comedy Central and began appearing in so many different pieces of media, from comedy shows to ads and podcasts, that it's impossible to name all of them here. In part, people's dislike of her began due to sheer overexposure. Wherever they looked, Amy Schumer was there. The first people she rubbed wrong were comedy buffs, who felt that her comedy was controversial, but in a safe way, by talking about sex explicitly, but from a female perspective. Many thought that if a male comic had an act as straightforwardly sexual as hers, they'd be relegated to doing what's called a blue comedy, meaning comedy that relies on sexual jokes as its main course. But because she was a woman, it was seen as innovative and considered pop comedy. This didn't affect her career though, and after appearing in even more movies and TV shows, she dropped another special, aptly titled Mostly Sex Stuff. After it was positively received, she received the green light from Comedy Central to get her own sketch show, which is somewhat of a badge of honor for a comedian. The show Inside Amy Schumer was so successful that it got a total of 5 seasons, and despite people speculating otherwise, only stopped being produced because of Amy's decision to focus on touring as a stand-up instead of shooting more episodes. Her show also received 3 Primetime Emmys, further solidifying Amy Schumer as a household name in comedy. And in 2015, she was named one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people. That same year, her movie Trainwreck was released, which is probably her single biggest appearance in conventional media. With a budget of just $35 million and box office sales of $140, it was a financial success and got her plenty of opportunities. This was the peak of her career as a comic and entertainer, having successfully turned her stand-up skills into a full-time media job. However, at the same time, a general political upheaval began, and by her own choices, Amy was roped into it. On one hand, many skits from her show were skyrocketing in popularity and being shared online because they tackled topics such as culture, an extremely controversial and debated topic at the time. This landed Amy squarely in the corner of people who aligned with beliefs related to feminism and social justice, which consequently catapulted her work further into the mainstream. On the other hand, this also attracted a kind of scrutiny she was severely unready to be met with. Amy had spent most of her career making jokes involving sensitive topics, and now that she seemed happy to take on the role of socially conscious comedian, the chickens came home to roost. She was taken to task for the innumerable instances of her being racially insensitive in her comedy. An article released by The Guardian at the time reads as follows: "For such a keen observer of social norms and an effective satirist of the ways gender is complicated by them, Schumer has a shockingly large blind spot around race. Her lackluster stint hosting the MTV Movie Awards, a rare misstep, featured lazy jokes about Latina women being crazy, while a much-lauded sketch from the show featured an ad for a training center where old people learn to not be racist. Schumer's stand-up repeatedly delves into racial territory, tactlessly and with no apparent larger points. Her stand-up special features jokes like, nothing works 100% of the time, except Mexicans, and a bunch of her characters' dumb persona is predicated on the fact that the men she sleeps with are people of color. I used to date Latino guys," she says in an older stand-up routine. "Now I prefer consensual." In response, Amy made a series of now-deleted tweets stating, "I'm a comic. I'm so glad more people are laughing at me and with me all of a sudden. I will joke about things you like, and I will joke about things you aren't comfortable with, and that's okay. Stick with me and trust I'm joking. I go in and out of playing an irreverent idiot. That includes making dumb jokes involving race. I enjoy playing the girl who, time to time, says the dumbest thing possible. And playing with race is a thing we're not supposed to do, which is what makes it so fun for comics. You can call it a blind spot for racism or lazy, but you're wrong. It is a joke, and it is funny. I know that because people laugh at it. Honestly, it's kind of surprising to see Amy Schumer, of all people, express this stance on the issue, but then again, I'm sure that after this brush with backlash, she cut back on making these kinds of jokes. I wonder if this is still her opinion on it nowadays. In any case, soon after, she was once again making headlines, this time for posing nude for a photo shoot. This decision, paired with their previous controversies led many people to see her as someone who was willing to do anything for attention, and even some of her previous fans began seeing a disconnect between who she used to be and who she became. It's also worth noting there was a time in which doing a nude photo shoot was still a frowned upon thing to do, whereas now it's becoming weird if a female personality doesn't have an OnlyFans. Come 2016, and things continued to heat up, as Amy was accused of stealing jokes from multiple comedians, many of whom were working alongside her during her formative years as a comic, giving further credence to the allegations.
How's this?
Oh, that's perfect.
They can ring you up right over there.
Thanks so much.
Okay, I'm Bengi. If you need any other sizes, you please let me know, all right?
Okay.
Hi, how you doing?
Great.
All right, can somebody help you with this?
Yeah, she's right over.
Surpass me, you shall ultimately perish.
She's not
soon
there.
enough.
Did someone help you today?
And yet you still
Yeah,
persist. Utterly senseless.
Oh, that's okay. What did she look like?
She's dark hair. Do you know what he looks like?
Yeah, he is wearing like a vest.
If she had a favorite president, it would probably be Lincoln.
Are there any other distinguishing features? I would guess he probably voted for Obama.
While certain comedians regretted having suggested that Amy was a joke thief or even outright defended her, the damage was done, as no matter what she or anybody else said in her defense, the audiences who had seen the alleged instances of joke theft for themselves were convinced that she had stolen the jokes and nothing could change their mind. To this day, when people talk about her, that's the main thing she's remembered for. Though her reputation with the public was already in the toilet by 2016 due to this controversy, the political climate of the time and the spats about SJWs that permeated every facet of the culture certainly didn't help her get back on her feet. There's no better way to put it than to note that ever since they acted in the TV show Girls together in 2014, Amy Schumer had grown increasingly closer to Lena Dunham as the two evolved towards the same direction. That direction consisting mostly of being body-positive narcissists and conflating being disliked for your actions with sexism. Ever since Lena interviewed Amy in late 2016, they've remained a steadfast duo, which isn't surprising considering that from that point onwards, they had the same target audience: internet-bound busybody women. The thing Amy didn't think through with this rebrand was the fact that she was a comedian, and the only comedy her new target audience consumed was through clips online, if any. Meanwhile, the people that are into comedy enough that they're willing to pay for tickets to go to a show tend to be a lot more on the politically incorrect side of things. This jarring combination resulted in many clashes between Amy and her audience, such as when 200 fans walked out during one of her shows for bringing her routine to a screeching halt to bring a Trump supporter up on stage to demonstrate how stupid he was, only to pivot to calling Trump himself an orange sexual assaulting fake college starting monster and kick his supporter off stage. The mean-spiritedness that was once present in her comedy didn't actually go away. It just morphed into a high-strung, politicized version of itself that defensively called out other people for things she felt guilty about. For example, in January 2016, a 17-year-old film critic called Jackson Murphy posted a picture with her caption, "Spend the night with Amy Schumer." Certainly not the first guy to write that. She replied passive-aggressively saying, "I get it, because I'm a glad I took a photo with you. Hi to your dad." While journalists ran with it, praising her retort as some grandiose moment of standing up to slut-shaming, this was grating since just a couple of years prior, Amy would not only call herself, but other women, jokingly, and that was just the tip of the iceberg since she had told jokes exponentially more offensive than what Murphy had said. One particular example of this that got her in trouble with other comedy fans was when, during a Comedy Central roast on Charlie Sheen, in which she was participating, she decided to tell a joke about Steve-O, who was in the audience.
Steve-O is here. Steve-O, brain try. Steve-O! But I truly am, no joke, sorry for the loss of your friend Ryan Dunn. I know you must have been thinking it could have been me, and I know we were all thinking, why wasn't it?
Not only did her joke immediately make the room plummet when she mentioned Ryan Dunn, Steve-O's friend who had tragically passed away a couple of years prior, the punchline was just saying everyone wished Steve-O had died instead. Well, this is par for the course when it comes to roasts, and the rest of the audience still reacted somewhat positively to her joke, and Steve-O was visibly bothered by it, which upset many of the people who only saw it after the fact. Given how beloved Jackass and Steve-O in particular are by the public, this felt gratuitous, like Amy was trying too hard to be edgy, contributing further to her being generally disliked. Steve-O eventually spoke out about it, saying that despite being pissed off about what she said at the time, he talked to Amy about it and they came to terms. Regardless, the fact that he didn't personally hold a grudge against her did very little in the way of salvaging her botched roast. In the same year, she released her memoirs, which was noticeably an attempt by Amy to improve her PR, explicitly writing herself as an extremely likable everywoman who any girl can identify with, despite being a multi-millionaire movie star infamous for her off-color remarks and insensitive sense of humor. Even the fact that she was already writing an autobiographical book despite being just 35 years old was seen as a symptom of her narcissism. The nail in the coffin for many was her 2017 Netflix special, called The Leather Special, which became widely hailed as one of the worst specials ever, and for some reason, the quintessential demonstration of the unfunny female comedian archetype. The response was so bad that some theorized it was the reason Netflix suspended the rating system they had in place at the time, but that didn't stop people from expressing themselves about it, since YouTube was littered with videos compiling the worst moments of Schumer's comedy. In the face of this, she, along with journalists, of course, blamed it on none other than the alt-right. After abandoning the persona she had been building for years of a comedian to whom edginess came second nature, she completely embraced her new identity as a feminist icon, mostly because it was expedient to do so at the time, and because the media was already setting her up to play that role, even before she actively tried to play it. In February 2018, just a few months off the peak of #MeToo, which started in October 2017 due to the allegations about Harvey Weinstein, another comedian, Aziz Ansari, was put on the spot for an allegation of sexual assault. Instead of it being instantly integrated into the movement, this particular accusation became a controversy of its own. Not only did Aziz respond by disputing the woman's claims about the nature of their encounter, but many felt that her own story corroborated what he said, since it included some instances of consensual sexual interaction and a retelling of the following morning, wherein the woman told Aziz she felt he violated her boundaries and he apologized. This, when added to some journalistic mishandling on the end of the person who initially reported the story, and the fact that it was much more of a gray area than Weinstein's allegations, culminated in Aziz's accusations becoming a controversy of their own, with some even saying that it was effectively derailing the Me Too movement altogether. Just a couple of weeks after the eruption of this news, Amy decided to chime in and claim that what Aziz did was not acceptable, before recounting her own story. She claimed that when she was a teenager, she was flat out raped. While she was initially appreciated for trying to give a voice to victims of sexual assault, upon further examination, even people who hadn't sided with Aziz felt that Amy was adding to the confusion. She said, "My first sexual experience was not a good one. I didn't think about it until I started reading my journal again. When it happened, I wrote about it almost like a throwaway. It was like, and then I looked down and realized he was inside of me. He was saying, 'I'm so sorry, and I can't believe I did this.'" In her interview with Oprah, she specifies that she was asleep when this happened. Now, of course, this is extremely terrible and definitely qualifies as SA. The problem spurs from the fact that her situation is seriously different from what Aziz and his potential victim were discussing. Additionally, despite her liberal usage of the word rape while talking about the topic, she simultaneously implied that these gray area rapes, as she puts it, aren't necessarily criminal, just unacceptable behavior, which further muddied the waters. After she joined the discussion, her older rape jokes resurfaced and were used against her. However, they all paled in comparison to an appearance she made on the Opie and Anthony show, wherein she tells a story about being in the front seat with the cab driver and not only sexually harassing him, but outright placing his hand on her crotch without any lead up to give him a chance to offer anything resembling consent. As you can expect, people came to her defense, saying that if he allowed it to happen and went on with it, that was him consenting. However, if that's the case, then the same can be said for many other of the gray area situations Amy claimed constituted wrongdoing. What's worse is that this isn't the only time Amy had unceremoniously admitted to having committed some kind of sexual assault. In her memoir, she tells a story about a guy named Matt, where she says, "It was 8 a.m. My dorm room phone rang. 'Amy, what's up?' 'It's Matt, come over.' 'Knock, knock, ring, ring. Where is he?' Finally, the door opens. It's Matt, but not really. He's there, but not really there. His face is kind of distorted, and his eyes seem like he can't focus on me. He's actually trying to see me from the side like a shark. 'Hey,' he yells too loud, and gives me a hug too hard. He's f***ing wasted. But I was here, and I wanted to be held and touched and felt desired, despite everything. I wanted to be with him. And then came the sex, and I use that word very loosely. His penis was soft. It felt like one of those de-stress things that slips from your hand. He started to go down on me. That's ambitious, I think. Is it still considered getting head if the guy falls asleep every 3 seconds and moves his tongue like an elderly person eating their last oatmeal? The only wetness between my legs is from his drool, because he's now sleeping and snoring into me. Again, despite it being debatable to what extent this actually occurred, it certainly looked awful for Amy, who was trying to be an advocate on the topic of gray area rape, when she sounded a lot like a gray area rapist herself. Not only did she speak about this openly without an ounce of self-awareness about how terrible it sounded, she immediately followed it up with a series of complaints to herself about how great of a friend and comedian she was, as well as a complaint about how devastating comments about her weight are. The cherry on top is that she didn't just write this into her memoirs, she also performed it as an acceptance speech to an award, and the video for it has millions of views. You really cannot make this up. It's tough enough to be a comedian that pushes the envelope while defending talking points that very much preclude things like offensive humor, but I imagine it must be even harder to be as rigorous as she is on sexual ethics when she's had at least 2 close calls, if we can even call them that, with being the perpetrator of SA. But because of the impenetrable shield the industry and the media put around her that deflected any genuine criticism from the public, she eventually found some success in her rebrand as a politically correct, sex-positive figure, and in 2019, she put out another comedy special called Growing. Though it didn't get ravingly positive reviews, it was leagues ahead of the reception that the Leather special got. But perhaps this was because the parts of her audience that had any expectations or standards for what she was putting out were long gone by the time it came out. While she retains the forced Facebook feminism that became a part of her personality in 2016, the premise of the special is decidedly less stupid, or at least internally consistent with the politics she punctuates it with, mostly focusing on her personal life, her marriage, and her pregnancy. When she noticed that this more candid approach to doing comedy was well appreciated by consumers, she leaned into it. A year later, she dropped a docuseries through HBO Max about the difficulties she had with pregnancy due to her career as a touring comedian, as well as her health issues such as endometriosis, which ultimately culminated in the surgical removal of her uterus in 2021. Fortunately for her, the reception was even more positive than her special, and it was crucial in reigniting her presence in the mainstream media, which became much more scant after her run-ins with journalists and comedians alike. It's unlikely she'll ever successfully reverse the damage she did to her public perception, since the people who see her as an industry plant, annoying feminist, unfunny hack, or all of the above haven't found any reason to change their minds about her. Regardless, despite all of the hate she's accrued over the years, it doesn't look like she'll be going away anytime soon, as she continues to take every opportunity to make current events about herself, and article writers continue to indulge her. One recent example of this comes from last year when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars. Amy, who was hosting the night along with Wanda Sykes and Regina Hall, took to Instagram to say that she was, and I quote, triggered and traumatized. Again, it seems like she selects the kind of language she thinks is more likely to get a reaction from people. In another show of hers, she also commented on the slap, saying it was an example of toxic masculinity. What's interesting is that on the same Oscars night, she was planning to joke about Alec Baldwin having accidentally murdered someone while filming a movie, as well as James Franco's SA allegations, but was advised against it. As I previously said, she never stopped being tone deaf and insensitive. She just strategically pointed it away from topics that could get her into real trouble, while pivoting to socially conscious talking points. There's no telling if the never-ending spring of second chances for Amy will ever dry up, but given how many scandals she's made it through that would probably ravage almost anybody else's career, something tells me her token feminist comedian immunity is still very much in effect. At her peak of unlikability in 2016 to 2017, she was being considered for the lead role of the Barbie movie, which you've probably seen ads for recently as it stars Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling. The only reason she isn't in the final product was that she chose to drop out due to the fact that the script didn't have a feminist edge. Now that she has a successful TV show on Hulu with Life and Beth, it wouldn't surprise me if she scored some A-lister parts in movies in the near future. If they can keep Ezra Miller on Hollywood life support despite the fact that he's a walking PR nightmare, Amy Schumer is no trouble at all. I believe the saying goes, a jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. In the case of Brendan Schaub, however, some have cast doubt on this adage. Born and raised in Colorado, Brendan's family had a history in competitive sports, with his father being a second-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and his uncle, Pax Beal, being a bodybuilder and ex-football player. There's no coincidence, since genetics definitely played a role in the proclivity towards athleticism. Schaub grew to be well over 6 feet tall, and unsurprisingly, quickly found success in pursuits such as football and lacrosse while in high school, lettering twice in the former and 4 times in the latter, even being voted MVP in his senior year. Willie didn't attract the attention of homeless cats and fry cooks at P.F. Chang's after a bizarre rant from Schaub about why he didn't care magnum opus. Within 24 hours, the video was taken down twice by Joe Rogan's media company, Bent Pixels, which Beige revealed in another upload. For a moment there, Brendan had the opportunity to play the part of a meathead with a bad first special, which would not only be redeemable, but if he handled it right, could be a great place to start out as an underdog. I mean, Louis C.K. came back from being exposed for being a pervert with a leaked set that instantly became massive, but Brendan made the fatal mistake of adding insult to injury and letting everyone know that he wasn't willing to take the L. He wasn't just a bad comedian scene anymore, he was a bad person, and sooner or later, everyone would know about it. The thing about the internet is that events like this don't happen in a vacuum. Once things start moving in a certain direction, the tendency is to snowball, not slow down. I know looking up people's net worth online is a meme, but considering the type of gigs he gets and the lifestyle he lives, Brendan is most likely sitting on at least $1 million or $2 million. My point being, he absolutely does not need to be concerned about what YouTubers are saying about him. By engaging with them and stooping as low as false copyright striking people for being mean to him, he was inviting the attention of people to whom stooping low becomes second nature. Because the takedowns were done manually, the people criticizing Schaub not only knew that he was looking himself up to see what everyone was saying about him, but he was really upset about it too. Perhaps because of the steep decline in chemistry between him and Bryan Callen, Brendan sensed that the fighter and the kid had its days of success counted and decided to start yet another podcast, this time with Chris D'Elia, Eric Griffin, and Theo Vaughn, which was initially called The King and the Sting, then The King and the Sting and Wing, and finally The Golden Hour, because everything Schaub does is contractually obliged to be poorly executed and require changes on the fly. While he made a wise decision in not putting all of his eggs in the same basket as Callen, since in 2020, Callen was accused of sexual misconduct by 4 women, Brendan wasn't wise enough to foresee Chris D'Elia also being the subject of scrutiny in regards to his alleged sexual harassment of minors. Man, what the hell is it about being a stand-up comedian that makes you a freak? Eventually, Theo Vaughn was smart enough to notice that his participation in the podcast was more about having his name attached to the project than it being a platform for him to be creative, and he left it. In 2021, Brendan launched his Thick Boy brand and YouTube channel, which amassed a little more than paying a team to make him look like an established celebrity YouTuber, only for the channel to eventually devolve into a platform for all of Schaub's already existent projects. Additionally, this channel, along with many other channels Brendan has control over, is known for deleting and censoring comments, particularly the ones that get traction. Despite this attempt at yet another pivot to being a solo online personality, Brendan Schaub's success was entirely contingent on the people he somehow convinced to work with him. While the fighter and the kid's popularity had dwindled, the Golden Hour was still enjoying growth, but like all things Schaub, it was immediately tainted by his inability to handle a spotlight. A couple of years prior, in 2019, Brendan and Theo, when they were the only members of the podcast, were answering questions sent in by listeners, and one of them was about if it was possible to be attractive while bald. Using about 5% of his magnanimous intellect, Brendan takes this as an opportunity to say that his longtime friend and spiritual stepfather, Joe Rogan, was, and I quote, slinging dick. That expression means one thing and one thing only, and given the context of the conversation, there was no way Schaub meant something else with it. The problem is, Joe Rogan has a wife, which meant Brendan was essentially revealing Joe was cheating on her, or at least claiming he was. Later on, when the topic got brought up, he tried to claim that what he meant was that Joe was killing it in life, and you can guess how well that excuse worked. That attempt at a save was so bad that, even though it had already been clipped, they actually cut that part out of the original episode, which only served to make things look even worse. The topic of infidelity eventually came back with a vengeance, but directed at none other than Schaub himself. At the beginning of 2022, on the 49th episode of the Trash Tuesday podcast, fellow comedian Andy Letterman began talking about a certain other comedian whom she claimed sucked at comedy, who despite having a wife and kids, decided to suggestively invite her to walk him to his truck, an offer Annie rejected. As soon as the story was told, another of the show's hosts, Kalila Kuhn, immediately deduced who Annie was talking about and said that he had also tried to get with her. Eventually, they said that his initials were BS, which pretty much confirmed they were talking about Brendan. This became a big controversy when the always vigilant Fighter and the Kid subreddit capitalized on it immediately, picking it up and running, as well as turning it into a meme and making a variety of songs revolving around the phrase, "Walg me to my trug." While the topic wasn't broached in his appearances to Joe Rogan or the Impulsive podcast, when Schaub went on Andrew Schultz's Flagrant 2, he got grilled on it in a pretty masterful way. Despite asking Brendan about one of the most damning and revealing things possible, Andrew remained aloof as if it wasn't some potentially life-destroying piece of information for Schaub. Meanwhile, Schaub handled it like you would expect, stuttering while trying to explain himself like a kid that got caught pissing in the sink, which, if you don't know, is also an actual real habit of Brendan Schaub and the entire Turkey Tom team. Underlining this situation was other corroborating factors unearthed by the subreddit, such as a video of Brendan Schaub passing a note to a woman, which was presumed to be his number. This clip was used in a video by a small YouTuber called Uniqueness, and not only were his videos about Brendan Schaub taken down with more false copyright claims, but Brendan actually went the distance and sued him. When trying to defend this insane and narcissistic decision, Brendan said, "If you want to criticize my fight pics, my stand-up, my podcast, that's what I'm a public figure for. I signed up for that. That stuff does not bother me. But when you start slandering my name, stealing content, and creating this false narrative of cheating on my wife, and do all this crazy and defamatory stuff, and using my content in the clickbait stuff like that for years, well then you're not playing the same game, man. Then I have to do something. If you made your entire career off defamation, I have to do something. Several times I've had my team reach out and go, we don't want to pursue this, just stop. And he wouldn't. So what do? So this narrative and that, oh, this bigger YouTuber suing this other YouTuber for no reason to silence him. You know, I thought you didn't get down with cancel culture. I don't in any facet. This is different. It's different insofar as it affects him personally. The allegations that Schaub was a serial cheater were further substantiated by a series of screenshots from multiple different women, all shown being contacted or knowing someone who Schaub contacted, some of them even fresh out of high school. I think for something to be considered defamation, it would have to be false information, so I'm pretty sure that Unique was in the clear there. To help pay for the legal costs of dealing with Schaub, Unique opened a GoFundMe page. Despite it failing to raise the amount of money set as the goal, Brendan lost the lawsuit anyway, along with a whopping $500,000. He also appears to have threatened to serve the Trash Tuesday crew with a lawsuit for daring to tell an anecdote of a guy cheating on his wife, which everyone immediately recognized must have been him without them even having to say his name. Through a series of increasingly convoluted and schizophrenic Benadryl hallucinations, some courtesy of Brian Callen no less, Brendan's beef with... Greetings guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome back to the You thought Meltime was over. You thought it was done. But no! As it turns out, we get hours and hours and hours of Meltime, boys and girls. The content machine keeps churning the vacuum that is the Mel and Destiny divorce drama. The divorce drama, dude. Yeah, the divorce is drama now, apparently. It keeps churning. The vacuum that is this situation is ready to suck in literally everything. There is no escape. Nobody will escape. And, I don't want to, frankly. I love it.
This is not here.
I am under the water. Please help me.
Relationships.
The ancient casks of wine.
It's what every
hidden
song on the
within
radio is all
recesses of the
about.
House
It's
of
what
Lord
men and women
Hades.
spend years of their
Few
life
have
sinking
tasted
time,
the
money, and
intoxicating
resources
vintage
into.
that they
Sometimes to
contain.
get a lot out of it,
Still
and
waiting for the
sometimes
festive
for
occasion
nothing.
when we'll
Well,
open
not
one of these.
nothing, but I mean sometimes. You end up losing more than you gain from that relationship.
fair
And it
enough.
definitely seems to be sucking lately for Destiny and Melina. The internet's power couple, a streamer and a model coming together to fight the red pill and show their love to the world, it's fallen apart.
Melina, why did you say yes to Destiny when he asked, would you marry him?
Fated
Because
list
I
of
love
minor
him.
prophecies.
And what do you love about him?
Everything.
Did you know he's a liberal?
Yeah, but that's amazing.
Oh,
Yeah. I think it's amazing.
really? So would
Yeah.
you classify him as a beta male or an alpha male?
He's a Sigma male.
A sig male?
Sigma.
Sigma male, Jesse. You know what Sigma males are?
No.
Oh, you're behind on the times.
I am. What is it?
Sigma males are men that go their own way, Jesse. They don't play the alpha beta games, okay? They live their own lives.
Oh, that's amazing.
I did like 12 years of ballroom dancing when I was younger. So I was competing in that sport. So if I meet someone that does some sort of dancing that is with a partner, I can like dance with them really well. And that's like what's the fun out of it, right?
I think she's saying like in a traditional sense of things, it looks bad on him, but you guys don't have a traditional.
Really other people though. Well,
I know. I'm just saying. No, that's what I'm saying.
Why
You
would it
guys,
look bad?
you guys don't have a like from a traditional
also- Have you guys ever
standpoint.
danced
From a
before?
hold on. From a traditional standpoint, it looks bad, but you guys are not traditional. I think that's what she's saying. It looks bad, but
Wait,
not
is it
taking.
in a-
wait,
but
hold on,
also
wait. Even in a
tradition, it's not
traditional
bad. It's not
aspect,
bad
like
in
you
a
can go to
tradition.
weddings, like sometimes
Well,
other
it was
people
in your
dance with other
house,
people.
though,
Yeah.
You know.
Have you guys ever
shake it?
danced?
Like it's not like they're like
I know you're
grinding.
not like at a ballroom.
I'm not.
dancing event.
I'm not okay with. If I marry my wife, I'm not okay with her dancing.
Now, obviously, throughout this entire relationship, a lot of
It's not bad
Like
in
you
a
can go to
tradition.
weddings, like sometimes
Well,
other
is
people.
it in a-
Hold on, wait.
But you guys are not traditional. I think that's what she's saying. It looks bad, but
Wait,
not
is it
taking.
in a-
Wait,
but
hold on,
also
wait. Even in a
tradition, it's not
traditional
bad. It's not
aspect,
bad
like
in
you
a
can go to
tradition.
weddings, like sometimes
Well,
other
it was
people
in your
dance with other
house,
people.
though,
Yeah.
You know.
Have you guys
Like
been
you
in a
can go to
tradition?
weddings, like sometimes
Well,
other
it was
people
in your
dance with other
house,
people.
though,
Yeah.
You know.
Have you guys ever
shake it?
danced?
Like it's not like they're like
I know
grinding.
you're not like at a ballroom.
I'm not.
dancing event
I'm not
with
okay with.
my
If I marry my wife, I'm not okay with her dancing with.
Now, obviously, throughout this entire relationship, a lot of people were preying on its downfall. They had an open marriage, meaning they would sleep with other people, and that caused a lot of people to call Destiny a cuck. There were also a lot of memes that were like, the only way a guy like that can get with a girl like her is if she's sleeping with other guys. And of course, then there's
Give
the
me the best
ABBA
deal you've
meme where he
got.
dances with Melina, and obviously this was one of the most popular memes of last year from like the YouTube sphere.
Because I would probably figure out like the basic steps and I would
next.
figure out like how to do everything.
All right, let's
Even
find
though
out.
No.
Uh-oh. Mel time. Mel time. It's Mel time.
Denied. And next? Your business?
I love it. And a few weeks ago, we found out from Destiny himself that he and Melina were getting divorced. At the time, we didn't have a lot of details about this, and initially, it looked like everyone was going to be quiet. Destiny wouldn't talk about it. Melina wouldn't talk about it. They would just go their separate ways in private and do their own thing, amicable splits. But due to a series of events, that ceasefire basically ended, and as a result, we now have hours of Destiny talking about Melina on stream, as well as a good amount of content from Melina's new boyfriend called Memetics. Everyone is saying it like meme ticks, like he's a blood-sucking insect. I guess metaphorically you could say that, but I thought it was pronounced Memetics. But maybe that's just my Kekistani blood shining through. I could be completely wrong, but we're gonna call him Memetics for the entire video. Now, it all started with this stream where Steven said he would not really be going into detail on the breakup because it was all private, and he had no intention of leaking it to the world. And this was a pretty mature take on it all, I think. It's probably best to not reveal too many private relationship details during a breakup when you're a public figure, because things can just get messy, and it's just not worth it.
I don't think it's my place. I shouldn't be like taking private relationship stuff and like airing that publicly. There's literally no reason to do this. I should have never done this when I was typing in chat. There's no reason for me to do like a public accounting for of like a private relationship between me and Mel. I think I need my bow. As much as I think she's made some deplorable decisions over the past few months, I just don't think it's very fair for me to like, I'm gonna do the Melfesto and just completely run her everything on blah blah blah, which is absolutely cucked, and I understand that. And I understand that. I'll tell you, and listen, if you want to blame anybody, blame my therapist, because yesterday I was very close to doing a huge, like, we're gonna talk about a lot of shit. And I had like a really long chat with my therapist, or our therapist, I guess, to try to like sort out my feelings, what I want in the future going forward, like what I think is like the best thing to do. And I basically completely went maybe after that conversation.
So apparently he did talk about it in his chat a bit, but not too much detail, and he stopped himself pretty quickly before he said too much. And he admitted fault here, which is good. We wouldn't get any public details though for another full week until Destiny decided to do another stream where he talked about it for a good hour and a half. And during that stream, he revealed that Melina demanded that he give her $100,000. He also revealed that she'd been talking a lot about him behind the scenes to a ton of people, both during and after the divorce, and that negatively affected his relationship with a lot of people behind the scenes. Many friendships cut off as a result. Now, I was under the impression that because there was no prenup signed, that he would have to give her half of his money, but he clarified publicly that he signed a post-nuptial agreement with her, and because the marriage was relatively short, he wouldn't actually owe her any money. This is just what he said, but I can't imagine he would lie about something like that, considering he would eventually find out if he was lying. It would be a big, public drama thing. And in general, Destiny doesn't seem to be someone who doesn't tell the truth, no matter what you think about him. He's not a liar. The first thing from this stream is that according to Destiny, Melina reached out to 5 people behind the scenes, saying Destiny has A, lied about the relationship, and B, that he's abusive. Now, I assume this doesn't imply physical abuse and is more along the lines of emotional manipulation, but she told this to a bunch of people.
My ex-wife has reached out to a ton of people. At least, I'll say at least 5 mutual friends have alerted me. I have no idea how many other are affected. Basically saying that I've lied about a ton of stuff and that I am abusive. Where I guess abusive means I've lied before or cheated. That's like what abusive means. Which is chill, you know, I'm cool with that. I'm on a big roll, not abusive lifestyle. Yeah. That's so that's a little bit annoying that every single person that Melina talks to, and then every single person he talks to, and every single person these people talk to are basically being told that I'm like an abuser, I'm a liar, and just like all sorts of other like insanely unhinged is a little bit, I'd say a little bit annoying. That's one thing that's irritating. And the second thing that's irritating is I don't like anyone who's a liar, okay? Maybe I shouldn't have leaked anything the first time when I got upset. I probably shouldn't have, because I should have waited longer. Maybe that's something to tell me. I probably shouldn't have.
Good.
But yeah, I would I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why you would call me a liar. Does she actually weaponize therapy? Melina weaponizes everything. I remember we got into a fight in Vegas.
Well,
because Tim was spamming her phone saying, if you want to raise kids, you can't do it in a poly relationship, or with an American, just random. And
most excellent.
I'm just like, why the
thank you.
Why are you arguing with this person about this? This is brutal. And we got into a huge fight over this. I remember one of the just said, "I'm on your and today maybe that's why you lose." I don't think she would. It was a good insult.
Heads up.
Jesus. Who do the mutual friends believe?
Please accept.
So one of the issues. Let me say this. Okay. Organize thoughts. Figure out what I want to say, what I don't want to say. Because I don't want to just leak all the details of my relationship. If for no other reason, it's just dumb, and it makes everybody look bad. It's just like I make it irrelevant. But just a little update, I guess, on where my brain's at. Somebody asked, who do the mutual friends believe? I think prior to a few weeks ago, I think most of the mutual friends kind of believe.
While Melina technically did not make it public or allegations public, whatever they may be, telling 5 people, in my opinion, out of making it public because people talk. People say things to one another, independent of who these people are. They could have each told up to 5 people themselves. And who knows how those 25 from the initial 5 told. So it sort of starts this giant rumor mill where people are talking about these details that are supposed to be private, but they end up being public or semi-public through the grapevine. Now you can blame Destiny a little for this, considering he did talk about this a little bit in his chat. He did talk about his feelings on the divorce and whatever, but he was more vague than Melina would be, I assume, in the DMs. So you can place some fault on him for that, and admit that, but not too much. Another issue you have here is that things get lost in translation and just spread around like crazy, to the point where eventually everyone knows some form of these stories from their breakup, but it also deviates greatly from the truth. So at that point, to clear things up, you either have to talk to everyone in the story, reach out individually to clearly with them, or just make a public addressing of it to clear the air so people know what actually happened. Now, if I may comment, I think this whole emotional abuse thing is not really super high. The A word gets tossed around a lot these days, and I think most people kind of misuse it. I think, the abuse thing most of the time could just be described as being mean or being rude to someone, but I think for most people who use the word A word, or they use the word gaslighting, or any of these psychological buzzwords to describe relationships, they probably don't know the meaning of these words, and they're also just misusing them. And once again, when this reaches a ton of people or becomes public, figure, it just causes a giant web of rumors, mistruths, and lies. And so Destiny decided that he wanted to address that a bit on stream and get some things off of his shoulders.
When Melina goes and talks to mutual friends about things, and then I talk, Melina always sounds like the good guy, because I'm trying my best to do both sides, and she's just dumping on me. Yeah, so it's just it's very f***ing annoying. Now that I've had way more time, I say way more time, it's 2 weeks, or 10 days, 12 days. Now that I've had more time out of things, and then I'm looking back on things, and then when I review things with friends, I can see that this pattern has been so strong and so unbelievably transparent in the different approaches to things that it's just most wacky shit in the world. Sorry, so today my shoot was delayed. Like I said, has she done this with you about other people? Yes, Melina does this to everybody. One of the things that I complain to the therapist about, I also make these comments, and it never acknowledges any fault or wrong. But one example of this was Darius. Melina was 100% unequivocally wrong and exaggerated / lied. Everything happened to her with the Darius situation. But because it ended up in a place where she didn't she emotionally rewrote the entire history of their interactions to make it seem like Darius was a clingy, abusive loser the entire time. I won't go into too many details of that because, like I said, I don't want to I have to figure out which stories are relevant, because I don't want to do this whole I'm stealing everything. I just want to have this. I just want to fight two really widespread impressions that really bother me. One is that I'm this horrible, abusive, one-sided, terrible person. Number one. And number two is I don't know how this about behind the scenes now. This whole, I talk to some people and I'm like, have you heard this story? And they're like, yeah, isn't this when you did that, that, and that? And I'm like, is that all you heard about this? That drives me crazy. And then 3, I don't like the fact now that Mel and Tim are on their streams, like basically saying I'm lying about things, which is also driving me crazy. It's like I'm not lying about it. Why would I lie about anything related to our lives that is so easily verifiable? I would be so stupid to tell lies about these topics that you've told everybody about because everybody knows them.
The impression Destiny gives off of Melina here is that she has a big victim complex where everything she does is nice and virtuous and any action against her is totally undeserved. Don't know how true that is, take it with a grain of salt, but if you Destiny and obviously you're going to think she's a difficult person to be around or be in a relationship with. At some point after a bit of not really talking, apparently Melina reached out to Destiny to have a phone call, and on that call she demanded that he give her $100,000.
Yeah, so basically, Melina reaches out to me, we have a call. She basically tells me that I owe her for money for a car. That I, like, if I want to do what's normal, because I made her leave the United States to pay to fly all over shit, I should pay like $100,000. Sure. The way that this conversation starts is, and this is the funniest thing. Initially, she'd like sent this message through a mutual, and then I responded back, and I was like, "Oh no, like maybe maybe Tim can get a job, and you guys could work for this money. Good luck." I was very passive aggressive. I admit that. That was I sent a really nasty. When she asked me for that. Just to be clear, it was like, "Hey, remember you told me you don't care about the money, you don't care about my help, you don't care about me doing taxes, you don't care about any of that shit. All you want is somebody to cuddle with you for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Well, there you go. I got it. Good luck. Figure it out. I'm sure you guys will." Power of love will, help you with your paperwork 100%. Okay, because that's the only thing that matters. Remember, it's the only thing that matters in life. I was super passive aggressive, but then when the call starts, Melina's like, this call starts. She's like, I just want to know where you're at. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, I want to know where you're at because of that message you sent 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, well, I'm at the message that I sent 1 hour ago. And yeah, we argue for a bit about this, and then it's just like a 40-minute call. And now that I've like grown into like Neo when it comes to our relationship, now I can see like every single lie and every single like pivot, every single attempt, like every single thing. I'm like, well, do you have a log for that? Or can you prove that? Or can you show that this happened? Because I have a whole bunch of stuff that says the exact opposite. And it was just like lie after lie after lie for things that I've let her lie about in our entire relationship that drive me insane. Yeah, it felt good. It felt good to pick the bullets out of there. Again, I'm not going to dive into like everything, but I'll say for instance one thing, because this was kind of public already. Something that I've said about Melina is that Melina emotionally rewrites. So, for instance, now when she talks to people about me, I've always been an abuser, I've always been a bad person, blah, 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 blah. She emotionally rewrites the history of everybody based on her current state. Or she'll rewrite the facts based on her current emotional state. So, one of the things Melina says is like, you owe me this because I abandoned all of my stuff in Sweden for you. And it's not fair that, like, I moved to the US and gave it so much, and I abandoned so much in Sweden for you. And I'm like, no, you didn't. You abandoned New Zealand for me. And she's like, no, I've been in Sweden. I couldn't go back after I blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, New Zealand. I know this. And then I start pulling logs from the relationship because the first year or two of our relationship, all of the fighting was over her not wanting to leave New Zealand, hating Sweden, having to go to the United States. And there were so many logs of that. There were even logs when she went back to Sweden. She's like, I hate it here. I hate Sweden. It's such a horrible place. And then when we would fight, she'd be like, I can't believe you pulled me away from my dream place of New Zealand. And she's like, well, that's not true. I married you so that we could be together in the United States. I said, Melina, you were engaged to a guy in New Zealand 2 weeks after you went down there. Okay? Everybody thinks that like I cucked her out of Max or whatever. Melina was engaged to another guy. And then she also was dating Max. There's a whole other guy that was involved there. I don't know if he ever gets brought up, by the way, but run with your assumption. But yeah, I was like, Melina, you got engaged with this guy immediately, so you could live in New Zealand forever. That's what I always thought about. Yeah, and she was trying to say that like, you told me this you never liked Sweden. You're like, this is a new thing that you decided because now you've got like a new group of friends in Sweden, and now you're going to say that like you love Sweden the whole time. And I was like, but that's that's like, yeah, that was just like one example. It was like 45 minutes of her trying to lie. I would say probably gaslight. I think it's accurate here. She's trying to make me misremember events so that she can manipulate it for her purpose, so that she can like win an argument. But I'm just like, at every point I'm like, well, do you have a log for this? Well, can you show me this? Do you have any proof for this? Because I've got a bunch of stuff that says the opposite. And then we've got a third party in the call, and she's like, well, what do you think about this? Like, shut up, Steven. No, shut up. And obviously the other third party is like, well, I don't know, like, Melina, do you have like a log or anything else or whatever? And then Melina's like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Clearly he's made up his mind. And I'm like, okay. This is like 50 times. I don't want to talk about this. It's clearly over. Yeah.
And I believe throughout the relationship, Steven was helping her out with money a lot anyway, so for this to be a demand that he give her $100,000 over false pretenses is totally insane. I thought she was wealthy herself, to be honest, given streaming, and I think she does Fansly as well, where she sells Raji photos herself, so I'm super perplexed why she's asking him for money. I thought her situation was fine, but things add up when you remember that she had some accounting errors and taxes. She had to go to court for it, I believe, and ended up money, and Destiny was helping her get that all sorted out prior to the divorce, but obviously now he's not helping her out with that, and as a result, she's just kind of left without an easy lifeline to get her out of tricky situations. Now, for some reason, I thought Melina was like 20 years old, but I think my mental note of how old she is just built around when she met Destiny. She's actually 25 years old, and so she definitely is old enough where she needs to be able to handle her own finances and make her own money and pay for her own apartment and expenses and everything. She shouldn't be going to the guy she just got a divorce with and demanding $100,000. I also thought the dude she was with now, Memetics, had some money and would be helping, pay her for whatever she needed. I believe he's living with her, so he probably should be paying some portion of the rent.
What if I split this cucumber in half with my mind?
But I guess TikTok doesn't pay her something, which is why she's now in the position where she's demanding money from people who don't owe it to her. And Destiny showed in this stream that he absolutely hates this dude through a number of snide little comments about how she's a child, has no money, is a loser, and basically just saying, that she sucks 10 different ways.
How's that guy broke as a famous TikToker? Don't they at least get high-paying sponsors and brand deals? Maybe. But the problem is he was famous like a year or two ago, and 10-year-olds don't have the most disposable income, so...
Now this would seem to be the end of the public stuff for now, until Memetics, Memetix, logged on to talk about Destiny a lot. I have a literal recording of Destiny saying he hopes I off myself. Whoa, big revelation. Not sure why he's saying this, like he has some big exposed material on Destiny, considering that Destiny tells people to do that literally every other week on YouTube. This isn't something he hides, he's been saying it for years, from people like Bunty King to Aiden Ross, he's telling everyone that. Now Darius, another streamer who I believe is dating or was dating Xena the Witch, who's Sneako's ex-girlfriend, also said that Melina has gone around showing people pictures of Will Neff.
Spoke out to me that I could think about Melina, and I guess I will, because I think I'm validated now to do it. And Steven's probably like, oh, it's your story to tell, right? So Steven probably be okay if I do it. So the first thing, like I said, Will Neff's penis was out of line. After that, I was like, why are you showing that? She said, you guys want to see Will Neff's dick? They're probably low-key, just so I don't care. But she was like, randomly, we're just sitting at eating pasta, and she's like, I was talking to Will Neff. He actually has a big dick. And then she shows both me and Stevie his dick for no reason. I'm like, no, nigga, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that. Why did you say yeah? I said no, but Susie of course said yes because she's so. I'm really a bitch about it. This is a good week. Well, my point is that she literally just, it's like, she's just being private.
I didn't even know who this guy was. I guess he's a streamer, an actor. I think he's associated with Offline TV as well, and all those guys were on Twitch. But I guess Melina went around showing people pictures of swag that were super classy, so awesome. I guess private relationship details aren't the only thing that goes around showing people out of turn. After all this came out, Steven ended up doing a stream where he responded to Memetics, I'm forgetting my own pronunciation now, because he decided to run his mouth publicly about Melina and the divorce and everything that had happened. This all started...
So, for the first thing, like I said, Will Neff's penis...
Not sure why he's saying this, like he has some big exposed material on Destiny, considering that Destiny tells people to do that literally every other week on YouTube. This isn't something he hides, he's been saying it for years, from people like Bunty King to Aiden Ross, he's telling everyone that. Now Darius, another streamer who I believe is dating or was dating Xena the Witch, who's Sneako's ex-girlfriend, also said that Melina has gone around showing people pictures of Will Neff in the nude.
Really spoke out to me that I could leak about Melina. And I guess I will, because I think I'm validated now to do it. And Steven's probably like, oh, it's your story to tell, right? So Steven probably be okay if I do it. So, for the first thing, like I said, Will Neff's penis was out of line. After that, I was like, why are you showing that? She said, "Do you guys want to see Will Neff's dick?" They're probably fucking low key. Just gonna leak it. I don't care. But she was like, randomly, we're just sitting there eating pasta, and she's like, I was talking to Will Neff. He actually has a big dick. And then she shows both me and Sushi his dick for no reason. I'm like, no, nigga, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to see that. Why did you say yeah? I said no, but Sushi, of course, said yes because she's a. So, I'm gonna be a victim of it. This isn't a good leak retweet. Well, my point is that she literally just, it's like she'll just like, she just in private, she just spills tea.
I didn't even know who this guy was, but I guess he's a streamer and actor. I think he's associated with Offline TV as well and all those guys over on Twitch. But I guess Mileena went around showing people pictures of his swag to the max, super, super classy. So showing people pictures associated with Offline TV as well and all those guys over on Twitch. But I guess Mileena went around showing people pictures of his swag to the max, super, super classy, so awesome. I guess private relationship details aren't the only thing she goes around showing people out of turn. After all this came out, Steven ended up doing a stream where he responded to Memetics, I'm forgetting my own pronunciation now, because he decided to run his mouth publicly about Mileena and the divorce and everything that had happened. This all started because Memetics did an interview with a small YouTuber where he gave a bunch of details about himself, and Mileena said Destiny called him the F-slur, oh the horror, among a bunch of other claims.
Yeah, but why cancel me for Rizicide when you literally wish the same upon someone else? I have literal recordings of Destiny saying he hopes I off myself. Bro is DMing his therapist as we speak. Time is money, chat, and I am spending time with Mileena.
Destiny then elaborates on how Mileena had been inappropriately spreading his private details behind the scenes to her friends, even while they were still together, which is pretty two-faced and all around just shitty. I will never understand why some people just can't keep their mouth shut and have to do this childish stuff where they spread gossip like a little girl. If there are serious allegations involved, then that's one thing, obviously. You probably should tell someone that, but it seemed like she was just talking out of turn and volunteering information that never needed to be told to anyone, almost for the fun of it, purely. But also because she probably wanted someone to talk to about this stuff and misrepresent what happened to validate her own feelings on it all. Now, to be clear, I'm obviously biased towards Destiny. I think he probably is telling the truth more than Mileena. You know, there could be some more validity to Mileena's side, and we'll have to see if that comes out. But for now, I'm definitely swaying on Team Destiny in terms of commitment to the truth.
When Mel went back to Sweden, we'd been fighting over it like dumb. There were another group of, I thought it was only 2, but even as of today, I'm getting more DMs from friends. I just had to burn basically 2 more friendships at the time because Mel had engaged in what I would consider to be incredibly inappropriate talk, where she decided to dump 5 years worth of problems onto mutual friends that we had, that I had like explicitly gone out of my way to share with Mel so that she wouldn't think anything weird was going on, and she decided to vent to completely all these people. So she goes back to Sweden. I'm coming off all that. I'm a little bit irritated. Whatever. As she's in Sweden, I think I'm streaming. She's doing her thing over there. Everything moves sideways for a couple months. As I'm here in the United States, Mileena ends up meeting a new group of friends in Sweden that seem like pretty cool. She hangs out with them. Everything is cool. Sometimes Mileena does this annoying thing where she's like, oh, I met these group of people. They're so cool. Like, it's cool because, they're all gay and platonic and they're dating other people, so there's no, like, relationship drama or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, cool. That never lasts, but, whatever, if you enjoy it. I think this was about 4 months ago. I think it was in early August. One of the friends that she'd made among some of the other friends was the Tim dude.
And it's also around this time she meets Tim or Memetics. Now, a lot of people are posting like, how could she like this dude? Look at him. He's 120 pounds and looks like a girl. He's Chris from Mr. Beast. And I hate to break it to you guys, but I'm gonna red pill you guys, black pill, or maybe even white pill you guys on something. Depends on what perspective you're coming from. This shouldn't be that surprising, but for a lot of girls, this is what they want. They like guys that look like this, and they find them attractive. Not every girl, but they do exist. I can testify from firsthand experience because that was basically, me like 3 years ago. I wasn't wearing dresses, but I was like 140 pounds at 5'11", so I was pretty skinny. I was painting my nails and dressing like a little emo boy, and I was getting a considerable amount of female attention for like the first time in my life, around the time when I was 17 to like 19-ish years old, which is when I was at the peak of like this behavior. I was getting a lot of crazy emails from crazy girls, and this in contrast to the Columbine swag I had the year before when I was wearing a lot of Sam Hyde shirts and other edgy stuff like that. I wasn't getting as much female attention then at all, but I painted my nails, I dress a little differently. And all of a sudden, there's like, you know, there's all these girls or whatever coming out of the woodworks. And I'm not saying I'm like super desired and sought after or whatever. I don't think I'm that attractive. But there's like a look that women associate with certain things, and they wanted that. I think women perceive you as like deep and emotionally in touch, which was not the case for me at the time. In fact, I was way more of an asshole than I am now, but the My Chemical Romance swag is definitely something that attracts a certain kind of girl. And I guess that's something Melina wanted, as opposed to Destiny, who just sort of dresses and looks like an average guy. You wouldn't assume he listens to a lot of post-hardcore and hyperpop, okay? Destiny, you need to listen to way more Young Lean, okay? That's the problem. Now, I would not recommend being like this Meme Ticks Memetics guy, because I think it's G-A-Y. Not homosexual, really, just kind of unswag, major unswag. I think everyone should do what I'm doing now and go to the gym and try to get giant and massive. Not for female attention, but because it will make your life genuinely better, and your mental state and everything will improve far more. Productivity improves way more than when you're centering your life and your appearance on like music taste, and like, it's just bad. It's bad. But there is a kind of girl who likes these small twinkish cryptids that look like they spend all day huffing window cleaner, and I guess that's what Melina likes right now, and that's what she wants, and she definitely ended up getting it. But at the time they started talking, Melina ends up getting in a relationship with Memetics at the same time that she was married to Destiny.
And eventually, you know, surprise, surprise, Tim ends up cheating on the girl that he's with, Smell, and then a couple days later, they're like officially dating. And she's like, oh my god, you'll never believe this, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wow, cat, can't believe it. Who would have saw that coming? Also, as a quick heads up, because Tim might be getting super mindful right now, because I can tell by the way that he types in chat, Melina is, I don't know what changed, but in the past 6 months, at least, Melina starts to lie a lot. So I think one of the reasons why Tim has been so confident in attacking me is because he has no idea how much I know about him, because Melina probably tells him, oh no, I don't talk to Steven about you really at all. That's my guess. I could be wrong, but I can't see how he could have so much confidence coming at me with so many things, considering how many stupid things I know about this guy. Which is funny and tragic at the same time, I guess, but whatever.
But Tim, or Memetics, gets very clingy and very attached to Melina, which is a tough position to be in because she's polyamorous and is married to another dude who she's like very with and sees all the time and travels with, like, you know, all year. And so it's kind of a tough spot to be in.
Initially, like, I'm kind of like, well, okay, it seems kind of weird that when we talk, you talk about like cheating is like the most like horrible thing and blah blah blah, but like this guy did this to his girlfriend, and now you guys think, well, whatever, you know, hey, knock yourself out, have fun. I'd say like in the first month of their kind of like hanging out, she tells me like a couple weird things, and we kind of like joke because Melina and Tim are kind of like me and Melina, and that the Tim guy is like ultra clingy, and Melina is more kind of the one who like wants a little bit more space. And I even joke about this with her in DMs. It's like, oh look, you found your Melina basically. So like for example, Melina might be out at a party, or she might be hanging out with friends, and they're all kind of like drinking and having fun. And at one point, Tim wants to go home, and Melina's like, well, I think I'd rather stay and like hang out with people. And then Tim starts like spamming her DMs like, no, you need to come home. This isn't fair. You're making me feel horrible. I need you to come home. Blah 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 blah. Right? He's like that can't happen. She gets it. Which I think is like funny, like reading it from her, and I'm like, oh, Jesus, yeah. So that pushes sideways for about a month, just like that kind of I thought was funny. I'm skipping a lot of different things that I thought. Oh wait, Melina was streaming it all and Tim was crying to go home. Oh, I didn't even know that was on stream. It might have been. I don't watch her stream as much, so, or at all actually. So she streams on my time zone.
Now, for a little bit of life advice here, if I may speak out of turn as an inexperienced 21-year-old, probably don't date married women. Even if they're polyamorous, it can lead to a lot of cross feelings. And if you end up developing deep feelings for that woman and want to make it more serious, that's going to make things super difficult because she has a prior commitment. Even if she says she wants to break up with another dude, well, that's cool. You probably get a little ego boost from that. You feel like the Chad. But think about the next guy. Think about how she was married to a rich, successful streamer in this case and left him for you. Who is she going to leave you for? It's almost inevitable if your relationship is built on a rebound in this weird, shaky situation that she'll go to someone else eventually. Especially if she's already, like, polyamorous. Like, is that not a red flag for some people? Funnily enough, according to independent, unverified sources, Memetics already cheated on Melina.
We're about to take off. She's, like, super upset. And then, I'm trying to figure out at the end of the day, like, what's going on or why you're upset. Like, you know what we're doing at least, right? Like, I want to tell you who there. Basically, I find out that over the last 8 hours, I guess like Tim was cheating on her with some random girl that he brought to her apartment, that he left there, blah blah blah. And then I was like super upset about this. And I'm thinking like, okay, well, I thought this would take a few more months, but whatever.
And so it's like, Oh well, that sucks, but what did you think was gonna happen here? It started with an open marriage. Why would it progress or end any differently than weird, up emotions and basically like a star-crossed lovers type thing? A Star of David at this point with how complicated things are getting here and the amount of points on that star with people getting roped in. So many people are involved in this big mess. And while they were still together, Mehmetic starts messaging Melina saying she needs her to leave Destiny for them to stay together. And she's at Destiny's apartment. Obviously, I think he's back in Sweden at the time, so he's kind of going crazy thinking about the fact that he like is alone in his apartment while she's over there alone with Destiny, with her richer, more successful husband, probably slobbing some knob or something like that.
So the day of the her passport coming back comes. I think I'm like streaming because, of course, because I'm traveling. Pretty sure Hamas got the fucking, klaxons blaring. Destiny's out of town. We need to operate or execute, October 7th. Because I think it was around then. I think she got her passport back. What? Probably like October 10th or 11th. Obviously. I'm hanging out at the apartment. Melina comes back from the courthouse to get her stuff.
No, you don't.
She comes into the apartment. She's super stressed. And I already know, okay? Because it's not even that I can read the future. It's that I am an empath. I already know what's happening, okay? I absolutely know what's going on. Also, let me explain right here, okay? Because I can't believe this is the case. But Tim and Melina, I think, are clinging on to this fact. And Tim didn't actually threaten to keep himself with Melina, didn't believe me, okay? If you want to get like hyper specific and hyper pedantic, that is true.
Cheers.
Allow me to explain. So Melina comes upstairs. She's super stressed. And eventually she sits down on the couch. And I'm like, how's it going?
You again.
And I can tell that she's super frazzled. Like I said, I already know like what's happened. And she says, I have a difficult decision to make. So I'm like, yeah, okay. Obviously. So we start chatting for a bit. And Melina's like, Tim just gave me an ultimatum. And I'm like, yeah, obviously. Because you got your passport back. Obviously, he said he's been cool with everything up till now, but it's because you didn't have your passport. So he can obviously say these cool things, but as long as you're like locked in Sweden, it doesn't really matter what he says. He knows you're not going anywhere, right? So Melina tells me, I was outside. We were walking back to the apartment after I got my passport back. This was in Sweden, yeah. We were walking back to my apartment after I got my passport back, and Tim gave me an ultimatum right outside my apartment on the street. And I'm like, what did he say? And she's like, Tim said that Steven is just way too toxic for you and he can't stand to see me in so much pain. So I either have to divorce you or I have to leave him. Wow, well, what'd you tell him? I was like, well, I don't know. I was super stunned because he said he's never done this before. And then Tim claimed that a few of Melina's friends had said that he'd talked to. A few of her friends have said, yeah, they definitely need to break up. They're way too toxic. It's a horrible relationship. And Melina said, well, my friends have never told me that before. And then when Melina didn't have an immediate answer, Tim says, you didn't know Melina has, okay, this is Tim's fault. Melina has issues sometimes feeling like abandonment stuff, or like people aren't like giving her enough time or attention, or that's a big like issue, pain point that she has, right? So Tim says to her, this is why everybody you've ever loved is left you. And he turns around and he storms down the street. Okay? Very dramatic. Or so it's told me. Melina's like freaking the fuck out. She comes upstairs and she's like, yeah, obviously super frazzled. So I'm sitting here kind of chilling and I'm like, okay, well, this is kind of awkward. Whatever. We have, I think, probably about like a 30-minute conversation. And at this point, like, I'm not like delusional about the state of our relationship. We have had fights. I know what's going on. But I basically say to Melina, I'm like, okay, well, listen, here's where you're at. Obviously, we've been together for 5 years. We have all this history, blah, blah, blah. But we also fight over stuff. Like, there are issues we fight about. Personally, given the length of our relationship and the things we fight about, I feel like our relationship's not actually that bad. Like, especially when we're both happy and good, like, everything's super fun, everything is fine. We do have, like, a couple issues that seems like it's really hard for us to move over, but there's not, like, physical violence. We're not, like, doing crazy shit. Well, Melina was kind of doing crazy shit, I guess, in retrospect. But it's not like of all the things that could be in a relationship, like, we've traveled the world, we both make a ton of money, we're super rich, we've got, like, so many influencer friends, we're both doing really well in our career. Like, for the most part, I think our lives are actually, like, really good. I will say that, like, historically, one of my big issues fighting with Melina so much sometimes is at the end of like fights, I'll be like, well, I feel like we need to chill. Like, we live like dream lives. I don't understand how we're fighting about so much stupid all the time. Like, chill. But you know, but I mean, also, maybe I'm downplaying like my bad contributions to the relationship. That could be fair too. Okay, yeah, I know Brittany will jump onto that one. So we have like about a 30 to 60 minute talk where I'm like, yeah, so here's the issues of the relationship. You know, if you want to cut it here and you want to try your Sweden, like we can do that if you want. But I mean, like also with the Tim stuff, like it's pretty scary. You've only known this guy for 2 months, and you only known this guy for 2 months. He's already done a few things that are like really fucking weird. So you know, there could be a lot more. So, I mean, yeah, it's up to you. So kind of sat for a little bit. I think she kind of thought about it for a little bit. I think we called a third party to chat about it a little bit. And then after a little while, because at this point, I already kind of had a vision of like who Tim was in my head. But after this, now I know everything. I completely understand. Like, I understand this archetype guy. I've joked in the past that like these are the most threatening people for me because they have infinite time to dump onto a woman and then use like weird mind tricks, emotional manipulator, whatever.
And this seems to be a big point of contention. Destiny has a job, he works a lot, and is a very independent person. Melina is more independent than the average person, but she does want a partner she can spend a lot of time with and just be with a lot of the time. But Medix is not close to either of them this way. He apparently wants to spend every waking second with Melina. And that sounds nice on paper or in movies, but for an actual relationship to succeed, I don't think you can be spending every second with one person. It drives you crazy. You don't need to have an open relationship, but there is reality to the statement that there's too much of a good thing. If every waking second is spent with one person, you're probably going to start to get sick of them and things get unhealthy. But Medix wants every moment to be with Melina because he wants her all to himself. And if you're that kind of person, things get especially dicey because the person he wants to be with is in an open marriage. She's still married to someone else. How can you expect undivided attention from someone like that? You can't, is the answer, obviously. But Tim ends up making an ultimatum to Melina saying he needs to be with her, he needs her to break up with Destiny so they can just be together. And he says that he's feeling Sue of Sidal because of the situation. He's sort of pushing the idea that he may do something really bad if she doesn't just be with him. As time goes on, this relationship between Destiny and Melina continues to fall apart as she's torn between two people. And obviously we know who she picked in the end. After running through the story of how things fell apart, Destiny finally responds to what Tim had claimed in the interview with a drama YouTuber. Tim had claimed Destiny was lying about him publicly. He never said he would off himself. That's just not true. It's not true. And so Destiny brought out receipts of Melina confirming pretty much the entire story from Steven's perspective, where she admitted it all. She said that Tim was having a mental breakdown. He was like having, you know, crazy thoughts, being too possessive, and she didn't really like that.
If I put out a claim and somebody says that, if I put out a claim and you know, nobody wants to contradict it, then I'm pretty sure my claim is true. If I put out a claim and somebody fight against that claim and they say, well, that's not true, then okay, then I guess we'll, you know, I guess go for evidence. I unfortunately don't have access to Melina and Tim's cell phones, so I can't prove that those texts were sent. However, Melina has talked to so many people about this, but unfortunately I think she lied to Tim about who she's talked to. So, for instance, Melina was really irritated when I was reaching out to mutual friends, and she had a conversation with some of her other friends. He's talking about Tim because Tim went dramatic a month ago and stuff. He's been a little dramatic since, but he's been improving all the time. I don't find it abusive. I think Steven has made me feel 100 times worse by his actions. So it feels so weird that he has so many opinions right now. And then Melina says, Tim had a breakdown a month ago where he gave me an ultimatum. When I didn't take the option he wanted me to, he had a breakdown where he said that he was suicidal. After that, he tried to beg me to come over. I said no, but he didn't really respect it, and he kept pushing, etc. After that, he chilled out. When I was at TwitchCon, he went off on me, saying that poly was bad for kids. He took it back when I said that he was acting manipulative. Later that week, he invited a girl over that I really wanted to see, and it seemed like he only did it to get a reaction out of me. He apologized for it, and we all hung out, and it was fine. I also found out that he had talked some bad stuff about me behind my back to a close friend of mine, which felt a bit controlling. After that, he had one more breakdown when I had to work instead of hanging out with him like I promised. That's like the worst things pretty much, so I understand. But things have gotten better. He says that he wants to change and get better. He apologizes and recognizes his mistakes and says he's learning and he wants to be good. And I see improvement every day, and that's what I'll go by. Then there's plenty of things that he brings to my life that makes me happy.
Last bit of business to take care of then.
So she basically, every single thing that I just said, okay, is part of that. And yeah, so I have so many different conversations of Mel talking to other people or other people talking about this that Mel has communicated with, etc., etc. I don't know why anybody would try to deny any of this stuff when it's like so obvious what's happened. And yeah. I think he's mentioned something about not living there. Oh, this is one super stupid part that I left out of the story. One super stupid part that I left out of the story was I told Melina asked me when she was here in Miami after Tim had threatened to kill himself, after he'd done all the manipulative. Melina was like, hey, you should add Tim on Discord and then you guys can have a conversation and then Tim will feel more comfortable about things. I'm like, are you gonna like make up with any of my friends? She's like, well, I don't know. I was like, okay, I'll add this guy and chat with him, and you know, why the fuck not? So we chat for like 2 days. Kill me. Do you have any idea how hard it is to entertain these stupid conversations? But yeah, like he mentions in here, like, oh, when you came here, you know, like I ran out of the apartment when you arrived, blah blah blah. For some reason, he tries to say like, oh, well, I didn't live with Mel. I don't live with Mel. That's not true. I don't know why he's saying that. He clearly does. He has a key and he lives there every single day, and he's there when she's not in town. Yeah, I don't know.
Alright guys, give me a sec.
And then he also mentioned something about how I'm making up like the money thing. But again, I think the problem is I don't think he knows how much Melina told me because Melina probably lies to him. One of the conversations we had, I think it was on November 1st, Melina says, do you want me to tell you about Tim or would you rather me not? LOL. And I said, yeah, go for it. And she said, he had a bit of a cry today over financial stuff and he got very aggressive against me verbally. I kind of just ignored it. What financial stuff? And let him have a breakdown. Like, I said I paid for a lot pretty much. He should probably do his share, especially if he's here a lot. And it was just an interesting reaction. But yeah, I just got very cold. I wonder how much money he actually makes or has saved up. Yeah, he says he isn't making much now because he hasn't worked, and I told him that he needs to, especially if he's going to demand things from me and all. He called me greedy and spoiled, LOL, for making more than he does. And I'm like, I don't want this dynamic, it's not okay for me, and he had his breakdown. I said I'm going outside to eat, he can come talk to me when he stopped crying. He came down later and apologized and said I was right, LOL. Jeez. Oh yeah, and it's interesting too, he seems to have zero interest in the other friend that I said that he was mindful here with, but he also doesn't want me to see her alone, and like, Blank and I want to hang out so much. We're like texting every day, good night and good mornings. And it's a bit weird because she probably feels like he doesn't like her, I'm not sure. Here I responded and said, yeah, this is exactly what I said yesterday, LOL, he's never going to let you go alone. He might be scared of you hanging out with other people alone, and he probably doesn't really like it when you guys hang out with others in a group. He wants it to mainly be one-on-one. Yeah, maybe, but oh my god. Yeah, maybe, oh my god, I really, really want to see her. I've been like crushing all day, so I'm just frustrated. Just go and see her. Why let Tim stop you? Hopefully I get to see her this weekend. I was close to today, but my throat started hurting and stuff. I'll text her tomorrow. I really like this girl. She told me she wrote about me in her grateful journal. What's that? Well, things she's thankful for, blah, blah, blah. And our conversation ends. But yeah, so like, yeah. Every single claim that I have made, I can back up with like 50 million different, what if she's lying to you and it's just a habitual lie? Every single thing that she's talked to me about, she's talked to a ton of other people about, because she overshares like a motherfucker. She had the same conversation with another guy. He got upset when I said that he has to pay, he got upset when I said that I pay for most things / everything, and if he wants to be in my apartment and take up space for his stuff, he needs to pay his share, and he called me greedy and privileged. He seems to be more trouble than he's worth. I don't know, I'm just letting him cool off. He got extremely emotional for some reason. You're staying in someone's apartment, you can pay your way. By the way, he does live there. Yeah, oh, and this is on, these stupid dates. 1/11. What is that, November? Or whatever the 11th month is on the 1st, right? Yeah, and I didn't even really tell him to pay rent. I just said pay more for groceries. Oh, is this just from when you were together in Sweden, or is he living there now? I'm in Sweden now, back for a month, so this just happened. Oh, okay. But, okay. Yeah. I think I've like said most of what I need to say. There are other like abusive and manipulative things that this guy has done. There are other stories I could tell, but again, like I feel like I've already like mined quite a bit. I've already mined like quite a bit on this. There's like been so much shit, but yeah. I don't know if there's like anything else I need to.
Well then, what if he didn't?
Yeah.
So I would highly recommend, if you're going to misrepresent things or lie about them publicly, that you just don't do that. Or at the very least, make sure there are no lies.
It's just a hunch of mine. I'll be
back.
Father wanted her to leave, didn't he? Hypnos must be on break.
Everything is as it always was.
Quite a mess you've created, I must say, Father. After being of no help whatsoever when it comes to
No, it most certainly isn't.
Count on that.
Zagreus, please tell me that the rumors are untrue.
Come on, Meg. Father had it coming for some time.
He's not going to take this lying down. He'll find some way to...
I will not let that happen. Cooking's one way to pass the time. Pleasure doing business. What's new? I'll have that nectar. Hey, Meg. Thanks.
You reached the surface.
Nyx, you saved my life.
There are many things that...
I never should have been born.
Silence.
Thankful for. I want you to know we all appreciate you.
Oh, hey, you brought some fish. Could smell it all the way from down the hall. That's great. The head chef can take it off your hands. Should be right in the back of the lounge like always. Thanks for helping us out, Prince.
Sure. New music.
Once more then, I suppose.
You turn that down this instant.
Oh, hello, Zagreus. You look a little down.
How about Argonauts? Didn't you sail with them?
Oh, fancy that one, do you? Alas.
The fates have spoken. Nyx's power. one. Malphon, twin fists. Let's say we crack some skulls. Could use the fists. New one there.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Amelia Warner followed me. Amelia, you never said hi.
Cuddles, my beautiful man. Sorry, bro, my chat wasn't loading there for a second. What the fuck's going on, brother? Hello, hello. How are you feeling, man? Your boy beat the Valkyrie Queen on the hardest difficulty. Fucking nosh.